The story begins with panic and a lip bitten so hard it nearly bleeds. The young man's eyes widen in terror. How could this happen? He rushes to the mirror and stares at himself. This face belongs to the fourth young master of the demonic sect. Si-un still cannot accept what just happened. What kind of nonsense is this? He cannot hold back and screams into the night, "What the hell? I transmigrated into the most useless trash villain in my own novel." Si-un has asked himself this hundreds of times. Why did it have to be that hateful Hyuk Ryan-un? Why? By sunrise, Si-un has been sitting with his head lowered for 3 hours. He bites his hand as sweat pours down like a stream. Calm down. It turns out Si-un is not from this world. My name is Lee Si-un, just an ordinary 32-year-old man living in South Korea. He studies Ryan-un's face in the mirror again. How could an ordinary man like him transmigrate into the martial arts novel he wrote himself? He falls silent and searches his memories. Think carefully. Something strange must have happened before this. In his previous life, Si-un was carrying several cardboard boxes into his apartment. He exhales with satisfaction, finally finished. Si-un reaches for a nearby can of soda to quench his thirst. He also takes a few seconds to browse YouTube. First of all, the move is finally done. Suddenly, Si-un reads some news that shocks him to the core. The homepage reports that famous actress Yu Sora was left in a coma after an accident, and he mutters, "How could this happen? Now I remember. After that I read the news about Yu Sora's accident." Then the box containing his laptop suddenly falls out. Si-un sits down exhausted with a frustrated look. He knew things could never end smoothly. But then something else catches his attention. The computer screen suddenly lights up without anyone touching it. Why did it turn on? There's only one icon on it, the hero's path of Lee Si-un. It is the folder containing the novel he was extremely proud of. Si-un lightly scrolls through it, recalling his youthful and embarrassing past. The Hero's Path, the martial arts novel I wrote 10 years ago, is still here. He completely loses track of time. It has been ages since he last read this martial arts novel he wrote in college. Suddenly, Si-un frowns and stops his hand. What the hell is this? Did I write this? The next second, a voice comes from nowhere as the laptop shines brightly. You must return to the Hero's Path, and everything suddenly. At that moment, Si-un can no longer hear anything. As a result, he transmigrates straight into an arrogant character from the story. He stares into the mirror and keeps wondering, when I woke up, I had already become like this. Should I at least be glad I still have Hyuk Ryan-un's memories? From now on, Si-un must live under this familiar yet unfamiliar name. He quietly reviews the situation. Basically, in this world, I'm Hyuk Ryan-un, the fourth son of the demonic sect leader, who was in a coma for a month after his horse got startled by a bee and threw him off, and just thinking this far causes another headache to strike him. Si-un can no longer endure it and clutches his temples while screaming, "And what the hell is this?" Images of the original Ryan-un living a life of debauchery with a woman in each arm appear before him. Even the times he physically attacked an old man by the roadside, shouting, go die, you filthy beggar." Or when the original Ryan-un rudely ordered his training instructor, "Train my ass, bring me some wine, your young master is thirsty." His face turned deathly pale as Hyuk Ryan-un's memories from this life flooded his mind, making his head feel ready to explode. Si-un's breathing also became erratic as he cursed, "Hyuk Ryan-un, you useless bastard." He cursed the character he had created himself, realizing he was even worse than expected. Suddenly, Si-un lowered his head and let both arms hang limp. But the real problem was the image of the original Ryan-un. His terrified eyes appeared as a sword lightly swept across his neck. Si-un suddenly felt the wound on his headache. Overwhelmed by helplessness, he collapsed to his knees and screamed. Si-un kept wondering why he had transmigrated into this despicable trash, who would later be killed by the protagonist and become nothing more than a stepping stone for his rise as a hero, a disposable villain destined to die. Before the protagonist kills me, I must find a way back to my old world. I need a plan. He remained kneeling on the floor for a long time without moving. After the tense moment, Si-un suddenly remembered that Hyuk Ryan-un was fortunately the fourth young master of the demonic order. In modern terms, he was a bastard, but he was still an heir or something like a crown prince, and with plenty of money and power, he could surely find a way home soon. At that thought, a faint hope appeared. Yes, this should be a piece of cake. Si-un roared to encourage himself. Who cares about the protagonist? I'm not going to die. I'll survive and return to my old world at any cost. His excitement startled the servants, who wondered if the fourth young master had gone mad. Inside his room, Si-un stared at himself in the mirror and thought this guy's face looked truly villainous. He sighed helplessly, since this body was weaker than weak. However, he was Si-un now and had to do something, so he wondered if he should try martial arts. Acting immediately, he stepped into the middle of the room. He then took a deep breath to regulate the flow of energy through his veins. Soon, the result seemed quite promising as he sensed something unusual. Si-un widened his eyes and thought, right, I remember now, this is the martial art of the Hochluan family, the peerless destruction sword art. Having suddenly found a lifeline, he refused to let it go and decided to try again. He could feel a faint current of energy swirling around his body, which had to be inner energy. Si-un stepped back and shifted his center of gravity forward. At the same time, a gust of energy erupted around his hand as Si-un tensed his face and shouted powerfully. Next, Si-un fiercely slashed with his hand, instantly producing a flash of light. His eyes widened with delight. He had succeeded. However, Si-un's frail body could not withstand such intense exertion. His screams echoed loudly throughout the entire house. Si-un now lay sprawled awkwardly on the floor, yelling, "Damn it, a cramp, I've got a cramp." No one could save him at that moment, and his face turned purple as he cried, "Doctor, no, summon the royal physician." Hearing Si-un's screams, an attendant opened the door and entered, asking, "Young master, did you call?" She froze in shock when she saw his twisted hand reaching upward. At this moment, Si-un barely looked human anymore. Seeing him like this, the attendant cried anxiously, "Young master." Time passed, and thanks to her, Si-un was eventually saved. In the room, incense smoke drifted upward while dozens of tiny needles were inserted into the meridian points across his bare chest. Si-un lay stiffly on the bed, while the physician sighed helplessly. He tried clenching his hand into a fist, thinking he had nearly died in this frail body because his muscles had twisted from using advanced martial arts. The corner of his mouth unconsciously curled upward as he wondered why this bastard could not just throw a normal punch. The Peerless Destruction Fist, an exclusive technique of the Ryan family that had produced many leaders of the demonic cult over generations, was not only at risk of being lost but also extremely difficult to learn. Besides consuming enormous inner energy, the user had to fully understand every fist movement to execute the technique properly. And he understood the original owner too well, as Ryan neglected training and only chose techniques that were easy to learn. Si-un thought that he had never seriously practiced regulating inner energy or learned proper fist forms, so naturally he was weak and there was no way Ryan could use such martial arts. After a round of acupuncture, he could barely move and cursed inwardly about being transmigrated into such a weak body. That afternoon, Si-un strode toward a certain place. It turned out to be a row of buildings behind the family estate. He was now fully determined, knowing there was no time to sit around and that he had to quickly find a solution. The library door was soon opened. Si-un immediately searched through several books tucked in a corner, but after only a few seconds of skimming them, he reached for another. Dozens of books were consequently tossed onto the floor. Si-un lightly flipped through several pages, searching for what he needed. Holding the book in his hand, he seemed to have discovered something. The writing was old and somewhat faded, but luckily he could still read this common script. Si-un sat down, carefully reading and pondering it, knowing he needed to learn more about the demonic cult. However, members of the demonic cult did not call themselves that, instead calling themselves followers of the divine path, while their true name was the Sun-Moon Divine Cult. During the Yuan dynasty, the Sun-Moon Divine Cult spread its name widely among the oppressed Han people. They established a base in the western regions, built their forces, and helped Zhu Yuanzhang overthrow Yuan rule. Eventually, Zhu Yuanzhang overthrew the Yuan dynasty and founded the Ming dynasty. He succeeded despite having received enormous assistance from them. However, fearing the power of the Sun-Moon Divine Cult and wishing to protect his throne, the emperor turned against them. Thus, he expelled them shortly after ascending the throne. They later migrated to the Central Plains, far from the western regions, while the remaining followers struggled to survive. Eventually, the third-generation leader, deeply resentful of those who had driven them from the western regions, accumulated enough power to return there. However, his ambition to advance into the western regions was constantly obstructed by the imperial army and various martial sects. Ryan Woon was the 15th leader of the Sun-Moon Divine Cult. Ryan's father defeated the Western Army before directing all his remaining forces toward the western regions. Reading this far, Si-un sighed softly and realized this was why Ryan would fight the protagonist. At the upcoming Demon God Festival, Ryan would announce the plan to advance into the western regions and select a successor. He shook his head helplessly, knowing exactly whom his father would choose because he was the one who had written this book. After the Demon God Festival, the successor would dispatch a vanguard force toward the western regions. And Ryan, the miserable loser in the succession contest, forced himself himself into the vanguard to make amends and headed to the western frontier, only to become a joke for that famous protagonist and get killed with a single sword strike. Thinking of this, Si-un grows tense again. Only 2 years remain until the Demon Spirit Festival, meaning he has just 2 years before the protagonist kills him. He suddenly jumps to his feet. There has to be some way. Si-un immediately comes up with his first move. He places a blank sheet on the desk and carefully straightens its corners. Si-un picks up his brush, preparing to write something down. The first step is to write down everything he remembers about this novel. Meanwhile, outside on the main road, the attendant and the old steward hurry along. He cannot hide his surprise, so the young master wants to see me in the study. She timidly nods in confirmation, yes. The old steward grows even more confused since the young master never goes there, and the attendant quickly adds, there's something even stranger. Right after waking up, the young master screamed in some incomprehensible language for ages, and now he's been writing in the study for hours. He instantly turns around, the young master is writing, and she flinches before answering, yes. Even at his age, the old steward has never heard anything so bizarre. He clears his throat several times and orders, go now and tell no one about the young master, and the attendant immediately bows, yes, sir. After she leaves, the old steward quickly rushes toward the study. He stops before opening the door, his breathing becoming increasingly unsteady. The old steward lowers his head and sighs. Is it because he hasn't fully recovered yet? What if he starts acting insane again? A moment later, he enters and asks, did you call for me, young master? Hearing him, Si-un glances back, you're here, I mean. He quickly adjusts his expression and attitude, you're here, old steward. This radiant smile deals quite a blow to the old steward. He stares at him strangely. Has he really gone insane? Why is he even speaking so gently? While Si-un looks around, where's the chair? The old steward remembers how he had previously been tormented half to death several times. You useless old man, get out of my sight right now. Yet now Si-un personally brings him a chair. Here's the chair. Seeing him now, the old steward cannot understand what happened to Hyuk Ryan-un, while Si-un realizes how terrible the original man must have been to frighten him this badly. A moment later, everything returns to its usual quiet state. Sitting before Si-un, the old steward asks, what is the matter, young master? Stroking his chin, Si-un asks a puzzling question. Do you only handle Hyuk Ryan-un's daily affairs, or do you also manage his finances? He freezes briefly, but answers honestly, both. Si-un looks away, visibly tense. Then how much money would I get if I sold everything I own? And the old steward asks, are you in trouble, young master? I will handle it for you. His words come with an undisguised sigh of disappointment. Si-un smiles and raises a hand to explain, I know what you're thinking, but I swear I haven't caused any trouble. The old steward widens his eyes in surprise. Then why are you asking about your total assets? Si-un finally exhales and mutters, because money is the ammunition that solves everything, making the old steward ask, what does that mean? Si-un waves dismissively, forget it, that's not important, just tell me how much money I have. Even so, the old steward still cannot bring himself to believe him. Si-un seriously rubs his chin. When someone stands between life and death, they reflect on what they've done with their life and wonder why they hoarded gold and jewels when they can't take any of it with them after dying. Si-un takes a deep breath and stands under the old steward's bewildered gaze. So he firmly ordered, hurry and convert everything into silver. Seeing his completely different demeanor, the old official replied, I understand. Not only that, Si-un tightly grasped the old official's hand. He warmly placed his full trust in him. I'll leave everything to you, there's still much to do, so hurry. The old official said nothing and hurried out hunched over, while Si-un reminded him to record all silver and jewels and carefully track how much each item sold for. Once outside, he could not help looking back, wondering if the young master who had returned from death was truly all right. A few days later, the old official brought Si-un good news. He placed all the silver he had earned into several wooden boxes. Looking at them, Si-un was amazed. I only sold a few things and already got this much. Si-un skimmed the item list, wondering if this was enough for his survival plan, though he still had 2 years to prepare for the Demon God Festival. He quickly rolled up the paper and clenched it tightly, his eyes resolute against the original plot. Hyuk Ryan-un, no, Lee Si-un, must create a survival plan within 2 years. Converted into modern currency, Hyuk Ryan-un's silver was worth around 2 billion. Not bad, but still far from enough. The Demon God Festival was still 2 years away, and the protagonist would only leave the cave after it ended. meaning he was safe for now. However, according to the original plot, on a stormy day that young man would be pushed off a cliff. Fortune arose from disaster as he found a cave deep in the forest. Inside were several treasures and miraculous medicines. He even obtained an incredibly sharp sword that had existed for ages. The young man trained relentlessly in martial arts while awaiting the day of revenge. Si-un recalled that after obtaining those things, the protagonist grew stronger and became the world's greatest warrior, beginning yet another cheap martial world tale. Whatever, now that I have money, it's time for the next step. Si-un left the study and headed elsewhere, toward the demon god library. It was where every martial technique passed down through generations of the divine path was preserved. Here, I'll learn techniques that can save me from dying. The gatekeeper opened the door. Inside was another room packed with books, though there were fewer than he expected, so finding what he wanted would not take long. Si-un began searching for several useful books. He rejoiced as though he had struck gold. Here it is, I found it. The book Si-un sought contained the death-escaping meditation technique from the path to becoming a hero. This technique enhanced the user's senses, exactly what he needed right now. Those who learned the death-escaping meditation technique possessed an extraordinarily sharp sixth sense. He could dodge attacks and exploit openings, and once the technique reached mastery, he could sense an opponent's strength and emotions while detecting assassins and deadly traps, making it an absurdly overpowered technique. He muttered to himself, as for why I know this technique, the protagonist learns it midway through the story and becomes even more invincible. This time I'll learn it first, and it will definitely improve my chances of survival. 3 seconds later, Si-un lowered his head and sighed. But once the protagonist learns this technique, Hyuk Ryan-un is doomed to die. Just then, something nearby caught his eye. Si-un picked it up and read the titles. These two are Scale Armor and Ninefold Divine Transformation. Scale Armor raises a person's defense enough to withstand a sword strike without wearing armor. Ninefold Divine Transformation needs no explanation, as it multiplies the user's strength ninefold. Holding the 3 books, Si-un unconsciously shouted, "Yes, I found all the foundational techniques I need." He sat in his room howling like a madman. Let's go, there's a way to survive now, time to learn. A long day passed, and at a rather lively tavern, a group of wealthy men inside drank and chatted together. Kwang Hu suddenly spoke up, "Hey Dampyeong, have you heard the recent rumor?" Dampyeong smirked, "You mean that ridiculous, unbelievable story about Hyuk Ryan-un returning from death?" Kwang Hu nodded. Hyuk Ryan-un is still crazy, but this time his madness seems strangely different. Dampyeong rested his chin on his hand with interest. Different how? Kwang Hu seriously explained, "When I heard he'd awakened, I visited him at the Western Palace, but something unexpected happened when a servant told me the 4th young master was busy and would contact me when free." Dampyeong curled his lips, wondering what else that guy could be busy with besides drinking and throwing tantrums. Kwang Hu patiently continued, "I thought so too, so I investigated and discovered he'd locked himself inside the demon god library for days," leaving Dampyeong utterly stunned that he was actually in the library. Dampyeong burst out laughing and spilled his wine, asking whether that useless Hyuk Ryan-un could even read or plan to abandon the family and establish a new identity. Kwang Hu thought otherwise, wondering if perhaps Hyuk Ryan-un was considering entering the succession contest at the Demon God Festival. Hearing that speculation, Dampyeong nearly choked. He immediately spat all the wine from his mouth. Dampyeong slammed his cup onto the table. "Are you joking? I swear, if Hyuk Ryan-un really enters the succession contest, I, mock Dampyeong, will become his servant. Everyone here can be my witness." One man amusingly chimed in, "You said it yourself, so don't go back on your word." Dampyeong burst into mocking laughter. However, Kwang Hu had his own thoughts, wondering whether that idea was really so absurd. Meanwhile, Si-un was still reading several martial arts books. He suddenly felt an itch in his ear, scratched it irritably, and muttered, "My ear keeps itching, someone must be badmouthing me." Then another idea occurred to him. Instead of struggling to learn alone, finding someone to teach him martial arts would be easier. But something suddenly made Si-un freeze for a moment. He tiredly stood up and stretched his stiff body. Si-un suddenly dashed outside, realizing that if he needed instructors, he could simply summon them. He felt enlightened, wondering why he had not thought of that sooner. Outside the library, the old steward kept packing back and forth. He was startled upon receiving word that the 4th young master was coming. Si-un handed him a small note and ordered, "Call everyone on this list here and hurry." The old steward looked at it curiously and asked, "Who are these people?" Si-un smiled confidently and declared, "My instructors." The old steward repeated it as if he had misheard, "Your instructors," and Si-un patiently replied, "Just summon them." Si-un suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, take them to my private training ground. prompting the wary steward to confirm whether he meant that filthy dump. Si-un turned toward him in shock, quickly covering his mouth. His lips twitched as he wondered why that useless bastard had never cleaned his training ground before cautiously asking how long it would take to clean and make usable. The old steward immediately replied, "I will have it cleaned within a day, so it will be usable tomorrow morning," and Si-un turned away satisfied, saying, "Then it's settled." After clearing his thoughts, Si-un finally began paying attention to his surroundings. Especially the body odor. "It stinks. I've been in the study without bathing for days, so I should probably take a bath." Night gradually falls as the lights illuminate a residence. Si-un enjoys a refreshing soak in the bath. This feels amazing. Suddenly, he notices something nearby. Several women appear from nowhere and sweetly say, "Young master, we've come to help you bathe." Si-un blushes but restrains himself. "Thanks, but no need. Leave, I can bathe myself." One of them is surprised. "Why are you sending us away?" Unable to stop his nosebleed, he says, "I said leave, hurry outside." The two women widen their eyes, unable to react, until Si-un stands up and snaps, "Get out right now." A while later, the moon has risen above the rooftops. Si-un slumps exhausted into his chair. "With my life hanging by a thread, how could I possibly enjoy myself?" Dozens of small notes are pinned to the board behind him. His heart suddenly feels heavy. "If I want to survive and return to the modern world, I need a clear plan." An attendant respectfully reports, "Fourth young master, Chief Administrator Jang Maryang has arrived," and Si-un immediately rises. "Invite him in." His excited gaze sends chills down Jang Maryang's spine. Why would that arrogant madman of the divine cult summon me? Did he discover something bad about me? Hopefully not, but what could a minor chief administrator of the divine cult possibly do for the fourth young master? Hundreds of thoughts race through Jang Maryang's mind. I heard he loves extravagant luxuries, so why is this place filled only with books and documents? Si-un has already poured him tea. "Please excuse the messy room, Chief Administrator Jang Maryang." He even bows his head. "I should have personally invited you and apologized for summoning you so suddenly." Jang Maryang jolts in shock. "Please raise your head. Why are you speaking to me like this? You're being far too polite. Please speak normally or I won't survive this shock." Si-un has no choice but to agree. "Then I'll do as you say." The two stare at each other in silence, making the atmosphere painfully awkward. After a while, Si-un finally speaks. "You must be wondering why I summoned you. Actually, I heard you're highly skilled in a certain method." A light flashes in Jang Maryang's eyes. "What, you mean a method?" Si-un firmly places a book on the table. A few words are written on its cover, "Beginner's Guide to Longevity Meditation." He explains seriously, "I know longevity meditation isn't merely a beginner's meditation book but contains many profound principles, so we shouldn't judge a method by its simplicity, right?" Jang Maryang stares at the book in utter shock. "What do you want from me?" Si-un turns away and answers solemnly, "Jang Maryang, you wrote a detailed guide to the first method every divine cult member must learn, longevity meditation, and although I've read your book, I still don't fully understand it." His eyes widen as sweat pours down his face. Catching this reaction, Si-un's lips curl slightly. Si-un makes Jang Maryang feel deeply honored. "That's why I want you to teach me." He becomes more stunned than ever. Jang Maryang awkwardly waves his hands. "Fourth young master, you shouldn't say that. How could I possibly teach you?" He raises an eyebrow and glances at Chief Administrator Jang. "You've probably heard the rumors about me too, haven't you?" Jang Maryang freezes at those words. "They say you're the weakest person in divine cult history, that you bully the weak, scheme against the strong, and indulge in wine and women." He quickly falls silent after his slip of the tongue, but Si-un says, "Don't worry, basically, I want to become stronger. However, I'm concerned that divine cult members focus too much on mastering martial arts quickly, because I know a solid foundation matters more than rushing, and a hollow tree easily breaks." Jang Maryang is moved to tears. "Young master, I completely agree with you." He had no idea Si-un had him in the palm of his hand, and now that he had taken the bait, it was time for the final move. He sighed softly. "Actually, many people say my ideas resemble those of the righteous sects, so no one in the divine path agrees with them. That's why I panicked, because I felt terrible for going against the principles of the divine path." At some point, Jang Maryang's tears and snot had begun pouring like a waterfall. Si-un smiled awkwardly at this unexpected reaction. "Isn't this a bit much?" Jang Maryang's passion was ignited by Si-un's persuasion. "Because the divine path's martial arts are unbalanced, I developed my own martial theories, yet no one understood them, and I never imagined your ideas were exactly what I wished to convey. Incredible, who could believe our fourth young master understood the theories I spent my entire life developing?" Si-un forced a smile at those words. I don't know if I understand them that deeply. He suddenly knelt and bowed before him. Fourth young master, please punish this old Jang for failing to see your true nature and believing those baseless rumors. Si-un gently placed a hand on Jang Muryang's shoulder to reassure him. He smiled and strengthened his trust. Nonsense, Chief Administrator Jang. You are an important minister of our divine path. Chief Administrator Jang, improve the divine path's martial arts with me and create a new future. Si-un's words made Jang Muryang's blood boil. If this old Jang can help the fourth young master, I will gladly offer my life. Thank you for granting me this honor, fourth young master, I mean my lord. He said nothing and merely watched him, thinking it ended better than expected, though he never imagined the man would cry so much and must have suffered greatly. But the real reason he wanted Chief Administrator Jang as his teacher was very simple. Jang Muryang was the greatest genius in the path to becoming a hero and the man destined to become the demon chancellor. Si-un smiled smugly. With him on my side, my chances of survival will be much higher. Night gradually fell, and tonight there was another perfectly full moon. He opened his notebook and wrote, Jang Muryang recruitment complete. Si-un grew more confident. A good start. I've successfully recruited the demon chancellor Jang Muryang. Jang Muryang was the greatest genius in the path to becoming a hero, and after the second young master chose him as his aide, he greatly contributed to trapping the protagonist. That was how he earned the nickname Demon Chancellor, and after the protagonist's rival, the second young master became successor to the demonic path. He also played a crucial role in strategies against the sects. His lips curled slightly, like in the Three Kingdoms. Liu Bei had Zhuge Liang. I made that comparison up, but it really is a wonderful prospect. After saying that, Si-un returned to bed feeling somewhat tired and wondered what he should do next. He collapsed directly onto the mattress. I'll sleep first, I'm exhausted. The next morning, inside Si-un's private residence, Jang Muryang was quite surprised by everything laid before him. What is all this, my lord? Si-un smiled at the pile of books on the table. From now on, you'll be my martial arts teacher, and these will help with my training. After briefly reading through them, he remarked, My lord, this is an extremely systematic and detailed training plan covering physical conditioning, diet, rest, sleep schedules, and methods I've never seen before. Si-un offered an explanation. I noticed the Divine Path's training lacked structure, so I tried various ways to solve that problem. But ultimately, doesn't everything begin with food, since the human body is shaped by what we eat, how often we train, and how much we rest? Jang Muryang stared in amazement. Brilliant, young master, martial arts truly originate from the human body. Yet even after decades of studying martial arts, I overlooked this, while the one who saw it was the supposedly worthless young master who only changed yesterday. He scratched his cheek and accepted the praise, though in truth he had simply based these plans on ordinary modern gym workouts and diets. Yet Jang Muryang seemed completely convinced. Si-un offered some encouragement. Then let's follow this training method together and find a way to advance our divine path's martial arts, which was already enough to make Jang Muryang worship him as he answered, Yes, my lord. Over the following days, he helped Si-un train extensively, urging him, Raise your hips higher, 88, 89, 90. After finishing push-ups, Si-un moved on to pull-ups and called for another round. Jang Muryang kept urging him, Young master, this is the last one, just one more. After training, Si-un reviewed his progress, thinking he had followed a modern training regimen for 2 weeks and was already seeing good results, probably because being the leader's son gave him a naturally strong body. Jang Muryang shouted, Come on, young master, you still have one more leg workout. Si-un cheerfully replied while continuing his endurance run, Got it. Jang Muryang diligently recorded every training session Si-un completed. Si-un knew why, as Jang Muryang was adjusting the routine to make it suitable for proper martial arts training. As for himself, he was confident that Hyuk Ryan-un could definitely become stronger. Time passed, and that afternoon Kwang, who came directly to his residence. With hands on his hips, he snorted, What is that freak Hyuk Ryan-un doing? If he's finished, he should come out and have fun with his brothers. Just then, Kwang Hu saw the old steward come out and asked, Old man, is the fourth young master inside? And he calmly replied, The fourth young master is currently training. Kwang Hu recoiled in shock. What training? That guy actually agreed to train. The old steward smiled proudly. Yes, it has been 2 weeks since the young master began training. Kwang Hu frowned thoughtfully, having never seen him train before, not even when he attended the Divine Kneeling Hall to learn martial arts, and wondered if he had truly gone mad. Thinking so, he immediately protested, No way, you're hiding some beauties in there for him, aren't you, old man? Feeling Si-un had been insulted, the old steward turned away and said, The young master truly is training, so if you doubt me, follow me to the training room. Kwang Hu was stunned speechless and rooted to the spot. Inside, Jang Muryang was sparring one-on-one with Si-un. His hands trembled slightly as he said, "Young master, your martial arts have improved tremendously." Sweat drenched Si-un's muscular body as he replied, "Really?" Just then, Kwang Hu entered and demanded, "Hyuk Ryan-un, what the hell is this?" making Si-un turn toward the voice. "Sang Kwang Hu, what are you doing here?" Si-un frowned and considered his response, knowing Sang Kwang Hu belonged to the Heavenly Path faction and that he had kept his distance because they were useless to his plan, yet one had unexpectedly come to him. Kwang Hu approached worriedly and asked, "What are you doing? Why haven't you contacted us lately?" While Si-un remained distant and replied, "Can't you see, I'm obviously training." Cold sweat covered Kwang Hu as he asked, "What do you mean? Is your head still messed up after coming back from the dead?" Si-un grew annoyed, wondering just how terrible Hyuk Ryan-un had been to make this guy so worried. To Kwang Hu, the current Si-un seemed like a completely different person as he asked, "Are you really the Hyuk Ryan-un I know?" Even his expressions were completely different from before. "Are you possessed?" Kwang Hu asked, while Si-un leaned back and thought this guy was surprisingly perceptive. He quickly pulled his hand away from Kwang Hu and said, "Hey, keep talking nonsense and get lost, I'm busy," making Kwang Hu ask in confusion, "Busy with what?" Si-un solemnly declared, "After returning from death, I deeply regretted my past behavior, so now I'm trying to discipline myself and become a better person, understand?" He then turned toward Jang Muryang and said, "Chief Steward Jang, one more round," causing the old man to bend over and clutch his back. Seeing this, Si-un realized he might have trained too much. He turned toward Kwang Hu and realized the guy was not half bad, wondering if he should use him as a sparring partner while Kwang Hu grumbled about all this training nonsense. Once decided, Si-un smirks and prepares to strike. Let's see. He takes a running step and leaps off the ground. Then he launches a strike straight at Kwang Hu. Kwang Hu's eyes widen in confusion. Si-un roars fiercely just before the blow lands. With only a few centimeters left, his fist nearly touches Kwang Hu's face. Kwang Hu suddenly screams, "Hey, stop." By instinct, Kwang Hu leans right to dodge the punch. Si-un smiles in satisfaction at his reflexes. Kwang Hu grits his teeth, unable to understand what just happened. Kwang Hu even has enough time to launch a counterattack. After days of training, Si-un is fast enough to dodge it. The two take fighting stances as he praises him, "Not bad." The next second, Si-un follows through with his own punch. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sensation strikes him, making his eyes widen. Kwang Hu is pushed backward but quickly regains his footing. Si-un quickly notices something. "Hey, Kwang Hu, you've trained external martial arts for a long time like me, right? If you don't believe me, why not spar with me like before?" Kwang Hu freezes at the question, "What external martial arts?" His face darkens as he decides not to hide it anymore. "Seriously?" Si-un nods, "Of course," while thinking, "Damn Kwang Hu, that bastard Hyuk Ryan-un's best friend, I'll teach you some manners." Time gradually passes until the next day. Si-un puts an arm around Kwang Hu and explains, "Why not try it? Train external martial arts with me for a month, you need to get stronger too." And Kwang Hu leans away suspiciously. Are you really?" He simply cannot accept it. "You're insane, I can't believe this." Si-un raises one finger and makes a simple offer, "Just 1 month. If you train with me, I'll give you the blue horse you've always wanted." Kwang Hu immediately accepts. And so he begins his path of training, though it starts badly as he runs until completely exhausted. His face turns visibly pale as he looks at Hyuk Ryan-un. In contrast, Si-un is energetically running ahead. Look to the left. Kwang Hu cries out as if about to weep, "Hey, what kind of training is this? Why must I train without using inner energy?" Jang Muryang reminds him from beside them, as physical strength increases, inner energy also grows. Kwang Hu looks at him in disbelief. "Chief Administrator, what the hell are you talking about?" He does not answer and only watches Si-un. The effects of those techniques and elixirs will improve, making his inner energy even stronger. A while later, Jang Muryang blows his whistle, signaling the two to stop. Kwang Hu pants heavily and groans, "I'm going to die." Si-un turns to him without giving him time to recover. "Can you handle it?" And Kwang Hu stammers, "Well." Just then, Jang Muryang loudly blows the whistle again. He points straight at Kwang Hu. "You have to run 5 more laps." Si-un waves goodbye to him. "Good luck." At that moment, Kwang Hu has only one goal in mind, the blue horse. Kwang Hu reminded himself, 1 month, just 1 month, wait for me, blue horse. Elsewhere, Si-un reviewed the training records. His time is better than expected, while Jang Muryang frowned slightly. The question is whether this suits other martial artists. Just then, Kwang Hu finished his running lap. Si-un smiled faintly and muttered, "It's only a rough test, but now we have a test subject, so we'll know the result by month's end." Kwang Hu's grueling training continued, and 1 month later, Si-un quietly asked Jang Muryong, "Have you gathered enough data?" And he gripped his notebook, replying, "Yes, I've collected enough to apply it to ordinary martial artists." At that moment, Kwang Hu panted heavily, struggling to speak. His face had turned deathly pale as he muttered, "Finally, after 1 month, my blue horse." Si-un smiled approvingly, "You've worked hard this month. I've already ordered the stable keeper, so you can take it home." Suddenly, Kwang Hu sprang upright and shouted, "Hey, Hayek Ryan-un. Are you really not possessed by someone? Because even if you've changed, this is far too different." Si-un did not answer immediately and thought, "You guessed right, but even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe me." He continued questioning, "Or are you doing this to win the succession contest?" Si-un rubbed his chin and went along with it, nodding, "That's right." He recoiled in disbelief, "Are you serious?" While Si-un shrugged and replied, "Why not? Even you could become the successor." Kwang Hu excitedly grabbed Si-un by both shoulders. "Do you know what will happen if your elder brothers find out?" What he meant was the vicious cycle of fighting over succession. They'll scheme against you and hunt you down. Kwang Hu's expression grew increasingly tense. "Let's return to our normal lives, enjoy ourselves, and forget the succession. Being alive is happiness." Si-un really did return to his normal life, except his normal life now meant training. Looking to the side, Kwang Hu was left dumbfounded by this move. He kept eyeing Si-un suspiciously, wondering why wealthy young masters like them, who used superior techniques and miraculous medicines, needed physical training. Si-un also grew suspicious, yet he's training his body from the basics like this. Does this guy genuinely care about Hayek Ryan-un? Sang Kwang Hu, although you're not a key character in the novel, you're strangely trustworthy, so should I reassure him? Thinking this, Si-un grabbed Kwang Hu's hand. "Sang Kwang Hu, my brother, I truly want to enter this contest." Unable to remain calm, he demanded, "Hey, have you lost your mind?" Si-un merely gave a thoughtful smile. "I've gone mad, yes, so I need your help." Kwang Hu froze, unable to understand his intention. Help with what? Si-un clenched his fist and declared, "I want to change things, like how the divine path focuses only on our elder brothers, while young people supporting the 4 heavenly halls must endure defeat and resentment." Kwang Hu stammered in agreement. "That's right, there's nothing for us to do in the divine path." Si-un continued, "I want to change that, though it won't be easy, and to do it, I must survive the succession contest. My good brother who values my life as his own, Sang Kwang Hu, I need your help." His determination and lofty ideals struck straight into Kwang Hu's heart. He suddenly grabbed Si-un by the collar and shouted, "You damn bastard." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he cried, "Let's create an equal divine path together. Yes, don't worry, I'll definitely help you." Leaving Si-un stunned by the result. What, he was convinced that quickly. Faced with Kwang Hu's emotion, Si-un was bewildered. Is it because these people are from ancient times, or because I'm inside a martial arts novel? Why are they so gullible? And now for the next step. He put an arm around his shoulder and added warmly, "Thanks, they say one true brother is worth 100 good friends, right? I feel reassured having you here." While Kwang Hu sniffled, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. But what will you do next? Because I understand your feelings, but how are we supposed to win the succession contest?" Si-un smiled cleverly and got to the point. "First, help me with something." Kwang Hu readily replied, "Tell me." Receiving that support, Si-un felt a little warmth in his heart. Soon after, he obtained what he wanted, thinking he could not sell the overly expensive items even after converting most into silver. Yet Sang Kwang Hu unexpectedly sold them to wealthy acquaintances, bringing the total to around 10 billion. Si-un wondered just how much money Hayek Ryan-un had coaxed out of his mother. Night gradually fell as bright moonlight peeked over the roof. In his room, Si-un considered how to use the money wisely, realizing Sang Kwang Hu was more useful than expected. After checking everything, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking his finances were now sufficient and it was time for the next plan. The next morning, at the residence reserved exclusively for Si-un, he and Kwang Hu were vigorously sparring. Si-un's punches could now unleash much greater force. Kwang Hu relied on his agility and reflexes to dodge continuously. Refusing to be overwhelmed, he searched for an opening to counterattack. A powerful high kick swept past Si-un. Si-un's eyes widened with undisguised excitement as he exclaimed, "Cool." But in the end, Kwang Hu was the first to get struck on the cheek. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground and said, "I can't beat you, let's rest a little." Si-un smiled as heat rose from his body and replied, "You rest." As for himself, he continued practicing his punches. Kwang Hu blurted out, "No matter how many times I see it, it's still unbelievable. If you'd trained like this back at the Demon God Hall, you would have surely become the strongest." Si-un laughed it off, saying, "Back then, I only cared about having fun." Kwang Hu suddenly recalled the past and said, "Come to think of it, when you were little, everyone praised you as a martial arts genius." Those words left Si-un silent for a long while. The original owner's memories gradually surfaced in his mind. Back then, Si-un was still a child with a burning passion for martial arts. Throughout that journey, Si-un's mother, Manhwa, had always accompanied him. Until one day, during a sparring match, he completely overwhelmed his opponent. The frightened boy raised his hand in surrender and said, "I lose." At that moment, Si-un turned toward his mother. Ryan Woon proudly shouted, "Yes, you truly are the martial arts genius of the divine path. You will surely become the successor of the divine path." And those words had truly made him happy. Until one stormy day, when the surroundings became unbearably gloomy. Cries echoed while ceremonial paper money scattered everywhere. His small hands tightly clutched a memorial tablet. Back in the present, Kwang Hu was still sparring with him and challenged, "Is that all you've got?" But unexpectedly, Si-un's expression changed in an instant. He unleashed a punch that flashed past like lightning. Indeed, from that moment onward, Hayek Ryan-un became empty inside and lost his passion for martial arts. He always did everything half-heartedly, choosing only easy things and bullying the weak. He wasted his time on drinking and women with his brothers from the Four Heavens faction. But after Li Si-un took over his body, that emptiness turned into a will to survive. Now Si-un could confidently declare that Hayek Ryan-un had truly returned. He constantly reminded himself that he too had to return. Hearing that mutter, Kwang Hu asks curiously, "What did you say?" Si-un grabs a towel and brushes it off. "I was just talking nonsense to myself." "Hey, I have another favor," and Kwang Hu asks curiously, "What favor?" He seriously makes his request, "I need you to introduce me to someone," while Kwang Hu casually asks, "Who?" Si-un quickly whispers the name into his ear. Hearing it, Kwang Hu jumps in shock and shouts, "Hey, Hayek Ryan-un, are you insane?" Si-un seems to have expected this reaction. That's right. Kwang Hu stares at Si-un in disbelief. The person he wants to meet belongs to the Impermanent Wolf Unit, one of the three main combat forces of the Sun and Moon Divine Cult. It is an elite faction gathering the Divine Cult's strongest members, and the Impermanent Wolf Unit's skilled marksman is named Sa Bu-sion. On a quiet night in a secluded rear courtyard, Bu-sion frowns with his arms crossed while waiting for someone. "I'm glad Sangkwang Hu contacted me first. It's already been years since we graduated from the Demon Spirit Hall. But why did he call me to such a luxurious tavern? Doesn't he know my family is poor?" A moment later, the room door suddenly swings open. Kwang Hu is delighted to see his old friend again. It's been a long time. Unable to restrain himself, he tightly hugs Bu-sion, "My brother Sa Bu-sion." Bu-sion also smiles comfortably. "Right, Sangkwang Hu has always been someone who doesn't care about material things." Meeting again leaves him extremely excited. "How long has it been?" Bu-sion whispers into Kwang Hu's ear, "But why is your body so muscular? Wasn't your motto to train only moderately?" Kwang Hu gives an awkward laugh, finding it hard to believe himself. Just then, a voice interrupts their conversation, "Sa Bu-sion." Si-un clasps his hands and bows slightly. "It's been a long time." Bu-sion's expression instantly darkens. Seeing Bu-sion's current expression, Kwang Hu can only clutch his head. "I knew this would happen." Si-un slowly raises his eyes and studies his expression. At some point, Bu-sion's killing intent has surged to the heavens. Si-un immediately becomes alert. What's with this killing intent? What if he kills me before the protagonist does? This grudge began long ago during Hayek Ryan-un's 4 years studying at the Demon Spirit Hall, when he often bullied Sa Bu-sion. Back then, the original Ryan-un was extremely arrogant. "You filthy commoner. He always looked down on others. Get out of my sight." Even Ryan-un's followers mocked Bu-sion. Back then, Bu-sion could only step back and endure it. Ryan-un suddenly tossed a coin forward. It bounced several times before stopping right in front of Bu-sion. Though humiliated, Bu-sion could only grit his teeth and endure. Ryan-un's mocking voice rang out, "I'm only trying to help you, or are you planning to attack the leader's son?" He contemptuously gave Bu-sion an outrageous order, "Take the money." After satisfying himself, Ryan-un and his group turned and left. Bu-sion reached down and picked up the coin lying on the ground. He clenched his fist, engraving this grudge deep in his heart. Meanwhile, a hand rested on Bu-sion's shoulder. He sympathized. "Hayek Ryan-un humiliated you again," and Bu-sion lowered his face, quietly saying, "Sangkwang Hu. Once I leave the hall, that Hayek Hayek Ryan better stay out of my sight. Even after leaving the hall, I'll still be a member of the ever-changing wolf sect, so I can challenge anyone. When that time comes, I'll beat him to a pulp and return this coin. Kwang Hu had felt extremely uneasy at the time. Back in the present, Si-un stood facing an enraged Bu Xian. Without looking back at Kwang Hu, Bu Xian growled, "Are you helping me fulfill my wish?" Then he questioned him, "Or have you become close with this piece of trash?" Seeing things going badly, Kwang Hu hurriedly explained, "No, Bu Xian, hear me out." Without another word, Bu Xian charged straight in to fulfill his wish. His fist was now only a few centimeters from Si-un's face. Unexpectedly, Si-un chose to drop straight to his knees. This action left Bu Xian unsure what to do. The rage inside him consequently faded. Beside them, Kwang Hu suddenly raised his voice, "Hey, Un." Bu Xian withdrew his fist and asked, "What the hell are you trying to do, Hayek Ryan Un?" Si-un raised his head seriously and faced him. Bu Xian, you know what kneeling before someone in the sect means, right? Understanding his meaning, Bu Xian grew even more contemptuous. "I don't need your pathetic kneeling. What nonsense are you trying to say now?" Si-un patiently expressed his sincerity. "I understand why you're acting this way, so just hear me out for a moment." At that plea, Bu Xian sneered, "Are you kidding me? Fine." He did not accept the request easily. "If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, I'll listen to you." Kwang Hu anxiously glanced at Bu Xian, thinking, "Is this lunatic serious? How could he withstand 3 strikes from the greatest marksman?" Yet Si-un merely lowered his head silently for a moment. Then he clasped his hands before Bu Xian. "Thank you." The moment Si-un opened his eyes, he saw a fist right beside his face. By instinct, he shifted aside and dodged. Seeing the speed of the attack, Si-un exclaimed inwardly, "That scared me if I hadn't dodged in time." The next second, Bu Xian launched another strike. It was as though he had poured all his strength into this punch. Bu Xian's expression clearly revealed his long-held resentment. Si-un shifted aside, causing the fist to slam straight into the wooden floor. He gritted his teeth before such a powerful opponent. Bu Xian's reactions were also extremely fast, and he immediately launched another attack. This time he tightly grabbed Si-un by the collar. His lips curled upward, "Got you now, little rat." Si-un's body was violently thrown to the ground. At that moment, he could only curse inwardly, "Damn it." Bu Xian's resentment-filled fist was about to descend. "This ends here." This time, Si-un had no choice but to take the blow head-on. Standing nearby, Kwang Hu shouted anxiously, "Hayek Ryan Un." Bu Xian frowned at what was beneath him. The sight before him left him utterly astonished. Even though Bu Xian had used his full strength, Si-un managed to cross his arms and block it. A thought flashed through Bu Xian's mind. Where did he learn this technique? Now he could finally speak openly. "Will you listen to me now?" However, Bu Xian had no intention of yielding, saying his time was already up. Kwang Hu added from beside them, "Come on, the 3 strikes are over. Bu Xian, hear us out for a bit and come inside." Back in his room, Si-un looked at his trembling arm, relieved that he had managed to block that strike. Night gradually fell and the moon rose higher. The 3 of them sat together at one table. Once everything was ready, Si-un spoke, saw Bu Xian. He seriously stated his intentions, "I need your strength." The atmosphere in the room became stranger than ever. Bu Xian tilted his head in confusion at Si-un's words and said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Si-un frowned, his eyes gleaming as he said, "The ruthless wolf sect mainly uses swords and spears, but you're not good with either, right?" Hearing this, Bu Xian's temper flared again. "Are you going to say bows are only for impressing girls and that skill is what really matters?" Si-un nodded without denying it. "That's right." This unintentionally ignited Bu Xian's fury again. He tried to punch Si-un, but Kwang Hu stopped him and urged, "Bu Xian, calm down." However, Bu Xian could no longer hold back and shouted, "Your damn mouth is always spewing nonsense, Hayek Ryan Un." His reaction left Si-un rather confused, as he wondered what was wrong with the word skill and told him not to misunderstand. Although the Divine Path recruited talented people, weapons like swords were still valued more, while archers were often looked down upon because they were unsuitable for invasion and conquest. "I believe archery is exactly what we need to conquer the western regions." Those words left the other 2 men frozen for several seconds. The entire room fell strangely silent. Bu Xian suddenly turned away and said, "Your 15 minutes are up." Si-un refused to give up so easily and asked, "Saw Bu Xian, are you really going to let your talent rot away?" Bu Xian sighed and nodded without hesitation, "Yeah." Si-un then revealed his ambition, "I will create the strongest archery sect in the Divine Path, even stronger than the ruthless wolf sect, and I want you to lead it." Those final words made Bu Xian turn back. He angrily demanded, "Hayek Ryan Un, how long are you going to mock me? Keep this up and don't blame my blade for showing no mercy." Without another word, Si-un pulled away a nearby cloth. Beneath it were several boxes he had prepared beforehand. Bu-sion was surprised by this and asked, "What's this?" Si-un slowly opened the lids, revealing the gleam from inside. Normally, what appeared at a moment like this would be money, as Si-un said, "I'll give you another 300,000 taels." Indeed, what appeared at a moment like this was money, as Si-un offered him another 300,000 taels. Bu-sion could not hide the anger in his eyes and asked, "Are you insulting me?" Yet Si-un remained resolute. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not insulting you. I truly intend to establish an archery sect. And among everyone I know, Bu-sion, you're the best archer here." Si-un took a breath before continuing, "That's why I took the risk of coming here to meet you." He even firmly declared, "I will become the successor of the divine path." Si-un's ambition left Bu-sion startled. A few seconds later a sigh sounded, "Hyuk Ryan-un." Bu-sion held his head in exasperation and said, "I thought you'd only lost your mind temporarily." He smiled as if finally accepting it, "But it seems you're genuinely insane." Si-un and Kwang Hu relaxed somewhat as Si-un replied, "Right, since I'm already crazy, I might as well go all the way." Kwang Hu suddenly corrected him, "No, you're not crazy," then immediately turned toward him. Kwang Hu jokingly burst into laughter, "You're completely mental, brother." One thing Bu-sion notices is that his eyes are no longer lifeless like when they studied at the Demon Spirit Hall. Compared with the frivolous and arrogant Ryan-un of the past, his eyes are now filled with unwavering determination. Just then Bu-sion sits straight back down at the table. The sound makes the other two widen their eyes in surprise. Si-un regains his composure and sits opposite him. "Have you decided?" Though slightly embarrassed, Bu-sion stubbornly says, "I'm not doing this for those gold bars. I heard people can change greatly after nearly dying, so I want to see if you're one of them." Si-un raises the wine jug in his hand. "Whatever the reason, thank you." Bu-sion remains cautious while observing Si-un's expression. Their conversation continues until midnight. Only after becoming tipsy does Bu-sion mention something. "No matter how I think about it, I still can't believe the day would come when you'd ask me for help." Si-un smiles helplessly. "I understand how you feel, and I sincerely apologize for what happened before. I was far too immature then." Despite accepting the offer, Bu-sion remains wary. "Even so, I still can't trust you yet." Instead, Si-un becomes even more determined to prove himself. "Then what must I do for you to trust me?" Bu-sion's demand is extremely simple. "I'll believe you if you're willing to learn how to shoot an arrow yourself." This is completely beyond Si-un's expectations. Bu-sion begins forming his own conclusion. "Just as I thought, how could a person change so easily?" A memory resurfaces in Bu-sion's mind from when he was practicing archery. He lets out a soft breath after an accurate shot. Just then, Ryan-un appears and mocks him. "I've never seen an archer who wasn't impotent." "Hey, Bu-sion, are you sure you can even get it up at night?" Ignoring those words, Bu-sion continues practicing. The arrow shoots forward with tremendous force, swift as the wind. The sight of the arrow piercing the training dummy brings back an old memory. A man pulls out the arrow and carefully inspects it. As a child, Bu-sion was fascinated by archery. "That's amazing, father." Bu-sion's father then gently strokes his head. He has always been Bu-sion's greatest idol. "My father, the divine cult's greatest archer, archery was his pride and mine as well. And the one who insulted and looked down on it was you, Hyuk Ryan-un." Bu-sion pauses when he sees Si-un's natural smile. He suddenly feels uncomfortable. "But why are you smiling so brightly in front of me?" At that moment, Si-un rushes before Bu-sion and interrupts his thoughts. "That's all. That's what I wanted to ask." Si-un smiles and makes his request. "Then please teach me archery," making Bu-sion stammer, "Unbelievable, are you serious?" Si-un calmly and firmly declares, "Of course." Si-un's behavior leaves Bu-sion speechless for a long while. Bu-sion reaches for the wine jug already placed on the table. Then he tilts his head back and drains it in one gulp. Bu-sion slams the wine jug onto the table, startling Si-un. His attitude towards Si-un has also changed. "Good, I'll show you what a true archer is like." Bu-sion holds the half-empty wine jug out towards Si-un. He smiled and directly demanded, "Drink up, bastard." Si-un had no reason to refuse the invitation. "Fine." He simply tipped the bottle back and drained it completely. Seeing this, Kwang Hu's face turned pale, but soon he smiled in relief. Luckily, it ended peacefully. However, Kwang Hu would not get off so easily. "Sang Kwang Hu, you have to drink a bottle too." He instinctively stepped back but was held by Si-un. "But I can't handle alcohol." Kwang Hu's scream echoed through the night. "Hey, you lunatics, let's drink and die together." The next morning when the sun was high, inside Si-un's room, Two men lay sprawled across the bed and floor. Bu Xian was awakened by the sunlight outside and slowly got up. The first thing he saw was Quang, who was snoring in his sleep. Bu Xian quickly rubbed his head as pain struck my head. He seriously recalled what had happened last night. They had caused chaos throughout the room at the tavern. Bu Xian grabbed Si-un by the collar and lifted him up. Hayuk Ryan-un, you idiot. Meanwhile, the drunken Quang who tried to stop them, seriously stop it. That night, Bu Xian poured out all his resentment. Do you know how much I've suffered because of you? While Si-un repeatedly answered, I'm really sorry about that. He then changed the subject. What, you want to establish an archer sect? Nonsense. Even now, Bu Xian's thoughts were tangled. No matter how much he's changed, he's still the fourth young master of the divine path, so I went too far. But he drank an entire bottle like that without getting drunk. While he was thinking, someone opened the room's door. An attendant entered and said, You're awake, sir. I've prepared breakfast and clothes for you. Bu Xian appreciated it but declined breakfast. Thank you, but I want to see the fourth young master first. She bowed with a slight blush. He is currently practicing archery at the training ground. This morning news surprised Bu Xian, practicing archery. Understanding his intention, the attendant respectfully offered, Please follow me. Outside at the training ground, several arrows were already embedded in the target. But only a sigh followed because none had struck the bullseye. What a shame. While Si-un paused to rest, he spotted a familiar face. Bu Xian, good morning, did you sleep well? And Bu Xian felt awkward at his friendly manner. It was fine. Si-un continued adjusting his grip on the bow. I've been practicing by myself, but I'm not improving at all. Without hesitation, he asked for help. Can you teach me a few things? For the first few seconds, Bu Xian remained suspicious of Si-un's behavior. Before he could think much, Si-un spoke first. My stance seems wrong, doesn't it? Bu Xian rubbed his chin and replied, No, this stance is meant for hunting, so it isn't exactly wrong. Hearing this, Si-un laughed and praised him. As expected of the dragon demon archer, I learned this from a hunter. Something in his words caught Bu Xian's attention. You're doing well, but what is a dragon demon archer? Si-un awkwardly changed the subject. It's nothing anyway, show me again. Bu Xian took the bow and aimed it straight ahead. He drew the bowstring all the way back. His stance was so precise that Si-un stared wide-eyed in amazement and exclaimed, Amazing. The instant his fingers released the bowstring, the arrow flew like the wind. Inner energy could clearly be seen surrounding the arrow. The arrow struck the bullseye and even cracked the practice target. It was perfectly accurate, in other words, a flawless shot. Si-un stared wide-eyed at the incredible sight. From that moment, he officially became a fan of Bu Xian and exclaimed, Amazing. Bu Xian was now willing to instruct him, saying, Hunting and combat stances are different, but with training you'll soon be able to do this. Si-un's eyes sparkled like countless stars as he said, Then teach me right now. However, Bu Xian did not immediately agree, saying, I have a Ruthless Wolf sect training session this afternoon, so I'll teach you afterward. Hearing this, Si-un declared, Starting today, you don't need to attend the Ruthless Wolf sect's training anymore, leaving Bu Xian confused as he asked what he meant. Si-un quickly pulled a contract from his pocket and said, You signed an agreement with me yesterday. Remember, you'll leave the Ruthless Wolf sect and join my new sect. It turned out to be a devious trick Si-un had arranged, urging him, Sign quickly so we can keep drinking right here, they're good. Remembering this, Bu Xian's face instantly turned pale. Si-un gave him no chance to object and handed it over, saying, Here's the contract, take it. When Bu Xian opened it, he was shocked by the terms already written inside. He immediately asked again, Hayuk Ryan-un, is there some mistake with my advance payment and salary? My salary is 10 times what I earned in the Ruthless Wolf sect. The corner of Si-un's mouth rose because he had struck exactly where it mattered. Knowing talented people had to be valued, Si-un said, Of course, I must pay you silver worthy of your talent, and there are plenty of other benefits, so read carefully. And I've already sent that silver to your house because it was too heavy. After this manipulation, Si-un gently patted his shoulder and said, I'm counting on you, saw Bu Xian. He kept whispering into Bu Xian's ear, Let's work hard together for the future of the divine path. Though still somewhat confused, Bu Xian nodded in agreement. Satisfaction filled Si-un's eyes as everything proceeded according to plan. He had successfully recruited the genius archer from the novel, the Dragon Demon Archer. The Dragon Demon Archer would become the second young master's capable left-hand man. He would work alongside the strategist to help the protagonist overcome countless hardships. Before Bu Xian became the Dragon Demon Archer, the protagonist had already dealt with Hayuk Ryan-un, so this friendship never existed in the original novel. Yet unexpectedly, Bu Xian had been bullied in the past even though Xian had never written that. In the novel, after the second young master took power, he would strengthen his forces and establish an archery sect called the Dragon Demon Sect to prepare for war against the other sects. Bu Xian would then be appointed its leader, but since Xian suddenly wanted to establish an archery sect without power or influence, he probably could not create the Dragon Demon Sect yet. Thinking this far, Xian suddenly realized, wait, it doesn't necessarily have to be a sect made only of archers. I need the strongest special sect capable of doing everything. On a beautiful morning, inside Xian's residence, a steaming cup of tea rested neatly on the table. With a sigh, he slowly read through the book and wondered, how should I create a special sect? Just then, the sound of someone entering caught Xian's attention. Quang Hu enters with Bu Xian, good morning, and Xian smiles in greeting. Come in, how is everyone's progress? Bu Xian takes a scroll from his bag. This is a list of skilled archers I know in the impermanent wolf unit, and Xian quickly accepts it. Thanks. Xian then turns to his friend's task, saying, Quang Hu, how is the formation of the special force going? He answers honestly, it's complicated to establish a military force. We first need a commander, and Xian rubs his chin. Isn't one leader enough? Quang Hu frankly explains, if it's your private faction, yes, but becoming an official faction of the divine cult requires many conditions. This makes Xian ponder, an unofficial faction gets no benefits from the divine cult, while an official force needs establishment funds, training hall access, and weapon support. But we don't have that much money, so what should we do? At this point, Quang Hu suggests an idea. The best way is to join an existing faction. Because the Sun and Moon Divine Cult has not only its main forces, but also many factions of different sizes. We can create our faction under the name of one of them. Xian crosses his arms and widens his eyes. Is there any decent faction to choose? And Quang Hu smirks, of course you know it too. Xian finds this hard to believe. There's actually such a faction. Quang Hu finally puts on a serious expression. Have you forgotten? You created it yourself. I'm talking about the Four Heavens Hall. Xian recoils in shock. Our faction is an official force. Quang Hu sighs and reminds him, I told you, it only has the name, and although you paid for most of our partying, we sometimes used its subsidies too, making Xian scratch his head awkwardly. I didn't know that. Quang Hu reveals something else, because the real commander isn't you, it's Dampiang. Xian seriously asks about the faction, then who's the leader of the Four Heavens Hall? And Quang Hu calmly replies, mock Dampiang, if he can be leader, then you or Bu Xian can too. Since he lacks the authority himself, he probably invited someone qualified to hold the position for him. Hearing this, Xian narrows his eyes and slightly frowns. This is getting complicated. But the next second his confidence returns. Then shall we go now? Bu Xian is confused by his sudden decision. Go where? Xian turns around and answers simply, where else? To meet mock Dampiang. Quang Hu gapes in shock. You're planning to make him hand over the faction? And Xian innocently nods. Yeah, can't I? Quang Hu looks tense. Don't you remember what kind of person he is? He spends all the faction's money on drinking and women. Do you really think he'll hand it over? Xian sticks to his decision. If he refuses, we'll make him agree. We don't have time to waste here. Bu Xian still tries a more peaceful approach. Fine, let me talk to Dampiang first, then we can discuss it over drinks. But Xian firmly decides, no, right now. Quang Hu's face turns slightly pale. We're going right now. Xian strides toward the door with fierce determination. Hurry up. Soon afterward, all three ride their horses along the main road. Throughout the journey, Quang Hu keeps warning him, you're asking for trouble. Mock Dampiang isn't the kind of person who will obediently show himself. Seeing his concern, Xian calmly reassures him, so even if we ask politely, he won't listen. And Quang Hu hesitates before answering, right. Xian seems to have formed a plan. We must reach the Four Heavens Hall before he returns for dinner and drinks. Otherwise, Bu Xian will have much more trouble. Xian cheerfully looks toward the distracted Bu Xian. Then he directly pulls the reins and heads toward one place. Besides, we're already here. The three stop before a tightly shut house. Without hesitation, Xian pounds hard on the door. A few seconds later, an irritated voice comes from inside. What is it? A white-haired old man opened the door and snapped, where do you think you are to cause such a disturbance? But he immediately had to swallow his words, because standing before him was none other than the fourth young master. He bent forward humbly and greeted him, welcome back, while Xian explained loudly, I'm in a hurry, so I knocked a little hard, sorry. Right, where is mock Dampiang? And the old man quickly reported, he is eating, should I inform him? Si-un smiled meaningfully and gave a slight wink. No need, I'll go myself. The old man stepped aside while Si-un and his companions entered. Yes. Inside the room, Dampyeong was drinking and eating his fill, completely unaware of what was happening. While he leisurely enjoyed himself, his room door was suddenly kicked open. Startled by the noise, Dampyeong choked and spilled wine from the bottle. Dampyeong ground his teeth. I told you no one was allowed inside. Furious, he hurled the wine bottle without even looking. While I'm eating. Si-un swiftly caught the wine bottle in midair. This startled Dampyeong, making him immediately look up. Si-un smiled at him with an arrogant air. Seeing the familiar face, Dampyeong adjusted his robe. What's this? Is it you, 30? He tilted his head toward the group behind Si-un, including Sang Kwang-hu. What's the occasion? Dampyeong was especially shocked when he saw Bu Si-un. His cheeks flushed from the alcohol. Hey, you three bastards, why are you hanging around with trash like him? Hearing his companion called that, Si-un's face hardened with anger. He's more thuggish than I expected. Si-un restrained himself, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite him. Not only that, he deliberately propped his feet on Dampyeong's table covered with food and wine. He now carried an air of maturity mixed with insolence and a hint of anger. Unable to tolerate the insult, Dampyeong's veins bulged as he snapped, "What the hell are you doing?" Si-un raised his chin with a dignified air. He may serve under me and be a bastard, but how dare you call my friend trash? Dampyeong quickly grabbed the wine bottle from the table and gulped it down. He then mockingly faced them and let out a loud burp. Si-un covered his nose while thinking, 30 considers this guy a close friend. Before grimacing, how can it smell this bad? Dampyeong shook the wine bottle and scoffed. Hey, did you eat something weird, or did coming back from death drive you insane? He put the bottle on the table and switched to his long smoking pipe. Dampyeong curled his lips contemptuously and asked, Fine, why did you bring that lowly bastard here? Si-un maintained his mocking demeanor. The 4 heavenly halls, I came to take it back. Dampyeong froze for a few seconds at those words. What, take it back? Si-un slowly repeated every word. Give the 4 heavenly halls back. It had been a long time since anyone had humiliated Dampyeong this badly, and rage began rising within him. Hey bastard, are you picking a fight with me? You wanna enter the succession contest? Si-un showed no fear and stood straight as he declared, yeah, the 4 Heavens faction will become an official corps affiliated with the Eastern Star Palace. Dampyeong found this declaration ridiculous and burst into thunderous laughter. Dampyeong clenched his fist and challenged him, wake up and stop dreaming, you can't do it, you 3 aren't qualified. Si-un frowned with a teasing look in his eyes. Enough, you only need to say one thing, I agree. This arrogance directly wounded Dampyeong's pride as he snapped, what? Naturally unwilling to tolerate the insult, Dampyeong wielded his smoking pipe as a weapon. He swung it straight at Si-un's face. However, his current strength felt like a mere scratch to Si-un, who said, say you agree and I'll forgive you. For a moment, Dampyeong felt a trace of fear and shouted, don't mess with me. He stubbornly tried to ambush Si-un with his other hand, but Si-un quickly locked down that attack. Si-un's expression hardened. You refuse the easy way and choose the hard way. Dampyeong trembled under the murderous aura in Si-un's eyes. Si-un then took the opportunity to teach Dampyeong a lesson. His slap was powerful enough to instantly sober Dampyeong up. Even so, Dampyeong still recklessly roared, how dare you? Before he could finish, another slap struck his other cheek. Si-un pinned Dampyeong down and repeatedly beat him. Screams and sharp slapping sounds echoed together. When both cheeks were swollen and bloodied, Si-un sternly interrupted, stop, that's not what you should say. He glared at him and kindly instructed, you should say, I agree, making Dampyeong frantically raise his hand in surrender and cry, I agree. Only then did Si-un ask another question. Who is the leader of the 4 Heavens faction? Dampyeong gently touched his injured cheek and replied, Kang Di-shik, he's the leader. That name immediately surprised Si-un. Kang Di-shik, after reclaiming the 4 Heavens faction from Dampyeong, afternoon had already arrived. The group mounted their horses, preparing for their next move. Si-un remained troubled by that name, thinking, so it's Kang Di-shik. Whenever uncertain, he asked Kwang-hu, wasn't Kang Di-shik originally from the shadow faction of the Assassin Corps? And Kwang-hu nodded, explaining that he was an expert in advanced martial arts. However, after encountering some trouble, he had been forced to work for mock Dampyeong. Si-un gazed at the sky and muttered, having him continue leading such a lousy corps would be a complete waste. Bu Si-un still did not know their next move and asked, so are we going to meet Kang Di-shik now? However, today's objective was already achieved, so Si-un said, forget it, I'm hungry, we'll find him later. While inwardly sighing that facing mock Dampyeong earlier had nearly scared him to death, so there was no way he could continue now. If he had not learned the scale armor technique, he might have lost a finger. He recalled his fierce slapping earlier and thought that even though he had used the 7 Moon Divine Flame while striking Dampyeong, If that was all he could manage, then his martial arts were still far from complete. For that reason, Si-un has only one thing to do now: become even stronger. The next morning, Dampyeong arrives at his residence and causes a commotion. "Come out, you bastard." He is not alone but has brought a group of guards. "You dared launch a surprise attack on me. Come out." Si-un looks down from the railing in exasperation. What an idiot. What does he expect me to do when he personally brought Kang D-shik to my door this early? A while later, he stands before the biggest man in the group. "Fine, I'm here." D-shik gets straight to the point. "Is what young Master Mok said true? Things may get worse depending on your answer." Si-un adjusts his red hair and smiles provocatively. "If he thinks so just because he's too weak, then let him." Dampyeong angrily retorts, "You bastard, look, Leader Kang, there's no reason to listen to him anymore." He even shouts an order at D-shik, "Take him down." The man immediately channels his inner energy and stomps hard enough to crack the ground. D-shik's current aura resembles a mighty wild beast. He takes a stance and declares, "I'll show you my martial arts." Si-un frowns and nods, "Come on," while thinking that D-shik is wasting his talent, since such an expert has to handle nonsense for that man. Before starting, Si-un asks curiously, "Leader Kang, don't you need a weapon?" And D-shik replies threateningly, "You'd lose a limb if I used one. Fourth young master, you should use a weapon." Si-un understands clearly that he is being looked down on, but since he prefers fairness, he says, "Then I'll fight barehanded too." D-shik remains arrogant. "Martial world rules allow the weak to use weapons against the strong, so use one." But Si-un shakes his head. "No need, using a sword against an unarmed man would be improper." D-shik is amused by those bold words. "It's been a long time, but your way with words seems to have improved." Si-un proves his tongue is not just for show. "Do you think I'm like your cowardly master?" Making Dampyeong flare up, "You bastard." Unable to lure him into using a weapon, D-shik insults him another way. "I'll let you attack first." Si-un takes his stance and calculates inwardly, "This is my only chance," while his guard is down. He suddenly bursts forward from his original position. His speed keeps increasing with each step. "I have to finish this in one move." Using his momentum, Si-un leaps straight toward D-shik. He uses a clone technique, creating an afterimage before his eyes. Then it vanishes, leaving D-shik slightly surprised. D-shik recognizes the technique. That's the ghost step of the Shadow Sect. How does the fourth young master know an assassin core technique? He quickly turns and searches everywhere, but no one is behind him. Suddenly, a faint breath sends a chill down D-shik's neck. His pupils contract sharply when he sees a shadow beneath his feet. Si-un has appeared and disappeared repeatedly, finding his blind spot in an instant. His palm strike carries the inner energy of the Seven Moon Divine Flame Ripple, the Black Buddha Fist Palm. Since the attack comes directly from his blind spot, D-shik has no way to dodge. Si-un's face tightens as he grits his teeth. Meanwhile, D-shik takes the punch and suffers overwhelming pain. The remaining force sends D-shik flying several meters backward. Only then does Dampyeong truly become terrified. "We're finished." The arrogant men who followed him earlier are now drenched in sweat. A few seconds later, D-shik's heavy body crashes to the ground. His face turns pale as he trembles under Dampyeong's gaze. "How?" Si-un walks forward to confront him and the group from the escort tower. After gaining the upper hand, he crooked a finger at Dampyeong. "Mock Dampyeong, come here." Both frightened and furious, he could only grit his teeth. "Here, I mean, yes, my lord." Si-un smiled and cornered him. "You even brought Leader Kang here today, so you want to join my new faction too, right?" Dampyeong hesitated, unsure what to do. "Wait, about that." Seeing his hesitation, Si-un raised his hand and threatened Dampyeong without restraint. Giving him no chance to refuse, Si-un put an arm around him and declared, "Then I warmly welcome you and all the brothers of the four heavenly halls." Dampyeong now had no way out. "Yes, whatever you wish, my lord." Taking advantage of the situation, Si-un loudly addressed everyone present. "All right, everyone, pay attention. From now on, follow Sabu Sion's orders and begin training immediately. He's practically a real monster now, so from today onward, be reborn, you bastards." The men accompanying Dampyeong began trembling in fear of Sabu Sion. Si-un left with a smug smile, "Good luck," while Bu Sion threatened them with a club and forced everyone to kneel. Just like that, everything was settled and Si-un returned to his study. Excited, he comfortably threw himself onto the bed. Thinking it over, Si-un sighed in relief. "I really thought I was about to die." Who would have thought combining the Black Buddha Fist Palm with the sevenfold divine transformation after the ghost step would actually work? The problem is I can only use it when my opponent drops their guard, so it won't work against an expert. Whatever the situation, he kept reminding himself, survive first so I can return home someday. A few weeks passed, and the sound of counting steps echoed throughout the training ground. Buxian loudly ordered the group, shout louder. Though exhausted, they still had to push themselves, especially Dampiang, who had to force himself through the training. The intensity left Dampiang constantly pale. Why do I have to do this? Seeing him hesitate, Buxian immediately snapped, run faster. Quang, who smiled inwardly with satisfaction, saw Buxian has become increasingly reliable since becoming the faction's deputy leader. Perhaps Un really will become the successor. Just then, Si Un's voice reached them. Hey, Deputy Leader Saw, don't let those lazy bastards rest. Understanding him, something gleamed in Buxian's eyes. Of course. Si Un walked beside Quang Hu and remarked, managing a faction isn't easy at all, while Buxian shouted at the members, who said you could rest. While thinking, Si Un suddenly remembered something. Right, Hu, I just thought of a new name for the 4 heavenly halls. How does Black Lion sound? And Quang Hu replied in surprise, Black Lion, I've never heard a name like that. Si Un then explained at length, our dream is to create a better future for the divine path, so I want a completely new name for our faction. He continued explaining, our dream is to create a better future for the divine path, so I want a completely new name for our faction. Quang Hu stared wide-eyed at how thoroughly Si Un had planned everything. An emblem. When he actually saw the emblem, he could not hide his amazement. I've never seen anything like this before. Si Un was quite pleased by Quang Hu's excitement, thinking, I actually stole this idea from the real world, but he seems to love it. However, something still bothered him. Our faction is still too small, though Buxian has gathered around 30 archers. We need at least 100 people to form a complete faction, but for a new faction like ours. The Demon God Hall's graduation ceremony is coming soon. Quang Hu sighed, immediately understanding Si Un's intention. All the divine path's geniuses gather there. Do you really think they'll join us? Si Un seemed prepared and pulled out a book. With this, they definitely will. Quang Hu flipped through the pages and kept exclaiming, are you serious? Si Un smirked confidently. Why ask something so obvious? Just find me a blacksmith. Soon, the day of the Demon God Hall's graduation ceremony arrived. The graduates eagerly wore their new uniforms. Naturally, there were also booths introducing various sects, including the Fire Dragon sect, famous for offering the best benefits among the major sects. As recruiters called, all graduates have a chance to join, come register here. However, amid all that commotion, something even louder drew everyone's attention. A group equipped with armor and weapons slowly entered. Behind them fluttered the distinctive banner of the Black Lion sect. Not only that, Si Un was also wearing an impressive suit of armor. This sparked curiosity throughout the graduation ceremony as people asked, who are they? Could they be the Black Lion sect founded by the 4th young master? I've never heard that name before, and is that black iron armor? Everyone marveled at their equipment, saying, seriously, their armor is made of black iron, as expected of the power of the foreign Luo Hu family, who would have thought he'd make armor from black iron, a material worth as much as gold. Behind his mask, Si Un could barely contain his excitement as he thought, everyone's looking this way. The graduation ceremony ended in the late afternoon as the sun gradually sank westward. The iron armor was removed and scattered across the floor. Si Un's group of 4 collapsed on the ground, breathing raggedly as if barely alive, while only Dampiang wondered why he had to do this. Si Un struggled to steady his breathing and said, it's so heavy it nearly killed me. Buxian barely managed to sit up and said, after wearing it, I understand why nobody makes armor from black iron. Even a bow is lighter. Hearing this, Quang Hu added, we did exactly what you said, but will this really work? Although the results were not yet visible, Si Un confidently replied, of course, clearly delivering a powerful message is basic marketing. Quang Hu sat up and stared wide-eyed at those strange terms, asking, message marketing, what are you talking about? Realizing he had slipped up, Si Un laughed it off and said, nothing, just wait, we'll definitely get a response. A few days later, over 100 people were already waiting outside Si Un's residence. Everyone was excited by the group's remarkably effective promotion. Si Un confidently admired the results of his efforts and said, see. Only then did Quang Hu notice a problem and ask, but are you planning to accept all these people? However, Si Un had already calculated everything and replied, of course not, I'll test their physical abilities first and select those capable of enduring. Because I'm creating a special martial sect equipped with the most advanced weapons ever seen in the martial world. Si-un's creativity made his two already admiring friends respect him even more. He reviewed what he had accomplished, having established his own sect, and now it was time to increase his influence within the family. He had to prepare for the upcoming rivalry between the protagonists, Ti Mu-kwang and the second young master, Hyuk Ryan Jin. Time passed, and on one fine day, Si-un arrived at a certain place with his hands clasped respectfully in greeting. He bowed toward the person seated above and said, "It's been a while, elder sister." The distant figure showed no reaction to his greeting. She merely gave Si-un a cold, piercing glance. Si-un's reason for coming was simple. He first needed to approach the third young lady, Hyun Ryan Wall, who wanted to form a faction with the second young master. However, she showed no pleasure and said, "If you came here to beg for your life, I've heard enough, leave." Contrary to Ryan Wall's expectations, Si-un directly stated, "Actually, I came to propose an alliance with you." Even so, she rejected him for one simple reason, saying, "You possess neither ability nor strength. All you have is silver from your mother's Luo-hu family," prompting Si-un to retort, "The Luo-hu family? What did you just say, you rude ugly woman?" Those words enraged Ryan Wall even further as she demanded, "Is that how you beg for your life?" Despite enduring her oppressive aura, Si-un remained firm and said, "I came to propose an alliance as an equal, so I'll offer you benefits you cannot refuse." Ryan Wall waves dismissively, "I don't want to hear it. Return to the Eastern Star Palace if you still value your life." Before she leaves, Si-un raises his voice. "The second young master has chosen the first young master." Seeing her steps pause, he becomes certain she's wavering. Si-un directly targets Ryan Wall's interests to form an alliance with the unsupported second young master. "You're planning to closely watch the first young master's heaven-soaring clan, but that's a mistake because the second young master has already merged his forces with him." She sharply questions him, "Where did you hear that?" He smiles while hiding the source, "I can't tell you since I obviously can't say I wrote it myself." Those words make Ryan Wall turn around. "So you want to be my ally?" And Si-un immediately nods, "Exactly." Faced with his determination, Ryan Wall lets out a soft sigh. She clearly draws her line, "An alliance is an equal relationship, but I gain nothing by allying with you." Unexpectedly, he offers something far more valuable. "Then what if you also gain the Eclipse clan as an ally?" Ryan Wall must seriously consider this, an alliance with the Eclipse clan, one of the wealthiest clans in the divine cult. Before agreeing, she remains suspicious. "How can you promise an alliance with the Celestial Shaman clan when the Eclipse clan hasn't even acknowledged you?" And he answers ambiguously, "That may be true now, but it will definitely change." Then Si-un reveals shocking information, "Because I'll soon enter the Demon God Cave." Hearing those words, Ryan Wall's eyes widen. The Demon God Cave. In 300 years since its creation, no one has ever cleared that place where those who enter never return. Yet this man plans to go there. Her curiosity makes her ask, "Do you know what entering the Demon God Cave means?" Si-un says little and gives only a short answer. "To show my sincerity, I must at least do this much. Then I'll await your answer after I return alive from the Demon God Cave, my dear sister." He returns to watch the new recruits training under Busion's guidance. Si-un then carefully reads the book in his hand, The Demon God Cave, a training ground built by the third cult leader, the fallen Demon King, who laid the foundation of the Sun and Moon divine cult to cultivate talented disciples. It is an ancient tradition you must clear the Demon God Cave to become a true divine cult disciple and qualify for succession. That's what I wrote. Reading this, Si-un grabs his head and curses himself. Why did I create such a setting? The next second, his face turns pale. What are my chances of surviving this? If it were the second young master, then. Si-un immediately throws the thought of failure out of his mind. But if I want to survive, I have no other choice. He reminds himself with determination, "I can do this." Si-un then packs his belongings and heads toward the Demon God Cave deep in the mountains. Suddenly, he stops after noticing something ahead. Si-un has truly arrived before the entrance of the Demon God Cave. The guards immediately become alert upon seeing an unfamiliar person approaching. They quickly open the first gate, allowing him to enter. Si-un hides his fear and continues straight ahead. Deep inside, Si-un keeps reminding himself, "I'm not going to die here." Once inside, he lights the torch he prepared. There is only darkness inside and a seemingly endless path stretching ahead. Si-un removes the luggage from his back. "Then shall we begin?" He has brought a thick coat and a pair of gloves. Si-un quickly puts them on while considering his next move. After quite a while, he finally finishes putting on the cumbersome outfit. All right, preparations are complete. Just then, a deafening screech echoes through the cave. Here they come. The demon god cave, so this is the beginning. The first trial is the cave bats whose saliva causes hallucinations. Sometimes they swarm in groups of hundreds, biting until you die from dehydration. As the writer of this ridiculous story, he was always one step ahead. They're dangerous, but I foresaw this and learned survival skills from an expert. Facing the approaching swarm of illusion mosquitoes, he shouted, "Come on." Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted and frightened the mosquitoes. It turned out Si-un was using a flamethrower to eliminate them. He admired the invention in his hands. Surprised, old hag, die, behold my wooden insect sprayer. Si-un shouted without thinking, die, return to Mother Earth. Wave after wave of illusion mosquitoes gently fell to the ground. It took him quite a while to clear the first trial. After confirming it was safe, Si-un removed his helmet. The second young master defeated these mosquitoes with fire arts. He used his prepared torch to send them away, and though it was not very impressive, it worked perfectly. Si-un was satisfied with his strategy. Anyway, I've successfully cleared the first trial of the demon god cave. Meanwhile, elsewhere stood an estate far larger than Si-un's. Somewhere inside the inner residence, only two people were meeting and talking. The first was the first young master Hyuk Ryan, who asked, "Why are you so relaxed?" Ryan Jin inhaled the aroma of tea and replied, "Should I be worried because Un entered the demon god cave?" Ryan frowned and stared at him incredulously. "Yes, aren't you planning to enter there next month?" He smiled without concern. "Probably, but Un suddenly decided to enter the demon god cave, so I wonder what he's thinking." Hearing this, Ryan grew irritated. "Who cares about that guy? He's probably seeking his own death, and just thinking that I have to call him my younger brother is humiliating. What lowly merchant blood." Ryan calmly placed his teacup on the table. He closed his eyes in silence, making the atmosphere strangely tense. Immediately afterward, a faint tremor spread through the room. The pressure from Ryan inner power grew increasingly intense. Ryan realized he had made a serious mistake. Ryan tightly closed eyes narrowed even further. The man could only stammer softly, "Sorry, that slipped out." Only then did Ryan return to normal. "We are people who devote ourselves entirely to the great divine path, so please stop saying things that could cause misunderstandings." Seeing this, Ryan laughed it off. Inwardly, he sighed with relief when Ryan smile returned. Ryan recalled his match against Ryan He had clearly been completely overwhelmed by Ryan intimidating pressure. Despite Ryan scholarly face, few people truly knew how terrifying this seemingly frail man was. Back in the demon god cave, Si-un had no idea how far he had traveled. He rubbed his body to warm himself. "Why did I suddenly get chills?" With that, Si-un took out his defensive weapon, a pair of earplugs, now to prepare for the next trial. He also hung 3 small wooden beads around his neck. Then he tightly blindfolded himself with a black cloth. "Come on, second trial of the demon god cave, heart demon formation." Having lost his sight, Si-un used the tip of his sword to feel his way forward. But this was far from easy for an ordinary person like him. Suddenly, the cave's surroundings changed as dozens of ancient formations appeared. According to the story, the second trial was quite dangerous, a place where every nightmare became reality while the surrounding mist made those nightmares seem even more real. But Hyuk Ryan had blown them away with his martial arts, because the moment you doubted yourself or let your imagination wander, you were basically dead. Si-un struggled to remain steady and muttered, "Even if the eastern sea dries up and Whitehead Mountain wears away." His sword tip suddenly touched soft ground and sank slightly. Only then did he dare remove his blindfold, thinking this must be the end. Another deep cave entrance now stood before Si-un. He took several beads from around his neck and thought, although this isn't the technique the second young master used, luckily the poison blood jade worked. But isn't this too easy? Only the third trial remains, right? It'd be great if that one were this easy too. Si-un opened the stopper of a bottle from his pack. The smell nearly made him vomit as he exclaimed, "It stinks, how am I supposed to smear this on myself?" Even so, Si-un gritted his teeth and endured it, knowing survival required some suffering. But that liquid alone was not enough, so he took out a small vial and mixed the two substances together. Si-un carefully poured the mixture into the previous bottle and wondered, "This should work, right?" After finishing, he placed the bottle before the cave entrance and thought, It better work, I've already come too far. Si-un quickly ran as far away as possible, hoping it would work. Si-un hid behind a large rock and silently observed the situation. Only a few seconds later, he heard a sound approaching. Si-un's inner energy surged as he thought, it's here, now I need ghost steps to conceal my sound and scale armor to harden my body. A long, withered hand crawled out of the cave. Thick, disgusting saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth. The monster crawled along the ground with a tongue over 10 centimeters long. Si-un secretly watched its reaction and thought, an underground monster, I can't believe these really exist. Even an expert would struggle to defeat one. Having lived underground for too long, they were blind and could only rely on their sense of smell. After smearing ointment on himself, concealing his sound, and hardening his body, it would mistake him for a foul-smelling rock, while the bottle's scent would attract its curiosity more than his own. Without hesitation, it sniffed the bottle, making Si-un think it took the bait. Suddenly, the monster became agitated, revealing 2 ghastly white eyes. It knocked the bottle away and let out a horrifying scream. The monster's body violently thrashed across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Si-un leaped straight over it without leaving any trace. Si-un was pleased to have passed the monster so easily, thinking, I also added chili powder and sedative. But suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he thought, wait, what the hell is this? This was probably his miscalculation, because there was more than one underground monster. Si-un quickly flattened himself against the ground and cursed. Cold sweat poured from his body like a stream as he thought, there's more than one, is its whole family here. Si-un hid behind a rock wall and silently prayed, please don't notice me. Each monster passing by made him increasingly tense as he pleaded inwardly, please. When one passed him, he celebrated too soon and thought, that's right, keep going. Suddenly, it changed direction and turned towards Si-un with its ghastly white eyes. Sweat uncontrollably poured down his face. The monster extended its tongue to probe the object before it as Si-un thought, just keep going. Si-un's nerves were stretched so tight that his entire body remained completely motionless. The distance between Si-un and it gradually closes. Its eyes glow white as if it wants to pounce on Si-un. Naturally, he cannot help screaming in terror. Si-un pulls out his weapon and points it at the monster. Then he lands several blows and knocks it back. Take this, dogface. The monster locks onto its target and immediately swings its claws. Its strike shatters the rock Si-un was hiding behind. Si-un seizes the chance to flee. Things have already gone this far, so I have to run with everything I've got toward the exit. The monster sticks out its tongue and lets out a horrifying sound. It relentlessly chases after him along the path he is running. Not only that, the monster also attracts more of its kind. Damn, it's following my scent. Smearing all that pig fat on myself was completely useless. Si-un can only run with all his strength straight out of the encirclement. Fortunately, he has already opened a considerable gap. All that training wasn't wasted. You bastards can't catch me. But after barely 3 seconds of joy, Si-un finds the largest one blocking his path. It roars while sticking out its 20-centimeter tongue. Si-un can only charge straight ahead with his momentum. I didn't expect this. At this point, he has no choice but to confront his opponent head-on. Si-un leaps high and throws a thunder fist down at the Demon King. But instead of striking its head, he targets the ground in front of it. The punch sends dust flying everywhere. The Demon King's vision is obstructed. It becomes confused as the dust disrupts the scent it was tracking. Si-un then bursts forward, seizing the chance to make consecutive moves. Suddenly, the Demon King crashes through a strange piece of cloth and pauses for a moment. Its pursuit briefly stops, allowing Si-un to escape while the Demon King is confused. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that Demon King was insane. Did he really create the Demon God Cave just to raise these things? Before he can catch his breath, Si-un is once again closely pursued by the Demon King. Amid the bad luck, he finally gets lucky. There's the exit. However, the terrain forces Si-un to stop abruptly. The chasm beneath his feet makes him hesitate. I didn't expect much after knowing the second young master crossed this cliff easily, but this is way too deep. With the abyss and exit ahead and the Demon King lunging from behind, Si-un can only scream, Demon King, I curse you. He encourages himself and steps back for a running start. I can do this, let's go. Driven by the pursuit and his desire to survive, Si-un pours all his strength into his legs. Behind him, the Demon King swings its claws, waiting for him to slip. It is only inches away from grabbing him. Just as the Demon King reaches for him, Si-un leaps off the cliff edge. The cave gradually falls silent as he makes the greatest leap of his life. Before even reaching the other side, Si-un rejoices. I did it. Thank goodness I learned Black Wing as Jang Maryang advised. I should reward him more when I return. But celebrating too early backfired as his jumping power fell slightly short. Wait, hold on. Xian desperately reached toward the opposite ledge. But the distance was too great, and as his body fell, he cried, "Impossible." Xian screamed helplessly, his voice echoing throughout the space. His back endured the tremendous force of the fall. Dust filled the air as the impact gradually faded. Xian's hand lay limply on the ground. His eyes were wide open as his heartbeat raced chaotically. Fortunately, Xian soon managed to sit up. Without scale armor, I'd be dead, but how am I supposed to get back up there? Suddenly, he noticed something interesting. Many glowing gems were embedded in the cliff wall. They formed a trail toward a new passage. What the hell is this? I don't remember writing anything like this. Those monsters probably won't appear again, right? Whatever lies ahead, it's better than starving to death here. Acting immediately, he followed the path without hesitation. The light shining from ahead made Xian feel incredibly warm. Instead of reaching the outside, he entered even deeper into the cave. Here, trees were laden with ripe fruit. Xian followed the existing stairs upward. Finally, he stopped before a gate. This is the legendary hidden sanctuary beneath the abyss. A strange handprint was carved into the stone slab. Xian thought for a few seconds, I'm supposed to place my hand here, right? With nothing left to lose, he decided to place his hand on it. Fortunately, the heavy doors slowly opened to both sides. Xian watched excitedly as what lay beyond gradually appeared. Inside, only a single skylight shone directly into the main hall. Xian walked toward the altar to see what had been placed there. Before picking up the book and sword, he wanted to clarify something. There's something written on this stone. To the one who shall inherit my position, congratulations on overcoming every trial of the demon god cave. I, the fallen demon king, created this cave so whoever conquers it would become my successor, so use this inheritance wisely. After reading this, Xian touched the scroll neatly placed on the altar. Xian was quite surprised by its contents, as it contained a secret martial art. Legend says the greatest warrior in the history of the divine path never passed down his martial arts or left any record of those divine techniques. But everything has changed, because this is the holy demon's peerless martial art, hidden here all along. Xian grew extremely excited upon reading this. If this really is the holy demon's peerless martial art, I've hit the jackpot. Clearing the demon god cave was already great, but I never expected an extra reward like this. But why is the handwriting so awful? I can barely read any of it, so I'll have to take it back and ask old Jang to decipher it. He could not help noticing the sword left there. This sword looks special too. Unable to resist his curiosity, he directly pulled the sword from its sheath. Even after 100 years, the sword still shone brilliantly. Xian held it toward the sunlight, revealing its pure color. His eyes gleamed with excitement like a child's. Soon after, Xian sheathed the sword. He could not help wondering, places like this usually have miraculous medicines that increase strength too, right? After obtaining his reward, Xian quickly retraced his path. Along the way, he casually picked a pear from a branch. The trials had been so difficult that Xian's strength was greatly depleted. He ate his fill, then washed his face at a stream and drank some water. The cool water gently flowed across Xian's face. Only then did he truly feel that he had survived. However, unlike his initial excitement, he now felt somewhat disappointed. It turned out Xian had watched too many immortal cultivation dramas, because these were just ordinary fruits and water, making him curse the stingy old man for not leaving behind any miraculous medicine. He quickly returned to the ruins in frustration, thinking he needed miraculous medicine more than that martial art. This time, Xian found a door bearing a handprint. Just like before, the heavy stone door slowly slid open to both sides. Inside was a room filled with ancient weapons, making Xian marvel at the enormous collection. Xian quickly inspected everything and counted 7 swords and 5 short swords. Nearby were also 7 spears and a whole pile of bows. Among them, one item especially caught Xian's attention as he wondered, "What's this?" I remember something called the hornless dragon gloves on the list. Are these them? They feel like ordinary gloves but softer. Even while moving his hands after putting them on, they remained comfortable and fit perfectly. Since he had not received any miraculous medicine, Xian also took the fallen demon king's cloak and said, "Don't mind if I do." These items had survived for centuries yet remained intact, meaning they must have been made from extremely high-quality materials. Since there was also food and water here, he could take his time finding a way out, so he decided to stay a few days and study the martial art. Time passed, and what Xian intended to be a few days became several weeks. Xian carried a pile of acquired weapons over his shoulders and groaned, "Damn, these are heavy." He had now finished studying the lost martial art and decided it was time to return. Following the instructions, he walked along the dark passage and thought, Luckily, that old demon wrote down the exit's location. Still, one thing bothered Si-un because the old man never said where it led, so he decided to keep going and find out. After a long while, sunlight finally appeared ahead as he exclaimed, "So bright, where am I?" Suddenly, a wooden staff slipped from someone's hand and fell to the ground. An old woodcutter trembled when he saw Si-un emerge from the cave. Si-un smiled, approached him, and asked, "Hey, old man, where is this place?" The old man froze in disbelief and cried, the successor of the Demon King has descended into the mortal world." After saying that, the old man drops to his knees before Si-un, making him exclaim, "No, wait, old man, what did you just say?" The old man's eyes shine with emotion. "The Demon King's cloak and sword prove you are his successor. I am blessed beyond measure to have met you." Si-un frowns in confusion. The Demon King's cloak, is he talking about my clothes and sword? Immediately afterward, the old man jumps to his feet and stares at him for a moment. Without saying another word, the old man turns and runs away. Si-un mutters helplessly, "At least show me the way before leaving." Meanwhile, outside, someone mentions Si-un. "It's been several weeks since Un disappeared. Did something happen to him?" Sunlight shines upon the rooftops of the Black Lion sect. Kwang Hu and Bu Xian are shopping along the street when they encounter a lively crowd. Kwang Hu looks over curiously, "Is there some celebration today?" And Bu Xian shakes his head, "I don't know either." Just then, someone explains, "You don't know? The Demon King's successor has appeared. A few days ago, the flag at the Demon God Cave was raised, and this is the first time that's happened since the cave was built." Hearing this, both of them turn pale. The Demon God Cave? Impossible. Kwang Hu immediately rushes toward the crowd. "That bastard can't possibly be the successor, right?" What they see is Si-un sitting on a four-man sedan chair. He happily enjoys the people's enthusiastic welcome. Though slightly embarrassed, Si-un still enjoys it. "I didn't expect people to be waiting at the exit. This is embarrassing but feels pretty good." After the welcome, he finally returns to the Eastern Star Palace. Exhausted, Si-un drops into a chair. "I finally got out. That was so embarrassing." Bu Xian stands before him with folded arms and demands, what exactly happened?" In contrast, Kwang Hu looks delighted. "You were only in the cave for a few weeks and suddenly became the successor." Si-un looks up and recalls what happened about that. First, he used fire to eliminate the hallucination mosquitoes. Second, he played Blindman's buff to eliminate his inner demons. Finally, he endured a breathless chase with the Demon King monster. After completing the trials, he reached the place containing weapons and martial arts manuals. Hearing this, Kwang Hu is deeply impressed. "I can't believe such a huge secret was hidden inside the cave." Even Bu Xian cannot believe it. "Incredible, the cave was built 300 years ago, yet you're the first to discover this secret." Even so, Si-un remains worried. "It's not entirely good. I wanted to hide my strength and surprise everyone at the last moment, like in those martial arts stories." Kwang Hu asks in confusion, "Why? Becoming the successor is a tremendous honor." But Si-un sees deeper. "The problem is this honor is too great. My enemies will definitely go mad over it, and I'm not strong enough to face them yet." Understanding this, Kwang Hu looks visibly worried. "I understand." Si-un rests his chin on his hand and thinks, "Even worse, entering the cave didn't just alter the story's direction, I even became that old demon's successor. What will the second young master do next? What should I do?" Si-un walks anxiously toward the window. The plan may not unfold as expected, but it's too late to turn back, so now I'll have to adapt. To prepare for what comes next, he asks Kwang Hu for help. "Go where I told you, gather a few things for me, and don't forget to reward the locals with silver," and Kwang Hu agrees. Then he asks about the Black Lion sect. "How is the training going?" And Bu Xian reports, "Mounted archery training is finished, and after discussing it with old Zhang, I think close combat training to develop dagger skills would be useful." An idea appears in Si-un's mind. If Bu Xian and Zhang Muryang, two martial arts experts, work together, they'll surely create the finest dagger techniques by adapting modern dagger combat into martial world style. He has no reason to object. Very good, but postpone close combat training for now and focus on survival training for the Black Lion sect. "All right, there's a gathering tonight, so I'll see everyone then and invite Mok Dampyeong to dinner too," making Kwang Hu pause. "Why him?" Si-un looks into the distance with a meaningful smile. "Because I need his help with a few things at tonight's gathering." Night gradually fell, and moonlight illuminated the entire area. Inside his room, Si-un had gathered all the key members. Dampyeong anxiously avoided everyone's gaze, thinking, "I don't want to meet these people. Why did they call me here, and why did I even come?" Just then, Si-un's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Bring it in." The door opened and 4 men carried in a wooden chest. Judging by its appearance, something extremely heavy seemed to be inside. Even setting the wooden chest down caused a noticeable tremor. Jang Muryang curiously looked inside. "What is this, young master?" Si-un had placed all the weapons he collected inside. "These are items I obtained from the demon god cave. As you can see, these aren't ordinary items, so take whichever you want since I plan to distribute them all." Jang Muryang could hardly believe what he heard. "Wait, you're giving us these precious items?" Si-un smoothly flattered them. "No matter how valuable these are, they can't compare to your talents," while inwardly thinking, "Of course they're valuable, but I got them free, and generosity will make them work harder." The 3 simultaneously clasped their hands before Si-un. "Thank you, young master." Kwang Hu chose a sharp sword for himself. Buxian also picked out a bow. Only Jang Muryang hesitated over what to choose, prompting Si-un to call Old Jang. He took out a ring and handed it to Jang Muryang. "Take this. This is the Black Dragon Ring, which works like the blood antidote jade." But Jang Muryang awkwardly refused. "How could I accept something so precious?" Si-un smiled at his emotion. "Of course I must protect my strategist from being poisoned to death," while thinking, "But this old man cries too easily. How did he ever earn the title Devil Strategist in the novel?" Meanwhile, Dampyeong was scratching his head in frustration on the other side. Si-un walked over, put an arm around him, and said, "Sorry, but there's nothing for you. Instead, as your reward, I'll entrust you with selling these masterpieces of the Demon King, since your mock family is famous for trading weapons." After what happened previously, Dampyeong had become somewhat obedient. "A reward, my lord." Si-un smiled with a hint of authority. "Why are you suddenly so polite? Relax, brother, I just mean sell them for as much money as possible." A meaningful look appeared in his eyes as he fully exploited Dampyeong's financial resources. On a beautiful morning, at Ryan Wall's residence, she strode along the gleaming corridor. News that Si-un had cleared the demon god cave had already reached Ryan Wall. Now 30 is the Demon King's successor. Si-un remained respectful toward her. "Greetings, my elder sister," but Ryan Wall immediately snapped. "You came without warning again? How rude." Without saying much, he presented a jade token. After taking it, her irritation vanished. "This is the Rahu clan's official token, so you went there." Si-un nodded firmly. "Of course, your little brother always keeps his promises, and now it's your turn." Ryan Wall remained suspicious, thinking she was now at a disadvantage, so she reluctantly asked, "Forget the demon god cave for now, but how did you gain the Rahu clan's recognition?" Faced with that difficult question, Si-un became awkward. Well, he recalled bribing that man, thinking, he didn't care that I was the Demon King's successor, and I had to give him gems worth as much as the Peerless Dragon Gauntlet before he agreed. Seeing Ryan Wall glance at him, Si-un brushed it aside. "Please don't worry anymore, sister. The one seeking an alliance is you, not the Moon Shaman clan." Hearing this, she briefly thought of someone. "This guy reminds me of Hyuk Ryan Jin." Ryan Wall then made her final choice. "Fine, I'll ally with you as promised." Hearing this, Si-un became extremely excited. "I look forward to working with you." News of this eventually reached Ryan Jin. He sat by the windowsill, letting the wind blow through his platinum hair. The beautiful figure sat silently as a gentle breeze swept past. Ryan Jin smiled and murmured, "So-un has allied with Wall." He sighed in relief, thinking his younger brother must be taking this contest very seriously. Yet inner energy uncontrollably leaked from his hand. By the time he noticed, Ryan Jin could only feel helpless with himself. He gave a helpless smile and muttered, "The chief steward is definitely going to lose his temper with me." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a secluded martial artist finally emerged from seclusion. A figure suddenly leaped above the cliff. He landed as lightly as a feather. His tall figure gradually appeared beneath the sunlight. He exhaled and adjusted to the light, saying it had been a long time since he last saw the sun, and he was Mu Kwang, protagonist of the novel The Path to Becoming a Hero. He firmly held the sword in his hand. Then he swept away freely like the wind and said, "Shall I go see what's happening?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Time gradually passed as the sun sank behind the rocky cave. The place once again returned to its peaceful, untouched state. In a gloomy forest, flocks of birds flew away one after another. Mu Kwang wandered through the forest and muttered, "Where the hell am I?" Suddenly, a sound made him become alert. Mu Kwang's mind immediately sprang into action as he realized he could simply ask someone for directions. This simple realization excited him because he had already been lost for 2 days. Inside the forest, several bandits were bullying some villagers. Mu Kwang suddenly rushed in, sending leaves swirling around him. He landed directly on the face of the bandit, holding a saber. Before the man could understand what had happened, he was already struck. Despite his huge body, the man was kicked several meters away. Mu Kuang awkwardly stood with hands on his hips and said, "Sorry, I was in a hurry, but why were you standing there?" The man staggered to his feet and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" While Mu Kuang casually replied, "I just want directions." However, his growling stomach made Mu Kuang slightly embarrassed as he added, "But first, do you have anything to eat?" This innocent behavior enraged the bandits as they shouted, "What did you say?" Without another word, one of them swung his sword at Mu Kuang. Mu Kuang struck the man's stomach with his inner energy. Thus, the troublemaker could only leave the scene on a stretcher. Mu Kuang clicked his tongue irritably and said, "I'm hungry, so I only asked for some food before leaving." Even so, he understood what was happening and thought, "But if I encounter bandits, I can't just ignore them." Sun Sang gratefully faced his savior and said, "Young hero, if you help us drive these bandits away, we'll treat you to a feast," while inwardly certain that Mu Kuang was an expert. Mu Kuang smiled at the promise of a full stomach and said, "Remember your promise, a feast." Following their leader's order, the bandits charged forward to deal with him. Dozens of them rush toward a single target. He slightly lowers his body and shifts his weight forward. His movement looks relaxed yet majestic like a dragon. The bandits blindly charge at him, "Go die." Mu Kuang casually swings his sword a few times and wipes them out. Their swords clatter to the ground. The moment Mu Kuang sheathes his sword, the bandits collapse dead. Sun Sang watches without blinking. He defeated that many bandits in an instant. Suddenly, Mu Kuang kneels and clutches his stomach. Seeing this, Sun Sang anxiously runs over. "What's wrong? Are you injured?" Mu Kuang bursts into tears. "I'm starving." A while later, he holds 2 steaming buns in his hands. Mu Kuang devours them as if he is about to starve to death. Sun Sang silently observes him. Those ragged clothes and powerful martial arts don't match his age. He must be an expert who just descended the mountain after completing his training. He starts a conversation. "My name is Gongsun Sang. May I ask where you are headed, young hero?" And Mu Kuang honestly answers while chewing, "I'm wandering the martial world toward Color Lake, but I got lost." Hearing this, Sun Sang makes an offer. "We're heading there too, so if you want, travel with us and we'll cover your food and living expenses." He happily accepts without hesitation. "That sounds great," while the group rejoices at having such a strong companion. "Thank you very much, young hero." Along the journey, they take turns chatting. "Young hero, how old are you?" "I'm 30 this year." "Me too, then let's speak casually." And this is the first meeting between Mu Kuang, protagonist of the hero's path, and Gongsun Sang, the merchant who would later lead the largest merchant guild in the western frontier. One night, fireworks soar into the sky and illuminate the horizon. Inside the grand hall, rows of people stand solemnly without expression. Sitting in the highest seat is none other than Si-un, his fingers interlocked. His expression hardens on the official inauguration day of the Black Lion sect. It is also the day he officially becomes the leader of the Black Lion sect. Ryan Wall approaches Si-un. "You invited me to the sect's inauguration to reveal our alliance to the second young master. Are you sure about this?" And he calmly replies, "Our alliance will be exposed sooner or later, and this is a good chance to sway those still undecided." She agrees but remains uneasy. "You have a point, but Brother Jin is not someone simple." Si-un understands Ryan Wall's concern. "I know that too." Just then a booming voice rings out, "You stupid brat." The group entering is led by Ryan Jiam. His huge frame makes the difference obvious when he stands before Si-un and Ryan Wall. That gaze makes her quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ryan Jiam throws an arm around Si-un and pretends to be close. "I can't believe the youngest became the Demon King's successor. When did you get so big?" Si-un struggles to smile. "Compared with you, I still need much more training." Hearing this, the subordinates below burst into approving laughter. Standing aside, Ryan Wall clearly understands Ryan Jiam's intention. He came here to probe Un, if so. Before she can finish thinking, someone enters through the doorway. A young man in vivid red robes with striking platinum hair appears. He steps up behind the two. "Let's drink until your nose breaks," and Si-un answers, "Then I'll drink until your nose straightens again." Ryan Jin casually places a hand on Si-un's shoulder. The pressure from him instantly makes Si-un's nerves tense. Seeing this, Ryan Jiam smirks and greets him, "You're here, Jin." Ryan Jin's deep voice rings out, As a member of the divine cult and your senior brother, I sincerely congratulate you. You've truly impressed me, little brother." And Si-un trembled slightly before him, the protagonist Mu Kuang's rival, second young master Hyuk Ryan Jin. His strength was on an entirely different level. "No matter how hard I try, I'll never defeat him," fear engulfed Si-un as he replied, "You flatter me, brother. I still have many shortcomings and hope for your guidance in the future." Ryan Jin continued smiling as if nothing had happened. I'm the one who should say that, let's go inside. Only after he disappeared from sight could Si-un relax. No matter how hard I try, there's no way I can beat him. If my goal weren't to avoid being killed by the protagonist T. Mu Kwang and return to my old world, I'd immediately cling to the second young master's side. Thinking this, Si-un sighed regretfully. He looked up at the brilliant fireworks. The road home is so far away. The full moon night of the inauguration passed. Kwang, who was delighted by their achievement, the Black Lion faction's inauguration has now ended, and next is the auction of the Demon King's supreme weapons hidden for 3 years, so let it officially begin and everyone look this way. The people below were extremely curious. The Demon King's weapons, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Do you have money? Kwang Hu turned around with sparkling eyes. This reaction is pretty good, right? Si-un smiled and added, they're the Demon King's weapons, so naturally everyone in the divine path wants them and you like them too. The first weapon was brought out, then let's begin the auction with the Demon King's battle axe. Zhang Muryang presented the axe. The starting price is 1,000 silver pieces. Everyone's jaws dropped at the surprisingly affordable price. Si-un was pleased with the crowd's reaction. That's right, keep drawing everyone's attention to those weapons, you're doing great. Someone among them shouted an astonishing bid, 100,000. Then an old man raised it slightly, 102,000. Zhang Muryang glanced at Si-un as the price kept rising. That single glance was enough for them to understand each other's thoughts. Things are going well, and when Kwang Hu heard no higher bids, he declared, if no one bids higher, congratulations to Elder Li of the Mahan family, sold. The lively auction night continued inside the Black Lion faction's grand hall. Then it was Zhang Muryang's turn to introduce the item inside a wooden box. He took out an exquisitely crafted wooden bead bracelet, and this is our final item. Zhang Muryang increased its value through prestige. These are the Holy Demon's prayer beads, the Demon King's favorite possession. Everyone who saw them was immediately captivated. Seeing the crowd's reaction, he took a deep breath. Then he shouted an unimaginable figure. The starting price is 500,000 silver pieces. The guests present instantly froze. Even Si-un felt pressured by the price he had set, 500,000 silver pieces, around 1 billion, who would actually buy it. Those who had been excited earlier now made excuses. They're only prayer beads, not even a weapon, what idiot would? Suddenly someone among them raised a hand and bid, 5 million. The crowd instinctively searched for the person who had made the bid. The amount was so enormous that even Si-un was stunned. The person who had offered that terrifying sum was none other than Ryan Jin. Zhang Muryang broke into a sweat and struggled to speak. 5 million from the second young master. Anyone else? Everyone present drew a deep breath while waiting for a mysterious challenger. However, Kwang Hu loudly concluded, the Holy Demon's prayer beads have been sold to the second young master for 5 million. Ryan Jin stood up amid everyone's cheers. One thing deeply bothered Si-un. Even if it was an artifact of the Demon King, why would he spend 10 billion just to buy that old-fashioned bead necklace? He stepped onto the stage and approached Zhang Muryang. Ryan Jin even wrapped the necklace around his wrist. Suddenly, Ryan Jin frowned as the necklace's aura changed. Each bead dispersed into streaks of red and black. Soon, those streaks gathered into the shape of a sword. This was something neither Ryan Jin nor anyone else had expected. Everyone marveled at the sight, exclaiming that the Demon King's necklace had transformed into a sword. Meanwhile, Si-un bitterly regretted it, thinking it had only been an ordinary necklace when he wore it, and wondering what kind of ridiculous necklace this was. Ryan Jin smiled while admiring the black sword in his hand and said, I only bought it because I liked it, but I never expected it to have this ability. He grasped the sword hilt once more. It immediately returned to bracelet form, and Ryan Jin removed it and put it back in place. I don't think I should take this. Si-un clasped his hands and refused. No, they say sacred relics recognize their owners, and only you can be the master of this sacred demon bead necklace. Ryan Jin sighed and reluctantly accepted it, saying, if you insist, then I swear to become worthy of possessing this sword-transforming bead necklace. His words sparked a wave of support as everyone shouted, second young master, long live the second young master, the true descendant of the Demon King. Si-un silently faced him and thought this was for the best, because while the second young master attracted public attention, he could carry out his next step. The succession contest had only just begun as Si-un thought. Game on, second young master. Meanwhile, heavy rain fell over the cliff Mu Kwang had left behind as someone reported, Sir, it's right here. A man inspected the cave and found signs that someone had slipped outside. Hearing this, the man shook his head and said, we're too late. I was ordered to report immediately if anyone left the training cave. He immediately ordered the main unit to be informed, and his attendant solemnly replied, Yes, sir. After the auction ended, Si-un's group held their final meeting of the day. Kwang Hu sighed regretfully, saying, "The rumor that the second young master is the true descendant of the Demon King has already spread far and wide." Zhang Muryang blamed himself and said, "It's my fault, I should have examined it more carefully." However, someone suddenly kicked the door open. Si-un entered carrying a stack of books taller than his head and said, "Someone help me, I accidentally brought too many." Kwang Hu took them and casually asked, "What are all these?" He awkwardly brought up Ryan Jin and asked, "Hey, are you alright, about what happened yesterday?" Si-un scratched his head and reassured them, "That sword-transforming bead necklace, I'm a little disappointed. If I'd known, I would have sold it for more." The three were so stunned they nearly fell backward and asked, "You would have still sold it even if you knew?" Si-un winked mischievously and said, "That necklace probably only reacts to high-level primal energy like the second young masters or higher, so even if I owned it, I wouldn't have enough primal energy to use it." The others once again looked at Si-un with profound admiration. He could only sigh helplessly, thinking he had no idea how to face these protagonist-level monsters and could only prepare thoroughly. Still, it would be better if the second young master lowered his guard a little because of this incident. Just then, Si-un noticed an unfamiliar scroll on the table and asked, "What's this?" "An urgent letter from the Eastern White Merchant Association." He opened it and turned pale upon reading, "What?" The person inside the cave disappeared. The protagonist T. Mu Kwang was supposed to leave the cave 2 years later, and with 6 months still remaining until the Demon God Festival, it was far too early for him to appear, making this a drastic plot twist. Si-un unconsciously dropped the paper and wondered whether his actions had affected the story. He clutched his head in frustration, wondering if he truly could not change the ending where he died beneath T. Mu Kwang's sword. In the silent night, only the mystical moonlight and a brightly lit building could be seen. Though he understood nothing, Si-un tried to calm himself. "Li Si-un, get a grip." The mirror before him reflected his former face. "You're not Hayek Ryan-un. As a novelist, this course can definitely be changed." Elsewhere, the two Su men were desperately fleeing, drenched in sweat. After running endlessly, Li Zai cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is that guy?" Mo Sha was equally frustrated. "I don't know either, damn it. Why does that lunatic keep chasing us?" Behind them was a cold, sharp-faced man. Time rewound to 2 hours earlier, when the moon was still shining brightly. Li Zai wore a disgusting grin as his hands started roaming. "Amazing, she's like a fairy." While Mo Sha was no better, he must be an expert, so we had to use several times the normal dose. An unconscious girl lay on the ground, and they had only just managed to knock her out. Before they could do anything, a powerful voice rang out, "What are you two doing? Planning something vile, aren't you?" Instead of feeling guilty, they cursed, "Who the hell are you? Stay out of our business." Then both charged, making Mu Kwang laugh. "Why do you people always say the same thing?" The sharp sword slid slightly from its sheath, flashing with a faint gleam. This strike was tremendously powerful despite making little noise with devastating force. "Did you all learn from the same master?" Beneath the hazy moonlight, both their weapons were sliced in half. The two collapsed together, trembling uncontrollably. "What?" Li Zai could hardly believe it. "How is this guy so strong?" He always valued reason first and simply ordered, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the antidote." The man stayed silent and glanced at his companion, while Mo Sha understood and exchanged several looks with him. They suddenly sprang up and hurled medicine bottles at Mu Kwang. "Go to hell." The 2 bottles hit the ground and shattered right before his feet. Pink smoke poured out and spread in every direction. The 2 men stood there laughing smugly. "This poison can kill a bull in an instant." Suddenly, Li Zai's eyes widened in shock. As some smoke dispersed, Mu Kwang's slightly crazed face emerged. He even seemed to enjoy breathing it in. "This smoke is pretty spicy." Sweat poured down the man's face. "Is he an expert immune to 10,000, no, 100,000 poisons?" Only then did Mo Sha become terrified. "Run, brother." With that, both threw away their weapons and fled for their lives. And that was what happened, explaining why these two were now in such misery. Even so, Mu Kwang had no intention of letting them escape. They could only scream and beg for mercy without stopping. "Please spare us." Their only answer was a blade tearing through the air toward them. His feet scraped a long trail across the ground. Looking back, he saw the 2 reckless fools already lying defeated. Mu Kwang exhaled and sheathed his sword. "You refused mercy and chose punishment instead. They should have the antidote on them, right?" A while later, he gave Si-un the antidote. Just after finishing his heroic deed, someone called, "Mu Kwang, where are you?" Sun Sang came running over, panting, "Why did you suddenly disappear?" "I know your martial arts are good, but you have no sense of direction," he said before suddenly noticing the person beside him. This young lady Si-un appeared weak and completely unarmed. He turned to check on her. "Little Su, are you all right?" The martial world is dangerous and full of villains, so you must be careful, and she bowed gratefully. I owe you a favor. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out, young lady. Could you really be the holy moon goddess? Mu Kuang asked blankly. What? Sun Sang helplessly explained. I told you before, she's the holy maiden who has recently traveled the martial world eliminating evil for the people. His eyes instantly lit up. Are you really the holy moon goddess? She politely replied. It's merely an undeserved reputation. After saying that, Cyan left with only the words, farewell. But before she got far, Mu Kuang blocked her path so fast. He smiled. It's simple, we should at least exchange names. I am T. Mu Kuang. Cyan wondered blankly, who is he? Yet she politely replied, I am Xiao Cyan, the heroine of the heroic chronicle of Xiao Cyan. Under the romantic moonlight, he gently invited her. Miss Xiao, meeting here must be fate, so why not dine with us? Surprisingly, she replied, sure. The scene shifts elsewhere. Corpses covered the battlefield, leaving only a few survivors and a flag. Bu Xian looked into the distance. Report to the company commander that after wiping out the remaining Blood Leopard squad forces, I will return. The other man bowed and accepted the order. Understood, my lord. Soon afterward, rapid hoofbeats thundered. It was Bu Xian's army returning in triumph. The scene shifts as sparkling dawnlight falls upon ancient eaves. Xian sighed, so Vice Commander Hyun will return after finishing with the punitive force. He's truly diligent. Once the remaining troops are eliminated, we will have completely pacified the western region. Quang, who also smiled, considering this was the first punitive expedition assigned by the Heavenly Demon Cult headquarters. The results are truly impressive. Brother He thought, at first I doubted whether the Black Lion Squad, a special martial world force, could perform well here. But their results exceeded my expectations and certainly increased my chances of survival. Just then, a voice rang out. Chief Commander Hayek Ryan received the demon cult leader's secret decree. He dropped to one knee to receive the order. The person before him wore an imposing golden robe. Xian outwardly said, I gladly accept, while inwardly thinking, I'm already exhausted, and now this nonsense, what a pain. But the moment he received the verbal decree, he froze. He could no longer force a smile. He wants me to attend an audience at the Demon Palace tomorrow. Before long, night enveloped the world. Si-un paced around anxiously. Why was I suddenly summoned to the Demon Palace? Could the heavenly demon cult leader have noticed something? I absolutely cannot let anyone discover that my soul has taken over this body. If that happens, my entire plan will fall apart. 1 year after the Heavenly Demon Tournament ends, the demon cult will wage war against the Martial Alliance, and Hayek Ryan will die around that time, so I must find a way back to my real world before then. Then he pulled out an old book. He placed his pen on the paper, ready to write brilliantly. Sweat poured from Si-un like rain. I need to find a better way. The scene shifts elsewhere as cold moonlight falls upon an ancient building. Outside was utterly quiet, while inside the atmosphere was tense. Ryan Jiam and Ryan Jin stood together, neither daring to speak. Ryan Wall and Si-un were also warily guarding against something. Before them stood an immensely powerful leader. Of course, he recognized the man seated above them, Hyun Ryan Woon, the current leader of the Divine Path. Before anyone could react, they were already being shouted at. Pay respects to the keeper of the sacred flame. Ryan Jiam immediately bowed upon hearing this. We pay respects to the keeper of the sacred flame, leader of the divine order. Everyone, including the supreme one who governs all things, knelt in unison, while only Si-un remained slightly confused. While everyone was tense, he raised his hand. It turned out Ryan Woon was not as stern as he looked. Enough, we're family, no need for formalities, come inside and have tea with me. Watching him, Si-un remarked, the leader isn't quite what I imagined. A while later, they moved somewhere else to talk. He removed his cumbersome ceremonial attire and sighed. I told him this sacred flame robe is uncomfortable and I didn't want to wear it, but he still forced me. After saying that, Ryan Woon turned to ask, how have you all been lately? Suddenly, as if spotting something troublesome, he shouted and startled Si-un, you too, Un. Ryan Woon calmly held out his hand. Let me see it. Si-un nervously feigned confusion. What are you talking about, father? He bluntly said, the divine demon sword. I called you here because I want to see it. Si-un was slightly confused but eventually agreed. What? Ah, yes. He respectfully presented the sword with both hands. Ryan Woon picked it up and examined it with curiosity. Oh, so this is the divine demon sword. In an instant, his expression changed and became razor-sharp. A powerful slash split the air, sending crushing pressure onto everyone's shoulders. Ryan Jin remained perfectly calm while sipping tea, but Ryan Jiam could no longer keep a composed expression. Si-un raised his hand to block the surge of power. Holding the sword, Ryan Woon nodded as if understanding something. I see. Then he lowered his head solemnly. You've worked hard, well done. The sight startled Si-un greatly. Is he talking to the sword? Could that sword actually be conscious? A while later, Ryan Woon returned the sword to Si-un. This is a fine sword, take good care of it. Si-un bowed nervously, sweating heavily. Of course. Si-un lowered his head and tried speaking to the sword. Can you talk? Answer me, divine demon sword. Seeing he was finished, Ryan Jin stepped forward. Father, look at this too. Ryan Woon nodded as if remembering. Ah, right, there's this too. Without hesitation, he put on the bracelet. A tremendous surge of power poured into Ryan Woon's body. Si-un and Ryan Wall watched closely. Ryan Jin narrowed his eyes, not daring to relax either. Everyone was tense until his words shattered the atmosphere. Nothing happened. Apparently only you can activate it. Perhaps it chooses its own master. Si-un could only smile awkwardly as he took it back. I've had others wear it too, but nothing happened. Ryan Wall glanced sideways and sighed helplessly. Now tell us why you called us here. Ryan Woon cleared his throat several times and became serious again. You probably already know that the Divine Demon Festival is approaching. Moreover, since a descendant of the sacred demon has appeared this time, I plan to expand the festival and let talented members of other clans within the Divine Order join the competition. Ryan Jiam immediately sprang up. What are you saying, father? You want talented people from other clans to participate too? But Ryan Woon seemed fully determined. The position of Divine Order leader isn't hereditary. Anyone within the order has the right to become leader. Ryan Jiam's expression visibly darkened. Just then Si-un spoke up. I have a proposal for you, for father. Ryan Woon immediately agreed. All right, go ahead. Si-un made a rather outrageous suggestion. I think we should also invite the Frontier Wilderness clans to the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony. The moment he said this, Ryan Wall turned to him in surprise, and even Ryan Jiam was utterly shocked. Even so, Ryan Woon calmly asked, oh, but why? Si-un ignored every gaze and focused on his task. The Frontier Wasteland forces were subdued by the Heavenly Demon cult's power, but we never know when they'll betray us again, so to make them feel like true members of the Heavenly Demon cult, we must show them trust. He lowered his head and pondered for a long while. Finally, Ryan Woon spoke. I like Un's proposal, what about you? Jealousy flashed in Ryan Jiam's eyes, but he dared not object. Ryan Jin smiled calmly. I think it's a wonderful idea. This will be the perfect chance to show everyone the Heavenly Demon cult's strength and generosity. Ryan Jin smiled calmly. I think it's a wonderful idea. This will be the perfect chance to show everyone the Heavenly Demon cult's strength and generosity. Suddenly, he slammed the table hard. Very good, I like how you deliberately bring unnecessary danger. The Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony is approaching, so good luck to you all. Elsewhere, mystical moonlight and scattered lamps were the only lights shining upon the world. Si-un's group walked out together, apparently having just finished the sudden meeting. Suddenly, Ryan Jin turned to look at him. He spoke generously. This Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony should be quite interesting. But Si-un casually ignored him and walked away. See you later. Ryan Wall looked extremely serious. Do you know what bringing in the Frontier Wasteland forces means? But he only smiled confidently. Don't worry, I have a plan. Things changed slightly after I left the Heavenly Demon Cave, but I knew the cult leader would raise the stakes, so I'm merely adding another piece to his board. Time flew, and soon only 1 month remained before the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony as carriage wheels clattered along the dirt road. A small yet bustling district appeared before them. Wait, a frontier wasteland emperor. That desert has existed as separate tribes for hundreds of years, and now you're saying a king is about to emerge there. Si-un calmly explained, a kingdom once existed in the desert, a mighty civilization called the Kingdom of Kucha, located in what is now known as the Kucha region, and no law prevents them from returning to their golden age. Hearing this, she seemed to understand. You mean the Kucha region is where the Asuna family is stationed? He crossed his arms and confirmed, exactly, the Asuna family has accumulated wealth and power for a very long time, and over half of the 36 desert tribes have allied with them. In the novel, the Asuna family's frontier wasteland emperor appeared after the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony and later greatly aided Hyuk Ryan Jin, so I must secure my future by bringing the next frontier wasteland emperor to my side first. Ryan Wall's gaze grew more serious. The Asana family. Are you planning to approach Asmit, the man known as the Grey Wolf of the Desert? But Si-un merely gave a mysterious smirk. A slender figure flashed through his mind, who knows? Time flew, and soon only 1 week remained before the festival as crowds poured in from everywhere. Ryan Jin stood among everyone, receiving endless praise. Si-un helplessly scratched his cheek. He attracts admirers wherever he goes, so I can't even get close enough to greet him. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from outside. Everyone fell silent at once and looked over in surprise. The newcomers were Asmit and 2 guards. By then, Ryan Woon had also stepped forward, and the two faced each other. He placed a hand over his chest and respectfully saluted the elder. Asmit then introduced himself to strengthen the friendship between the Asana family and the Divine Path. I, Asmit, the Grey Wolf, have come to attend the Demon God Festival at your invitation. He politely praised him, good, then reached for a wine cup from a nearby servant's tray. Ryan Woon raised his cup in welcome to the Divine Path, and Asmit raised his own with a smile in response. Everyone chimed in, creating a lively uproar. Ryan Wall couldn't help remarking, he's really famous. So how are you planning to persuade him on? But the moment she looked over, she froze in confusion. What the hell? Where did it go? At the center of the commotion, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hey, Wolf. The speaker was none other than Si-un. I hear you're pretty strong, so how about a match? Asmit frowned. I'm a guest today. We can spar another time. But he refused to waste this chance. You call yourself a wolf, yet you're as timid as a rabbit. You're more like a dog, woof woof. Ryan Wall never expected him to do this. That damn bastard. Veins bulged across his forehead. I'll spare you this time, now leave. But Si-un was determined to see it through. Come on, don't be like that. Before his opponent could prepare, he charged forward, play with me. With things reaching this point, Asmit had no choice but to draw his sword. A fierce clash immediately erupted in the middle of the courtyard. Si-un pursed his lips with interest since this was finally a worthy opponent, though Asmit's expression looked far less pleased. Both sides retreated and widened the distance between them. He shouted and vanished from the spot, nice. In the blink of an eye, Si-un appeared right before Asmit's face. This time, Asmit no longer bothered restraining himself. Ryan Jin suddenly appeared between them and stopped both sides. Si-un visibly paled, he got here fast. If so, the plan had to change, and Si-un pretended to collapse. Ryan Jin frowned and helplessly waved his hand. Take him away. Even then, Si-un kept provoking him. Hey, puppy, I'm not done yet. Come here, bastard. Ryan Jin bowed apologetically. Forgive my younger brother's rudeness. He must have gotten carried away. But Asmit seemed unconcerned. Getting drunk at a banquet is normal, don't worry. Ryan Wall watched helplessly, unable to understand. That achieved nothing, so what is he plotting now? The scene shifts elsewhere as a sigh rings out. That liquor was pretty strong. I almost succeeded, though I got a little drunk and overacted. Now for the next step. Si-un looked toward the pavilion ahead, found it. Lady Asana turned toward the source of the voice. She cautiously asked with slight suspicion, are you the 4th young master? Information flooded Sa's mind. The leader's youngest son was infamous for his crude behavior, but after discovering the Holy Demon's ruins, he became known as the Holy Demon's successor, yet judging from his earlier actions. After thinking, she turned away. I have nothing to say to you, farewell. But one sentence stopped her. Asmit will have a hard time becoming Desert King. I know you're worried about that too, Lady Sarah. Even so, she feigned ignorance. I truly don't understand what you mean, and how do you know what I'm worried about? Asmit is a great warrior. He rejects injustice, is brave, and possesses an unbreakable will. But Si-un disagreed. Those are merely qualities of a warrior. Becoming king is entirely different. Yet this still failed to sway Sarah. So what? He seriously stated the truth she refused to face. If he truly had the bearing of a king, he wouldn't have drawn his sword over my petty provocation. Those words truly made Sarah reconsider. Seeing it work, Si-un stepped forward and continued. I believe you, not Asmit, should become Desert King. His fame may overshadow you, but you're the reason the Asana family grew into a powerful tribe. Her expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by becoming king? His ambition showed openly. I'm not only the leader's son, but also an official member of the Eclipse tribe, and I'll ensure you become Desert King. The next morning, warm sunlight shone over the vast estate. In a narrow alley, a priest's shout rang out, stay back. Take another step and this child dies. Mu Kuang blocked his path and said, stop this foolishness and release the child. The man backed away threateningly. Don't come closer, I'll really kill him. This time Mu Kuang wasted no words as a coin slipped into his hand. With just that coin, Mu Kuang was confident he could defeat the demonic cultist. As expected, the coin struck him by surprise, forcing him to release the child. A slender figure flashed past from behind Mu Kuang. Sayin pulled the boy tightly into her arms, keeping him from harm. Then she quickly led him away from the dangerous man. Mu Kuang put his hands on his hips and finally relaxed. We'll discuss your identity after returning to the martial arts alliance. The man's eyes turned vicious with murderous intent. He tore off his clothes, revealing a body covered in bumps. Soon, all of you will face divine punishment. Even Mu Kuang was stunned speechless for a moment. The demonic cultist shouted toward the sky, "Long live the first moon heavenly order." Sensing danger, Mu Kuang shouted, "Miss, watch out." Only then did Cyan turn around and stare at the crazed man in alarm. Unexpectedly, the demonic cultist blew himself up, leaving no evidence behind. Mu Kuang formed a mana shield to block the debris and prevent unnecessary injuries. When the smoke and dust cleared, no one remained there. Cyan and the boy emerged safely, though their clothes were covered in dust. Both instinctively looked toward where the man had stood. Mu Kuang gritted his teeth. Those damned demonic cultists, what the hell are they planning? An appetizing dish was simply arranged on a small white plate. Beside it sat a delicious plate of fish and tomato sauce. Since this was the night before the festival, everyone was busy preparing. Si-un spoke first. "Old steward, that's enough, let everyone rest, you've prepared so much food already." The old steward gently explained, "Since young master is the descendant of the saint, master naturally wants everything properly prepared." Si-un scratched his head awkwardly. "Descendant my ass, I came back and pretended nothing happened at the banquet." The old steward forced a smile, but Si-un could not help feeling satisfied. "Well, I did go a little overboard, but what matters is that I achieved my goal. Hayek Ryan-un's image matters less than the Desert King's, and I wanted the second young master to lower his guard after that incident." Just then a voice sounded beside him. "Young master, you have a guest," Si-un asked blankly. "Huh, who?" Suddenly Si-un spun around as if realizing something. The visitor was Sarah, who came to see young master Hayek Ryan-un. She slowly removed her veil and asked, "Have you been well?" For a moment the entire room fell silent. In truth, they were silent for only one reason. What an incredible beauty. Ignoring their gazes, Sarah said, "I came to ask how you plan to defeat the second young master in this succession contest." Si-un was slightly surprised. Straight to the point, she's no ordinary woman. She continued, "If I'm to confidently ally with you, I need to know your strategy and how you'll close the enormous power gap between you and the second young master." Si-un had been waiting for that question and snapped his fingers. "Of course, I already have a plan. Here it is," and as soon as he spoke, a wooden box was presented, leaving Sarah baffled. "This is the plan, just this." But he confidently declared, "This will help us defeat the second young master." The scene shifted to the morning of the festival at the competition grounds. Si-un raised his hand and removed his blindfold. Looking around, he remarked, "Just like in the novel, I've arrived at the eastern rocky field of the land prefecture. I knew this would happen, so I planned everything long before the festival." In fact, Si-un had secretly set several traps beforehand. He smiled wickedly. "I don't need to defeat the second young master, I just need to collect as many tokens as possible." A while later, both began preparing, but Bu Xian still asked anxiously, "Will Un be all right, and how did your talk with Lady Hyan Ryan Wall go?" Si-un firmly replied, "I've spoken with her and she can handle herself, so just trust me." Only then did he relax, thinking that after surviving countless trials in the demon god cave and painstakingly preparing all this, he could probably trust him, and finally said, "All right, I understand." He took out a leather box and shook it several times, as if checking that the item inside was still there. A triumphant smile appeared on Si-un's lips. "I'll definitely need this." Once ready, he took the lead. "Let's go this way." Si-un set his sights on the first base. "Let's begin." Time passed, shifting to 3 days later at the competition grounds. Mu Zai fell to the ground in terror and kept backing away. "Second young master." Moonlight illuminated several frightening faces. Ryan Jin smiled casually. "Do you have a holy flame token?" He hurriedly offered up the token like a tribute. "Here it is, my lord." He placed a hand on the man's shoulder and hypocritically reassured him, "Don't be afraid, as long as you don't oppose me, I'll protect you until the competition ends." Mu Zai seemed to grasp a lifeline and asked joyfully, "Really?" While Ryan Jin withdrew his hand, "Aren't we all members of the divine path?" He generously extended his hand. "There's no need for us to slaughter each other." Elsewhere, an anxious and urgent voice echoed through the dark forest, "My lady, this way." Two figures stayed close together, running as fast as they could. Only now did Ryan Wall understand. Is this what Un warned me about? His earlier warning returned to her mind. "Sister, this may be a survival match where everyone tries to steal each other's holy flame tokens, and whoever gathers the most wins. So since many divine path members only train martial arts without studying the terrain, you should bring a guide who may lack martial skill but knows this mountain thoroughly. Someone weak in martial arts but familiar with the terrain." Si-un had also reminded her. And if we start from different places tomorrow, remember to meet me in the north no matter what happens. Now she deeply regretted it. What a mistake. I brought an expert from the Moon Shaman clan as my aide because I thought this competition followed the wilderness rules from 30 years ago. I need to head north and meet Un quickly. Elsewhere, warm light from a hut drove away the night's cold. The two people inside were Ryan Jin and Ryan Jiam. The man spoke first, summing things up, 46 in total. He frowned gravely. We still haven't encountered Un or Wall. Ryan Jiam thought the other man was exaggerating. You're praising him too much. He only stumbled upon the hidden place in the demon spirit cave by luck, and that fool has neither talent nor fame. Even so, Ryan Jin remained unconvinced. Woon, it's hard to believe the first person in 300 years to clear the demon spirit cave did it by luck. He must be plotting something, so why hasn't he appeared yet? The man raised his hand arrogantly. Did you forget he got drunk and wrecked the banquet? He hasn't changed at all. As he spoke, a strange sound caught Ryan Jiam's attention and he stepped outside irritably. What the hell is that? The guard's face was deathly pale. My lord, look. Looking closely, they saw corpses of small animals, every single one a rabbit. They were hanging upside down from the trees, mouths agape in terror. Ryan Jiam cursed angrily and cut the ropes. Idiots, you're screaming over a few dead rabbits. A rabbit hit the ground with a thud, producing a strange sound. He ignored it and threatened them. Some kind soul simply delivered us food, so why panic? Though frightened, his subordinates dared not disobey. Understood. Ryan Jiam continued ordering them, return to your positions. Meanwhile, Ryan Jin stood examining the rabbit corpses, far more perceptive than him. They came all this way to hang these here just to warn us. Before long, two shadowy figures appeared beneath the trees in a secluded corner. They were naturally Si-un and Bu Xian, and Bu Xian asked doubtfully, Commander, is hanging those animals really enough? But Si-un smiled confidently. It should put some pressure on them, as he already knew from the novel that Hayuk Ryan Jin had used this contest to gain the people's trust. That was why he cooperated with weaker people despite them slowing him down, making this a perfect opportunity. Time rewinds slightly to the previous night, when several weasels hung from the trees. Before long, their ropes were cut and they fell straight to the ground. Both Ryan Jiam and Ryan Jin were forced to take this seriously. What are you plotting, Un? Finally, Ryan Jin decided, I'll scout the surroundings. The other man scoffed, is that necessary? Just stay here and those desperate to survive will surrender their tokens themselves or send a scouting party if you're still worried. But before they could finish discussing it, the forest on the other side was already burning fiercely. Ryan Jin wasted no more time and immediately left. I'll go check it out. His feet gently landed on an open patch of ground. He looked down at the devastating scene below, where everything had been swallowed by flames with only scattered pieces of wood remaining. Even the newly built huts had been reduced to fragments. Ryan Jin could not understand it, but was certain. Strange, these people were clearly attacked, so why remove the bodies and then set everything ablaze? Suddenly, realization struck him. Could they be luring me away from the camp? Just then, an arrow flew toward him from afar. Ryan Jin effortlessly caught it with one hand. By the time he looked in that direction, no one remained. Ryan Jin summoned his sword and spun it several times as spiritual energy surged from the blade, forming a flawless slash. The moment the slash struck its target, it exploded in midair. As the smoke cleared, a figure appeared and instantly leaped away. He was determined to chase his opponent to the end. You cowardly rat. But from another direction, another arrow came flying. Only then did Ryan Jin realize, there's more than one. Having lost his momentum, he had no choice but to jump down for now. He raised his hand and summoned streams of dark energy. This is getting troublesome. Whatever happened afterward, the scene soon returned to the familiar hut. As soon as Ryan Jin entered, he asked, did anything happen while I was gone? Ryan Jiam casually replied, no, what about where you went to investigate? Ryan Jin frowned deeply. I thought someone was attacking the base, so I checked and two archers attacked me. Ryan Jiam sighed, still unaware of the seriousness. Archers here? Who would bring archers as support? I don't know who they are, but that's a foolish move. Only Ryan Jin remained worried. Facing archers on a real battlefield is troublesome. Ryan Jiam laughed dismissively. Forget it, archers are only good for frightening cowards. Close-range warriors ultimately decide the battle. Ryan Jin took out the arrowhead he had obtained earlier. This black arrow was specially made for the arena, so whoever made it must have prepared after learning the contest rules. A bold suspicion arose in Ryan Jin's mind. Don't tell me it's Un. Just then, a voice called out, Second young master, please come see this. He turned and asked suspiciously, what is it? The speaker entered while supporting Ryan Wall. Though suspicious, Ryan Jin quickly hid his confusion. Wall. She looked up with bloodshot eyes and dark bruises around them. Brother Jin. He stepped forward to support her. What happened? How did you end up like this? Ryan Wall stammered incoherently. Hayuk Ryan Un. She forced out her final words before collapsing unconscious. That bastard betrayed me. Ryan Wall's entire body fell straight into Ryan Jin's arms. A while later, Ryan Jin anxiously asked, Commander, how is Ryan Wall? The commander lowered his head gravely. Her fever hasn't subsided and she keeps saying she was poisoned, so I think we should ask the royal physician to determine the cause. Even so, Ryan Jin remained doubtful. Did Un really betray Wall? Just then, a piercing scream rang out and drew both their attention. Looking over, the subordinates had swollen faces from being bitten and screamed, Damn monster, get away. Everyone was suffering the same fate and shouted, Get lost, monster. Seeing this, Ryan Jin could only stare in astonishment. Before Ryan Jin could recover, Commander On stepped forward to wake them. Snap out of it. One man collapsed to the ground as if he had seen a ghost, a monster. Ryan Jin recalled Ryan Wall's condition. This resembles Wall's symptoms. Why? Hallucinations and delirium seem more like a fever than poisoning. Suddenly, Ryan Jin realized something. Wait, those swellings, and looked down at the bitten men's limbs. A terrifying possibility flashed through Ryan Jin's mind. Mosquitoes. A barrage of arrows suddenly shot out from the dark forest. Each arrow carried a small flame, gradually setting the camp ablaze. To understand everything, let's rewind a few minutes. Un grinned slyly. I returned to the Divine Demon Cave and brought back mosquito larvae, though they probably haven't grown very well. Bu Xian asked incredulously, You're using those disgusting things again? Un covered his face with one hand. I'll use any means necessary to win. All right, let's begin. The two then secretly approached the camp together. Unable to understand the plan, Bu Xian asked, So we just wait until everything falls into chaos. Un proudly declared, This is the first trial of the Divine Demon Cave. The camp across the way was already engulfed in flames, while all the guards had swollen faces from the bites. The moment Ryan GM came outside, he cursed, What the hell is this? Everyone still conscious, gather up and put out the campfire. Ryan Jin walked over with a frown. I suspect Un is behind all this. While the man gritted his teeth, still unaware of Un's current strength, that useless bastard did all this. Abandon the camp, we don't have time to deal with these lunatics. He lowered his head and thought for a long while, seeking the best decision. Just then, a servant rushed over and reported, Commander, our main camp. Ryan GM urgently called everyone along. All the holy flame tokens and our prize forces are at the main camp, hurry back. But Ryan Jin muttered, Wall, I must save Wall first. With that, he turned without hesitation and headed back toward the sea of flames. The man nearly went mad with rage. Damn it, you're ruining all our work just because of that bitch. Before long, Ryan Jin reached the hut where Ryan Wall had been staying. But she was nowhere inside, while the bedding remained in disarray. A terrified cry came from the other side, the box is gone. He lowered his head deeply, yet showed no disappointment. Ryan Jin raised his head with a faint smile. Just as I thought, Wall and Un are on the same side. Elsewhere, mystical moonlight illuminated the darkness of the forest. Everyone gathered around a campfire. Un smiled with satisfaction. 46 holy flame tokens in total. Ryan Wall gritted her teeth. Bastard, make me do that again and you'll regret it. Only then did he turn to her. Sorry, sister, that was the only way to fool the second young master. The elder said seriously, now we only need to guard this box until the competition ends. Un immediately disagreed. It won't be that easy. From now on we'll see why everyone fears the second young master so much. Ryan Wall frowned gravely. I agree with Un. Brother Jin isn't someone who will let this go easily. But he simply closed the box and said confidently, the real game begins now. This time we need your help, Lady Sarah. On the other side, the flames had died down, leaving only scattered embers. All the survivors were clutching their heads in pain. Ryan Jin quietly asked, What about him? Commander On immediately reported, he went after the third young lady. His cloak fluttered in the wind as he said, Thanks to them, I've lost a peaceful night. But never mind, there are still 2 days left, so we have plenty of time. Stay here and protect the others, I'll find the box myself. The man bowed respectfully and obeyed. The scene shifts elsewhere, revealing a small house deep in the forest. Everyone pulled out blankets and pillows and slept around the fire. Sarah frowned and quietly asked, Young Master Hayek Ryan Un, could you explain the plan in more detail? Un leisurely looked outside. The second young master will probably find this place soon. It isn't meant to stop him, but to lure him into a trap. Ryan Wall laughed upon hearing that. Luring my brother won't be easy because he's extremely cautious. Hearing this, Un grew even more confident. His caution will make the plan easier to succeed. Buxian was completely baffled. What do you mean? Si-un gave no further explanation and lay down. Just rest while you can. Lack of sleep dulls your instincts. He helplessly stared at the man already snoring. Wait, he's asleep already. She was also speechless. He can actually sleep in this situation. I can't tell whether he's pretending to be crazy or truly is. Sarah said nothing, but her thoughts wandered. I've never seen anyone this carefree in the desert. Perhaps he really can fulfill my dream of becoming frontier king. Meanwhile, the protagonist slept soundly and even rolled over. In truth, Si-un was still awake and anxious. According to the novel, Lady Sarah is easily drawn to bold actions, so even if I have to act, I must win her over. He sighed heavily. This is so difficult. At that moment, Ryan Jin had already approached the house where they were staying. He found it hard to believe. He built this place on Mountain Province before the contest even began. Just then, a figure carrying a wooden box walked out. That person was none other than Sarah. Ryan Jin never expected her to appear. Asana Sarah. Sarah looked directly toward where he stood. Second young master, I know you can hear me. There is no ambush here, only me. Having just been deceived once, Ryan Jin was even more wary. Lady Sarah alone in this wilderness. Is this another plan of Un? She frankly stated her offer. I want to make a deal. If you help me, the desert tribe will serve under you. Despite such a tempting offer, he warned himself, I can't be tempted. With Asmit around, Lady Sarah could never seize the desert tribe as she wishes. Sarah seemed to read his thoughts and tossed down a pile of tokens. If you don't believe me, I'll show you some proof. A while later, Ryan Jin opened the wooden door and saw Si-un and the others lying unconscious everywhere. His eyes widened in disbelief. Un and Wall were poisoned. She continued tempting him. If you still refuse to appear after seeing this, perhaps the second young master isn't cautious, but simply cowardly. A loud boom suddenly came from where Ryan Jin stood. This time he jumped down without hesitation. Yet Ryan Jin remained cautious. About your proposed deal, how can you bargain with the entire desert tribe? Sarah gave a sly smile. I will soon become frontier king. His gaze turned serious. You mean once I become successor, I'll help you become king instead of Asmit? She raised her hand and explained. The fourth young master proposed that idea first, but after hearing his plan, I changed my mind. He planned to take poison, fake his death, lure you here, poison you, and keep you here until the contest ends. Ryan Jin pondered deeply, so his scheme relies on poison. Sarah extended her hand invitingly. I don't care who becomes successor. I only need someone to help me, so cooperating with you seems better because you hold more power. His silhouette loomed beneath the night. A sensible choice, but I have one final question. Did you make the same offer to Brother Kim? Her eyes widened in apparent shock. Sarah used all her strength to leap high into the air. Sarah ran as fast as she could while shouting, Young Master Hayek Ryan Jim. The moment she finished shouting, several hidden experts rushed out simultaneously. Everyone leaped down in front of her, clearly intending to protect her. At this point, he finally had to show himself. The atmosphere instantly became tense between the two biological brothers. Yet Ryan Jin showed no surprise and calmly raised his sword. Brother, I've been searching everywhere for you, so you were here. Ryan Jim smiled. The position of successor doesn't suit you. I'm doing this for the future of the divine order. Ryan Jin had no intention of yielding either. Then try taking it from me. But of course, Ryan Jim had no intention of fighting fairly and shouted an order. Attack. Ryan Jin tightened his grip on the sword. The sword released terrifying power, completely unlike its usual appearance. Everyone charging from the right was wiped out. Those on the left suffered nearly the same fate. Amid the rain of bodies, Ryan Jim charged forward like an evil god. He roared as if pouring out all his strength. Take this. Ryan Jin smiled and charged forward without concern. The two swords formed a spiraling arc in midair. The collision of their powers made everything seem ready to explode. When the dust cleared, only a faint silhouette remained. Ryan Jin looked over as if realizing something. He's gone. He twirled the dagger in his hand and slowly approached the box. Ryan Jin sighed again. I've been tricked again. His eyes glowed red with murderous intent. I didn't want to do this. Ryan Jin stomped down and launched himself to an astonishing height. Moments later, his silhouette seemed level with the moon. Ryan Jin shot through the air like an arrow. Watching this, Si-un remarked, See, just as I thought, we can't fight him head-on. Ryan Wall cursed angrily. Why do all your plans end like this? Si-un merely brushed the dust from his arm. If things didn't go this way, we couldn't have fooled him. She regained her composure and muttered, Yeah, that's true. Sarah then asked, How do you feel? I think the poison still lingers in your body. Si-un sighed softly. I'm fine. I only wanted to confirm whether the antidote worked. Nothing else is wrong. Si-un reconsidered everything. At first I thought the first young master had betrayed him, but luckily the plan to cooperate with Hyuk Ryan Jin first and then draw his attention worked perfectly. After thinking briefly, Si-un turned away. We don't have much time, we need to move as quickly as possible. Moonlight shone clearly over the dark forest. A tightly sealed wooden box rested atop a rock. Ryan Jiam panted heavily in exhaustion. Tonight. I only need to endure until this night ends. Even the second young master can't defeat all those guards in a single night. Suddenly, familiar footsteps sounded from behind him. Ryan Jiam panicked so badly he could barely see the other person. Who are you? Ryan Jin's sharp eyes emerged from the darkness. Ryan Jiam backed away in terror. How could you get here so quickly? Ryan Jin's voice sounded like a death-seeking demon. Brother. Ryan Jin's face twisted hideously. I'll give you one last chance. The man's face turned deathly pale. He slowly dropped to one knee as if accepting defeat. Ryan Jiam offered the wooden box with both hands, his voice trembling. I was wrong, please spare me. He took the box and gently opened it. A familiar scent drifted out, this smell. Ryan Jin immediately threw it away without hesitation. The lid flew wide open as golden light rose from within. Even then, Ryan Jiam remained bewildered. Are you all right? This time his expression darkened. That bastard untricked me again. But moments later, a strange sound came from the other side. Ryan Jin instantly recognized the signal from the west. Don't tell me Un has reached the outpost. Time passed quickly, and shortly after dawn he reached the mountaintop. Before him, Si-un sat leisurely atop a large rock. Commander Un hurried over upon seeing him and explained, the young master threatened to burn all the holy flame tokens unless we summoned you. Si-un slowly reached into his bag and pulled out a handful of tokens. As he did so, Si-un observed him. He didn't hide until the competition ended and even summoned me. Did he come alone? But he had no time to dwell on it and quietly warned, I'll burn them immediately if you come any closer. Ryan Jin frowned and asked, what do you want? While Si-un calmly replied as expected, talking to you is much easier than talking to Brother Jiam. Even Ryan Jin had to reassess him, having always thought Un was merely an annoying little brother, never expecting him to use such clever tactics against him. Looks like my carelessness has finally come back to haunt me. Si-un stood and said seriously, I want to make a deal with you, making Ryan Jin ask suspiciously, a deal. Si-un was confident in his deduction. If all he wanted was victory, there'd be no reason to summon me here. I can tell you're wondering where Wall is. But those words struck a nerve. It's too early to think you've won. There's still plenty of time for me to defeat you and find Wall. Sweat poured down Si-un's face. As expected of the protagonist, he's no pushover. One tiny mistake and I'm finished. In the novel, Hyuk Ryan Jin was fully capable of doing exactly what he said, appearing calm and polite outwardly, but becoming a ruthless killing machine whenever necessary and attacking without hesitation. Moreover, he would later become the leader of the demon cult. Si-un's expression grew tense as he asked, if you defeat me and take these holy flame tokens, you'll surely become the heir of the heavenly cult. However, that doesn't mean the 6 great families will support you. He thought to himself, the only thing Hyuk Ryan Jin lacks is a powerful family backing him, while Hyuk Ryan Jiam has the Northern Heaven clan. Hyun Ryan Wall has the Heavenly Shaman clan, and Hyuk Ryan Un has the Enduring Marquee clan. But because Hyuk Ryan Jin's mother was merely a maid in the heavenly cult, he had no maternal family to support him, while his paternal clan, the United Separation clan, remained neutral and held no influence. Hyuk Ryan Jin had reached his current position entirely through his own talent. But after becoming heir, the 6 great families refused to recognize him as deputy cult leader and did everything possible to eliminate him. Hyuk Ryan Jin tried his utmost to persuade the 6 great families, but ultimately decided to purge them. The protagonist of the heroic chronicle, T. Mu Kwang, exploited that opportunity to infiltrate the heavenly cult and even reached the heavenly demon treasury. I know how long Hyuk Ryan Jin agonized before deciding to purge those families. If there were a way to persuade the 6 great families without bloodshed, he would definitely choose it. Suddenly he asked, you just mentioned the 6 great families. A raging wind suddenly rose, startling Si-un. His face turned deathly pale. What the hell is this? Could that purge actually be what he wanted? Damn it, if that's true, all my calculations were completely wrong. The wind nearly swept Si-un away, making it hard to stand. I based this proposal on the novel's plot, so why does it feel like suicide? Just then, a bracelet slowly appeared on Ryan Jin's wrist. He lowered his head, eyes tightly shut as if deep in thought. Si-un's eyes widened in astonishment. Ryan Jin turned and ordered his subordinate, Deputy Commander On, go ahead, and the man respectfully clasped his hands, as ordered. Commander On left under Si-un's bewildered gaze. Ryan Jin clasped his hands behind his back. Explain in more detail. Si-un was speechless. He changed his attitude in a second. That's a villain for you. Finally, Si-un spoke. I want you to form an alliance with me. Ryan-jin remained silent, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Ignoring this, he continued, then you'll have Sister Wall's Moon Shaman clan and my Eclipse clan backing you. With 2 of the 6 clans supporting you, you'll surely succeed. But Ryan-jin only questioned him, are you serious or joking? You already have 2 clans backing you, so what do you gain by helping me? Si-un hurriedly explained, what I want isn't to become successor of the divine path. While inwardly terrified, I can't make a mistake here. In exchange for you obtaining the divine path, I want the frontier. The desert tribes still oppose the divine path, and if we advance into the new frontier, they'll certainly attack us. He quietly asked, so you want to take responsibility for solving this troublesome problem? Si-un looked utterly sincere. Yes, honestly, I'm not very interested in the new frontier. The frontier has vast deserts and the western lands beyond. Although the divine path's sacred flame came from there, for our future we need eyes and ears in that region. The wind blew through Ryan-jin's white hair. Si-un waited with sweat covering his forehead. Damn, did I exaggerate too much? I was so nervous that I blurted out nonsense without thinking, but I've gone this far and can't turn back now. Suddenly he called startling Si-un, who quickly answered, yes, Imperial brother. Ryan-jin's gaze turned icy. What you said makes sense, but why does it sound so fake? Si-un froze for a moment. Just as I thought, words alone aren't enough. He approached with his sword, speaking with chilling ruthlessness. If you have nothing else to say, I'll take those sacred flame tokens. Si-un panicked so badly that every thought vanished. In the end, all his emotions became one meaningless sentence. I don't want to die. Surprisingly, Ryan-jin stopped after hearing this, as if accepting it. Having gone this far, Si-un continued, Imperial brother, I truly only want to live. Even if I seize these tokens today and become successor, who says I'll live peacefully afterward? He tilted his head suspiciously. Didn't you say the Moon Shaman clan and Eclipse clan support you? Si-un lowered his head and softened his voice. Even so, I can never be stronger than you, so I won't escape death. Ryan-jin finally seemed slightly satisfied. Well, that sounds more convincing than your frontier story. Is that all? Si-un raised his head slightly and cautiously tested him. I want you to guarantee my sister's life and mine, along with high status. He quietly asked, do you really think I'd eliminate my own blood? Si-un looked puzzled. Isn't that quite common in the heavenly demon cult? Ryan-jin seemed to sigh before asking faintly, fine, anything else? Si-un took out a small piece of paper. There's this too. The moment he saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. After reading for a while, Ryan-jin understood. So little brother already knew we'd end up in this situation. Si-un turned away and feigned optimism. There's no harm in preparing beforehand. Only then did Ryan-jin say, fine, but I have one condition. Si-un sweated while awaiting a difficult demand. What is it? Ryan-jin took something from his chest. You said you'll take over the frontier wilderness, right? But we'll discuss that later. He placed a hand on Si-un's shoulder with unmistakable trust. Ryan-jin firmly declared, when I become leader of the Heavenly Demon Order, you'll stand there beside me. Those words left Si-un stunned for a long moment. He tried to ask again but stammered, what do you mean? This time Ryan-jin spoke bluntly. I need you. I can truly make use of your abilities. Consider this a token of my trust in you. Ryan-jin held out the object in his hand. I want to give you this. Si-un truly did not know what to say. He's giving me something worth nearly 2 billion just like that. After a moment, Si-un refused. No, this isn't a treasure I can accept. But Ryan-jin ordered, take it. Si-un reluctantly reached out. All right. Here's your token, Ryan-jin asked unhappily. Is that all? Si-un laughed and took out something else. Of course not. Si-un fired a flare into the sky as a signal. He explained, Sister Wall has another bundle. I told her to keep them if there was no signal, but burn them if I fired a flare. Ryan-jin seemed amused. What if she burns the wrong ones? Si-un confidently replied. Both sides have equal numbers, so they'll just fight over them. Yet Ryan-jin's murderous aura suddenly erupted. How thoughtful. Suddenly, a group of people jumped out and surrounded them. The leader gave Ryan-jin a slight nod. Ryan-jin turned toward him as if acknowledging it. A heaven and earth-shattering surge of power violently erupted. Si-un recoiled in terror. What's this? An ambush? Did he trick me? Is this how everything ends? Meanwhile, Ryan-jin was still admiring the command tokens in his hand. Suddenly, flames erupted and burned everything. They scattered across the ground like autumn leaves. Si-un stared in disbelief. Brother, why? Unconcerned, Ryan-jin reached into his clothes and pulled out another bundle of command tokens. He held them before Si-un as if taunting him. Si-un panicked and tried to stop him. those are Sister Wall's tokens, how did you? Ryan Jin merely said, yes, your plan was quite good, but I had enough time to find Wall. Si-un had calculated everything yet failed at the last moment. You found Sister Wall in such a short time. Ryan Jin casually replied, don't worry, Wall is still safe. I only wanted to hear the truth from you. Suddenly, both looked up at the sky as the sun began to set. Si-un sighed in relief. The contest is over. The scene shifted to a small building beneath the gentle morning sunlight. He rubbed his chin in confusion. Everything went according to plan until the Demon God Festival. But why do I still feel so uneasy? If I go to the western frontier like this, that brat T. Mu Quang will kill me with one slash. Although I successfully allied with the second young master, I need a plan that keeps me from going to the western frontier. According to the novel, Hayek Ryan sided with the second young master. But once he became the heir, he began avoiding the second young master. Still wanting to contribute, he volunteered to lead an advance unit to the western frontier. The original Si-un looked up tensely, and later encountered T. Mu Quang, unaware that it would be the last time he ever saw sunlight. But since I changed the Demon God Festival events, I don't know how the story will unfold now, and enemies might even attack tomorrow. Just then, a servant entered and called, Commander, why haven't you come out yet? Si-un turned suspiciously. What's wrong? He helplessly pointed outside. You said you'd attend today's full training session of the Black Lion unit. Don't push yourself too hard, rest today if you're tired. But he immediately refused. No, I need to see the results of their training myself. He was already delighted inside because the Black Lion unit would be his lifeline when facing T. Mu Quang. Beneath the eaves, the soldiers' resounding shouts created a heroic atmosphere. In the courtyard, everyone stood solemnly in formation. Just then Si-un arrived. Hello, Bu Xian. Bu Xian shouted loudly toward the others. Everyone, attention, salute the commander. Everyone shouted in unison, we will achieve total victory. He was very pleased with the result. The deputy commander did well. All right, you've all done great. This feels surprisingly good. Bu Xian ordered them to continue, and they showed no resistance. Yes, sir. Si-un praised with interest. Dampyang has improved considerably too. Things are going better than I expected. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to another young man. Si-un stared blankly, wondering, wait, that's... At that moment, Danha also noticed him. He stopped moving and raised his hand in a military salute. Commander, while Si-un smiled back, hello. Wait, let me see your dagger, and although confused, Danha complied, yes. One glance startled him. What is this? It's a modern military dagger. Si-un turned to the man behind him. Only this dagger looks different. When I asked you to commission them, did I tell you to add serrations along the blade and drill holes into it? The man rubbed his chin before answering. No, this one seems defective, and Si-un asked, do you know who made this dagger? I ordered them from a blacksmith recommended by an elder at the main hall, so I'll look into it. His expression became extremely serious. We must find the blacksmith who made this dagger, and I mean immediately. Though confused, the man still nodded. All right, I'll find him right away. Si-un looked up at the sky in disbelief. Impossible. Could someone besides me have also come from the modern world? At first, young Master Hayek Ryan Jiam's palace. Flickering candlelight illuminated a table filled with delicious food. Qiang Yue looked at the person beside him and probed. Brother, Hayek Ryan Jin is only the heir in name. The wine cup in Ryan Jiam's hand slammed heavily onto the table. The man shouted angrily, nonsense. Knowing he could not persuade him, the other man raised his voice. We've come this far, so we must overthrow the second young master. Unexpectedly, Ryan Jin calmed down. This idiot knows that brat's strength yet still dares say that. Even so, Qiang Yue disagreed. The second young master stands alone without backing, so no one will interfere if we move against him. The man frowned in displeasure. You mean hire someone to assassinate Jin? Qiang Yue smiled sinisterly and pulled something from his pocket. Do you think a single assassin could deal with the second young master? There are much better ways. Ryan Jiam looked up disdainfully. Someone as cautious as Jin would never fall for a poison trap. But Qiang Yue was unconcerned. I struggled to obtain this from the west. They say it originated in the distant western desert, far removed from here. Yet seeing the other man still confused, he irritably added, the issue isn't what poison it is, but that he'll notice if we use it carelessly. His face darkened ominously. But what if the one who poisons him is fourth young master Hayek Ryan? Those words truly swayed Ryan Jiam, make them misunderstand each other and cause internal conflict. Qiang Yue smiled in silent confirmation, as expected of senior brother. If their relationship collapses, their outside supporters, the Eclipse clan and Moon Shaman clan, will be placed in a difficult position. The man finally became interested, so you want to exploit that moment to seize the throne. Kang Yue answered frankly, exactly, the Northern Fields clan and Tomb clan will join forces to support you, and if circumstances change, at least one neutral faction will also be willing to back you. The title of successor doesn't matter, what matters is who gains the approval of all 6 clans, and Ryan Jiam laughed heartily. Excellent, you've truly opened my eyes. Kang Yue folded his arms and declared, I'll always stand with you, so don't forget me once you become leader of the divine path. They had only discussed it and done nothing yet, but Ryan Jiam was already confident. Of course, you'll become my most capable aide. The other man brought more wine as rapid footsteps sounded across the rooftop. Under the silent night, a group of assassins followed their planned route toward this place. One assassin's eyes flashed, this is the place. All 3 approached the rooftop. 2 stood guard while the third prepared to act. A thin stream of water dripped from a bamboo tube and bored a small hole. He carefully lowered a cord through it, trying not to alert anyone inside. The view shifts inside the house, where the cord had successfully entered. It slowly approached the sleeping Ryan Jin's face as liquid ran down the cord into the corner of his mouth. All 3 stared down nervously. Success, but why isn't the second young master reacting? Is this really fine? We thought he'd wake before we could even poison him. Was it really this easy? One of them signaled, forget it, before the second young master's Black Wing faction discovers us. Leave evidence pointing to the 4th young master and get out. With that, all 3 jumped down without hesitation. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows shot toward them simultaneously. 2 of the 3 were knocked unconscious before they could react. The remaining assassin warily gripped his sword hilt. But before his sword even left its sheath, another blade was already pointed at his face. The Black Lion faction had arrived, and they were the ones who attacked. I can't believe the 4th young master's faction attacked us. I must report this to my master immediately. Before long, another series of footsteps rang out. Ryan Wall appeared with an icy expression. 3rd young lady. Driven into a corner, he thought, the second young master's faction must have anticipated this. Then with no other choice, he greeted her first. I respectfully greet the Eclipse clan. But before he could say another word, someone knocked him unconscious. A familiar flamboyant red robe appeared. That person was none other than Ryan Jin, who had been sound asleep moments ago, and he sighed. Looks like was telling the truth. Ryan Wall walked over and said, had we acted any later, we'd have fallen into the first young master's trap. Ryan Jin had to admit, indeed, luckily we anticipated the poisoning. Everything happened exactly as warned. But what concerned Ryan Jin was how knew all this. Ryan Wall turned and ordered the subordinate behind her, take this man back to the Moon Dance clan and show him how brutally we interrogate prisoners. The man bowed, as ordered. Ryan Jin stepped forward and asked, what about She casually replied, he went to confront the 1st young master. Ryan Jin was startled. What? Went alone. At this point, Ryan Wall hesitated slightly. Actually. Elsewhere, Ryan Jiam impatiently asked, why haven't we heard anything yet? Kang Yue calmly replied, why are you panicking? They'll bring good news soon. Ryan Jiam boasted arrogantly, Hayuk Ryan and Hayuk Ryan Jin dared mock me, now I'll make them pay. Kang Yue agreed and encouraged him. Exactly, good news will arrive soon. Just then an arrow tore through the air toward them. Fortunately, both dodged quickly, otherwise the damage it dealt to the pillar showed it could easily kill someone. Ryan Jiam flew into a rage and turned to see who had attacked. He roared, what fool dares do this? A familiar figure appeared atop the roof. Long time no see, brother Jiam. Si-un's agile figure leaped down from above. Ryan Jiam gritted his teeth and called out, Hayuk Ryan a fool like you dares ambush me. Si-un put his hands on his hips confidently. Get it right, brother, you were the one who tried stabbing us in the back first. Hearing this, Ryan Jiam jolted. He knows about my plan, impossible. Si-un ignored him and teased, some brave fools tried attacking brother Jin's residence, and coincidentally my men passed by and captured those assassins. Ryan Jiam seemed unwilling to tolerate any more and drew his sword. No one interfere. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. In an instant, Ryan Jiam appeared before Si-un. You dare provoke me? For the sake of our blood ties, I've overlooked your foolish behavior, but today you've crossed the line. Si-un remained fearless. You'll soon find out whether I've crossed the line. Blinded by rage, Ryan GM noticed nothing strange. "Shut up, you sow discord between your two elder brothers and act wickedly, so today I'll punish you. Even if I'm exposed, I'll just kill him and blame everything on him. With the Northern Fields clan's influence, even a lie will become truth." A slash tore through the air with terrifying power. The sword strike came so fast that Si-un had no chance to react. A thunderous explosion erupted where Si-un stood, filling the area with smoke and dust. Ryan GM smiled proudly. He must have been blown into hundreds of pieces. Of course, Si-un would not die so easily, and he suddenly burst from the smoke. His fierce face carried terrifying killing intent. Si-un closed in and used his fist instead of a weapon, frightening even Ryan GM. Since when, the force of the punch seemed to tear straight through Ryan GM's body. Ryan GM helplessly coughed up blood without stopping. Damn it. Ryan GM quickly seized an opportunity to retreat and create distance. But soon he charged forward again. "You ignorant vermin." Chaotic sword strikes flew wildly through the air as Si-un stared helplessly. Has he gone insane? Yet Si-un easily dodged every attack. Looking closer, we can see Si-un perform a spectacular somersault. Ryan GM cursed furiously. "All you can do is roll and dodge. Where's your warrior's pride?" Si-un cursed and lunged forward. "To hell with pride." The man roared, raising his sword high. "Die." Just then, a familiar hand entered view. The sword in his hand radiated terrifying killing intent. Ryan GM stared blankly as defeat struck him. That sword. A crimson sword arc seemed to tear through space. Finally, it struck the man's body, leaving a deep slash. Ryan GM collapsed while muttering, "How can someone like you use holy annihilation swordsmanship?" Si-un merely smiled, "Because I have wonderful masters." For a moment, the atmosphere fell eerily silent. Sensing trouble, Qiang Yue struck first. The fourth young master attacked the first young master. "Seize him." He arrogantly ordered everyone as if he were their master. "Kill him." Si-un calmly drew his sword. "I can't control myself from here on, since I haven't trained properly. If you surrender now, I'll spare your life." As soon as he finished, the entire group rushed to gang up on Si-un. Right after shouting, Qiang Yue charged straight at him. But upon reaching him, Qiang Yue's blade only cut through empty air. Immediately, Qiang Yue's group turned pale and searched around. Where did he go? Just then, Si-un silently appeared behind them. His sword-sharp eyes stared forward. In a single second, Si-un unleashed 2 deadly slashes. Even so, his feet never stopped moving. By then, both men had already been defeated. Immediately, a triumphant voice rang out, "Got you." But this time, the man also struck empty air just like Qiang Yue. Seeing this, he looked down and asked. He disappeared again. The moment he finished speaking, Si-un reappeared behind him with murderous intent. The man was so terrified that he blurted out, "Damn it." But he still tried to attack again. Si-un swept past like the wind and dodged the strike. As a result, the full-powered attack struck his own companion. This, of course, was completely within Si-un's plan. His companion trembled in pain and stammered, "You lunatic." Only then did Si-un stop and turn toward the two men. He paid them no attention and simply looked ahead. Meanwhile, both men had collapsed, making Qiang Yue break into a cold sweat. Impossible. The bracelet gradually reappeared around Si-un's wrist. Then he calmly said, "This is my first time using these techniques in real combat, but they seem quite useful against these lackeys." Meanwhile, Qiang Yue trembled and asked, "Who the hell are you?" That infamous fourth young master could never use martial arts like this. He wasn't angry and even stepped closer sympathetically. "Actually, I was terrible at studying too, but during my final year of high school. You only need to know that some people possess hidden potential. You bastard." Qiang Yue never expected his speed and strength to be so great, so one solid punch quickly knocked him down. Then Si-un snapped his fingers twice. 2 mysterious figures immediately appeared. Si-un coldly ordered, "These men dared assassinate Ryan Jin. Take this man and Ryan GM to the Pathmaster for confinement," and both immediately replied, "As ordered." Bu Xian then said, "I never knew the leader's martial arts were this powerful, though I heard the first young master is a supreme expert who surpassed the pinnacle of martial arts." He smiled, "It's all thanks to the miracle medicine. My martial arts haven't improved much, which is why I sought the 9 Blossoms elixir." Bu Xian's eyes widened suspiciously. "Blossoms elixir? Isn't that a rare miracle medicine, one of only 2 treasures obtainable after becoming Pathmaster?" Si-un quickly confirmed, "Yes, I went to the Pathmaster and exchanged the Holy Demon Cloak for it," making Bu Xian even more shocked. "What? You traded the Holy Demon Cloak, our ancestors' precious treasure, just for miracle medicine?" He calmly explained, "I barely use it anyway, and since that cloak symbolizes our ancestor, it's more appropriate for the Pathmaster to use it. Besides, obtaining the relic boosts the Pathmaster's reputation while I get medicine to strengthen my vital energy, so it's a win-win exchange." And Bu Xian stammered, "What? Win-win-win?" Just then Ryan Jin suddenly appeared. He anxiously asked, "Si-un, are you hurt anywhere?" The two immediately jumped in front of Ryan Jin. Si-un then politely replied, "No, Imperial brother." He kept wondering inwardly, what's this? The second young master isn't someone who should care this much about the fourth young master. According to the novel, the first young master's assassination occurs early next month, and afterward the second young master flies into a rage and begins a massacre. Did my interference change the second young master's personality? I wonder how far the plot will deviate now. The scene shifts elsewhere. Inside the carriage, Muryong and the others sat without anyone saying a word. Si-un finally spoke. "Imperial brother Ryan Jim has left Urungi. Has the Northern Fields clan made any moves?" He shook his head. "No, nothing at all." Si-un thought, Ryan Jim's supporters haven't said anything. After this, the alliance between me, brother Ryan Jin, and sister Ryan Wall will become even stronger. Kwang Hu then asked, "But are you really fine with this?" "Honestly, I'm confused. I thought you wanted to defeat the second young master and claim the successor title." Si-un calmly replied, "The battle for succession is far more complicated than you think. Gaining the title doesn't mean the battle is over. What matters is how long you can maintain your power." Muryong exclaimed, "Exactly, the title alone isn't enough. If you can maintain power equal to the second young master who holds the successor title, you'll surely gain important positions later." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Oh, Ryan, you already planned that far ahead." He modestly replied, "This is nothing," while thinking, "I'm only doing all this to save myself. Becoming successor would restrict me too much. If the second young master steps forward and handles all the troublesome work for me, then my only priorities are avoiding Mu Kuang and finding a way back to the real world. So stop looking at me like that." A while later, an announcement rang out, "We've arrived." The three stepped out of the carriage one after another. Looking at the scene before him, Si-un remarked, "So this is the place." Before them stood an old, dilapidated workshop showing severe signs of decay. Inside, the constant sound of hammering iron echoed through the air. The three entered the space filled with the heavy scent of heated iron. Si-un looked around in admiration. "So this is what a forge looks like. I've never seen one in real life and it's pretty interesting." Just then one of them asked, "Are you looking for something?" Hearing that, Si-un remembered his original purpose. "Ah, I'm looking for the blacksmith who made this." The man asked in surprise, "So you're here looking for the odd girl at our forge?" As soon as he finished speaking, the blacksmith shouted, "Hey, Chal Simir." She turned around with a weary expression and replied, "I'm busy." The sight greatly surprised Si-un. "You're saying this girl made this military dagger and even the outfit? Could she be from the modern world? She's so tall, she'd make a great model, or maybe she's a foreigner." While the other two were still pale with shock, Si-un hesitantly asked, "Do you speak English?" Chal Simir frowned and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Her answer left Si-un deeply embarrassed. "Ah, guess not, this is so embarrassing." Chal Simir then asked impatiently, "So what do you want from me?" Si-un replied, "Ah, this knife." The moment she saw the knife, her previously calm expression completely changed. Chal Simir suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Si-un by the collar, leaving him stunned. Then she shouted angrily, "If you're not here to thank me for improving the knife, then get lost." Hearing that, Si-un thought, improving it means she modified my design. Si-un then nervously asked, "I mean this knife. No, this dagger, did you design and forge it yourself?" Chal Simir released his collar and replied, "Who else? I made it myself, got a problem." Si-un calmly offered, "I'll pay you triple what this forge does. Please join the Black Lion's special blacksmith unit." The scene shifted to several days later. Si-un walked alone toward a certain room. The moment he stepped through the door, he called out, "Miss Blacksmith." Chal Simir politely replied, "You've arrived, leader Ryan." She then held up a bow before him. Chal Simir proudly introduced it. "The bow you requested last time is finished." Si-un tested it and inwardly praised, "Perfect, exactly as I described. A gun would be even better, but maybe I'm terrible at explaining because no matter how many times I explain how guns work, she doesn't understand. Even so, if the Black Lion unit is equipped with modern-grade weapons like these, my chances of surviving and returning home will increase." After getting lost in thought, Si-un exclaimed, "Just as expected, Miss Blacksmith, you're truly a genius." The compliment made Chal Simir shy. "Well, I do enjoy creating new things." Si-un continued using the new bow. Having a compound bow in this era is incredible. Watching him, she thought, "Leader Ryan really looks frightening, and when we first met, I thought he was just another tyrannical bastard. but looking at him now, he's actually kind of cute. The scene then shifted to Mu Kuang's gathering. At that moment, he was lying back on the grass and relaxing. While Mu Kuang lounged around, Cyan diligently polished her sword. Meanwhile, Li Moonsing, the sword king from the Martial Way sect, sat above watching. Yeagle Siapung of the heretical sect sat not far away. The repeated sound of stones colliding echoed around them. It turned out Ryu Yon, the madman of the Celestial Mountain sect, was playing with them. A while later, Sun Sang came running over at full speed. Everyone listen. I think they're heading to Sichuan. Yeagle Siapung scratched his head. See, I told you it was suspicious. The last attack suspected to involve Divine Path spies wasn't long ago, so how could an ancient treasure map suddenly appear? He chuckled. Well, the Zhuge sect made the decision, and I heard they'll depart soon. The answer clearly displeased him, making him shout, impossible, those brainless idiots from the Zhuge sect. He immediately calmed him. Aren't you also a member of the Zhuge sect? Moonsing also spoke. If so, I guess the Divine Moth sect will now be led by those fools. Sun Sang replied seriously, aren't they those shameless latecomers? I heard they'll be the first to enter this time. Yeagle Siapung added, those people from the Divine Moth sect are really arrogant now. Brother Mu Kuang, what should we do? Only then did Mu Kuang slowly sit up. Stretching, he calmly said, Sichuan huh. Then let's go too. Yeagle Siapung turned pale. Hello, you're saying we should walk straight into such an obvious trap. Moonsing continued, although they're arrogant, it seems brother can't just stand by and watch. That's brother Mu Kuang for you. He ignored them and simply kept stretching. Then Mu Kuang said solemnly, let's set out. The moment she heard the order, Ryu Yon immediately jumped down. And so they officially set off. A second later, Sun Sang's urgent voice rang out, hey everyone, wait for me. Elsewhere, Bu Xian suddenly wondered, so the second young master became the heir after all? And Si-un casually replied, yeah. After hearing Si-un confirm it, he eagerly asked, I heard you were running all over the place during the succession ceremony. Tell me what happened. Though reluctant, Si-un explained, this year's succession ceremony was chaotic. Brother Ryan Jiam claimed that burning all the holy flame tokens during the festival invalidated the result and insisted he should have been the leader of the divine path. So we voted. The Rahu clan and Moon Shaman clan supported Brother Ryan Jin, while the Northern Field clan and River clan supported Brother Ryan Jiam, with the Maheng clan remaining neutral. Bu Xian curiously asked, so it was a tie, then how was the second young master chosen as heir? And Si-un replied, in the end, they decided to fight. And there was no way Brother Ryan Jiam could defeat Brother Ryan Jin. The scene shifted to the Great Demon God Hall. The atmosphere inside the hall was extremely tense. Ryan Woon sat on the throne, silently looking down. Below, Si-un whispered, congratulations on becoming the heir. He smiled and replied, it's all thanks to you, Ryan-un. Forget the Rahu clan, but how did you even gain the Moon Shaman clan's support? Si-un vaguely replied, of course I have my own methods. But inwardly Si-un thought, who knew the entire Moon Shaman clan was malnourished? Luckily I know about food and supplements. Hearing this, Ryan Wall suddenly sighed. Si-un laughed, what are you saying, brother? It's all thanks to you and sister Ryan Wall, while inwardly thinking, of course it was all my work, you white-haired bastard. Above them, Ryan Woon said happily, seeing you all getting along makes me happy too. Then Si-un asked curiously, but why did father call me here? Without beating around the bush, he answered directly, news has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, someone delivered a report to him. Si-un opened it and was stunned by the amount of information. Ryan Woon spoke at that moment. Many warriors from the new frontier are moving towards Sichuan. Si-un screamed inwardly, that guy is coming. The true protagonist of the path to becoming a hero, Mu Kuang. Their numbers don't matter. What matters is that their arrival now is troublesome. Those words left him confused. Now, he explained, a major incident occurred several months ago. Within the martial world's territory, someone claiming to follow the divine path disguised himself as a disciple of the celebrated city sect and infiltrated it, but was captured. Even worse, his entire body was covered in explosives. Ryan Woon calmly continued, I heard he took hostages and detonated himself, so Sichuan has probably dispatched scouts or a powerful force. I've ordered the Divine Path Army to search for Snow Spirit's whereabouts, and I want you to reach Sichuan at the right time. Si-un's face turned pale, you want me to go? While screaming inwardly, no way I'm going, that bastard Mu Kuang is there. Just then, Ryan Jin patted his shoulder. Yes, Ryan-un, I recommended you to father. Although Si-un outwardly remained calm and replied, oh really? He was already fuming inwardly. Is this bastard repaying me by sending me to my death? He continued, this is a golden opportunity to take the first step into the new frontier. If you perform well, both you and the Black Lion squad will rise significantly in status. Making Si-un protest inwardly. who cares about that? Ryan Woon added from above, although Ryan Jin recommended you, I'm entrusting you with this mission because I trust you, Ryan Un. Cold sweat covered Si Un's face as he guessed, is it because I performed better than expected? If I refuse, my relationship with Ryan Jin might collapse. And turning against the leader would be even worse. Is he smiling? Whatever, I don't know anymore. Thus Si Un gritted his teeth and accepted. Thank you for trusting me with this responsibility, leader. I will investigate their movements and return. Though he said that, inwardly he thought, damn it, if I die there, I'll return as a ghost and haunt you for life. Elsewhere, Mu Kuang's group was resting along their journey. The others all looked in one direction, but nobody spoke. After a while, whispers arose, look, that's the deceitful young master Yeagle Siapung, and isn't that the great lotus sword Li Moon seeing? The guy who keeps dodging and flying around because he's afraid of blood. Just then, someone walked over and tugged Yeagle Siapung's clothes. Seeing him, they immediately recognized the gambling-obsessed madman Ryu Yon. I heard they call themselves the Eccentric Hero Society. But why is the Holy Moon Goddess Cyan with them? While Hechun was still staring into the distance, someone called, brother. He replied, I told you to call me leader in public. The man grinned, sorry brother, I mean leader, and Hechun sighed helplessly, fine, what is it? He immediately pointed aside, aren't those weird heroic bastards ruining our army's morale? Are you really going to keep letting them travel with us? Hechun casually replied, it's fine, aren't we all orthodox factions? The man flattered him, our leader is so kind, making Hechun beam happily, stop praising me, it's embarrassing. While laughing, he suddenly noticed a strange sight. The person Hechun had been watching all along was Cyan. He couldn't help sighing, Holy Moon Goddess, the longer you travel with those scoundrels, the more you'll realize how good I am. The scene shifts elsewhere, where soldiers were training intensely. Bu Xian stood nearby and calmly reported, by the leader's order, the archer squad has completed mounted archery, survival, close combat, and sharpshooting training. Si Un nodded after hearing this, excellent, Bu Xian, they improved so quickly thanks to your guidance. He modestly replied, actually, it's mostly thanks to instructor Muryang. Both of them then turned their gazes toward Muryang. He awkwardly waved his hands, I didn't do much. Even so, Si Un respectfully clasped his hands, I know you've endured many hardships, but you're still the most important pillar of the Black Lion. Muryang shyly replied, you praise me too highly, young master. Thanks to the training plan and balanced diet, 12 fighters reached the advanced warrior level, while another 25 also improved dramatically. Si Un closely observed the warriors and marveled, impressive, even among the top 1,000 strongest members, none have more than 10 advanced warriors. Bu Xian added they adapted quickly, and with good food, training, and treatment, their progress has been rapid. Hearing this, Si Un thought, just as expected, whether in the modern world or a fantasy world, good benefits matter most. Si Un then asked, what about our unit structure? Muryang quickly replied, each team consists of people sharing the same mission, combining a tactical specialist, a communications specialist, and someone with leadership qualities. Si Un happily praised him, excellent, instructor Muryang. Elsewhere, the wheels slowly rolled forward. Jial Simir irritably asked, hey you, can't you push harder, haven't you eaten? Seeing this, Si Un immediately ran over, good heavens, Miss Jial Simir, you didn't need to come all this way yourself. She coldly declared, I'll quit if you ever place an order like this again. Si Un laughed apologetically, sorry, I suddenly had to leave for the Central Plains. Jial Simir ignored that and simply said, check them. Si Un reached out and took 2 items, one was a knife. The other was a compass. After checking them, Si Un immediately praised her, excellent as expected, Miss Jial Simir is truly an expert. Jial Simir shyly replied, this is nothing. I also made armor and combat boots, take them with you. Si Un could only think, absolutely amazing. The armor sets were put on one after another. The combat boots were also equipped and ready. With them, a perfect modern formation was ready. The scene shifted elsewhere. Morning sunlight was still filtering into the courtyard. A cat lounging peacefully was suddenly startled by a loud noise. His shout echoed out, hey, which bastard just said that? Come out here. You fraudulent young master, are you insane? How dare you use violence here? Sect leader, this fraudulent young master suddenly threw a bowl at us and started a fight. Yeagle Siapung immediately retorted, stop spouting nonsense, you insulted us first. After listening to their heated argument for a while, Hechun took a deep breath and exhaled heavily to calm himself before shouting, silence. Hechun took a deep breath and exhaled heavily to calm himself before shouting, silence. Yeagle Siapung covered his ears and wondered, such brute force, Is this old man showing off how much inner energy he gained after consuming all those medicines? Hachun then spoke politely, we're heading to Sichuan for an important mission. Do you intend to cause trouble with your immature behavior? Just then a voice rang out, how ridiculous. You speak as if you're the only ones with a mission right now. Hearing this, Hachun flew into a rage. How dare you speak to the sect leader like that? But before he could act, he was stopped. Looking at the slender figure before him, cold sweat kept pouring down his face. A second later, he finally reacted and trembled in fear. Hachun realized things were complicated and called out, Young Hero T. I only want to reach Sichuan without any trouble, so may I ask for your cooperation, Young Hero T. Mu Kuang calmly replied, that's exactly what I wanted to hear, let's cooperate. Thanks for your hard work. Sorry about this, and with that, the group led by Mu Kuang departed, leaving Hachun behind in fury. How dare you look at me like that, strange hero squad, I'll make you pay 10,000-fold. Also left behind was Sun Sang, still eating. What? Where did everyone go? Before long dusk descended. The old cult leader sat waiting for a fish to bite, deep in thought. Someone approached and asked, Old man, have you caught many fish? The old man did not answer and only asked, Who might you be? Thousand-Faced Fox respectfully replied, It's me, old man. With that, he used a disguise technique, and soon his middle-aged face transformed into a youthful one. Seeing this, the old man immediately recognized him. So it's you. Thousand-Faced Fox complained, How could you forget my face? While the old man calmly replied, How could I remember when you change it every time we meet? He then got straight to the point. Old man, the ancient treasure map seems to lead through the Martial Alliance's territory, and promising talents are reportedly heading to Sichuan. The old man suggested, What about the Central Plains? He quickly replied, I've spread the rumor there too, but something unexpected happened in the western frontier. Hearing this, the old man firmly denied it. Something unexpected? That's impossible. Thousand-Faced Fox calmly said, We're still investigating whether the information was wrong. But before he finished, the old man interrupted, I'm certain it's wrong. It seems I need to go to Sichuan. Everything is for the sake of that day. As soon as he finished, the old man vanished with the wind. Before long, Thousand-Faced Fox's face also transformed. Elsewhere, questions rang out repeatedly. Sect leader, will they really come? While another reminded him, I'm talking about members of our church. The man replied, yes, they're on their way here, along with an outstanding leader. He then thought, if they're granted the honor of leading the first battle in the central region, they'll perform brilliantly. Could it be a famous sect like the Heavenly Wolf sect or Red Dragon sect? Then someone shouted, Sect leader, someone's coming from that direction. Si-Un's forces marched forward with overwhelming momentum. Everyone looked ready to fight at any moment. By then, his body bore quite a few signs of battle. Si-Un thought, I thought I was going to die. Who would have guessed there were two monster birds instead of one? Back on that fateful snowy night, both birds remained extremely fierce despite being chained. They charged straight toward Si-Un's forces. It unleashed a barrage of attacks one after another, throwing the entire squad into chaos. Seeing the situation worsen, he began to panic. As he recalled it, Si-Un secretly felt relieved. Luckily, we prepared. In the novel, only one of the two was there when Mu Kuang arrived. By then, Si-Un was utterly exhausted. He thought, I endured that hellish period, but I did everything to steal Mu Kuang's lucky opportunities, including 10,000 ice crystals, the yin-yang breathing technique, and the ice dragon sword. If I can't refine the miracle medicine like Mu Kuang, I'll find a way to use the ice crystals. As soon as he approached, the man sneered, Stop, this isn't a place for vermin like you, get lost. Kuang Hu whispered, Ryan, I think the cult sent us here to meet these people, but they probably won't recognize us because we look so ragged. Thus Si-Un helplessly walked toward the man. Seeing this, the man became even more arrogant. I'm sure I told you to get lost. Faced with that mockery, Si-Un simply grabbed the man's saber. Before the man's bewildered eyes, he snapped it in half. Seeing this, the man's face instantly turned pale. Before long, they arrived at the Righteous Trading House. Sang-Won apologized, I sincerely apologize for my subordinate's disrespect, fourth young master. He laughed it off, what do you mean? I also think we really do look like beggars. Sang-Won replied comfortably, you're truly as magnanimous as I've heard. Si-Un only gave an awkward smile and thought, from what I've heard, rumors that I'm a bastard have spread throughout the new frontier. A while later, Sang-Won said seriously, it's a great honor to have you visit this branch, fourth young master. I'll do everything possible to assist you. He asked sternly, besides that, have you prepared what I requested? Sang-won nervously replied, I've gathered almost everything except the blood poison pearl and false poison pearl, because medicinal ingredients are difficult to obtain in Sichuan. This surprised Seon. That's unexpected. I thought it would be easier in Sichuan. Sang-won cautiously explained, the Tang clan is the problem. They monopolize every medicinal supply in Sichuan. Whenever a new medicine appears, they buy its formula cheaply, sell it for less, and weaken everyone else. He frowned. Don't the officials or martial alliance punish them? Sang-won helplessly replied, they're all colluding, so nobody helps us. Hearing this, Si-eun grew even more disappointed. What a rotten place, and thought, I've focused too much on developing medicine. Now I must obtain the blood poison pearl and false poison pearl. Si-eun then asked, also, do you know the current location of the Blue Sky sect? Sang-won honestly replied, I know they're currently at the Martial Alliance's Sichuan branch. He quickly responded, I see, have you found out why they came to Sichuan? Sang-won shook his head, no, I'm unsure whether they're here to monitor every move of our cult or because of the Sichuan Tang clan. Si-eun repeated in surprise, the Sichuan Tang clan. Sang-won explained, actually, ever since the Blue Sky sect arrived at the Martial Alliance's Sichuan branch, the Sichuan Tang clan has clearly been worried. Si-eun became thoughtful. They've been worried. Another new day began. The streets bustled with people coming and going. Kwang-hu asked while eating, this is really good, isn't it? Hey Ryan-un, what are you thinking so deeply about? Si-eun denied it, nothing, while Kwang-hu thought, we can never tell what's going on inside his head. Then he asked, even though the Sichuan Tang clan is famous for poisons and medicine, are there still this many sick people in Sichuan? Si-eun observed the surroundings and replied, you're right. Opposite him, a father and son were whispering about something. Along the roadside were frail, skinny children. Si-eun immediately guessed, that boy is malnourished. Unable to resist, he asked, may I ask you something? Your son looks very weak. Have you tried giving him any medicine? The man sighed miserably, young master, you can be arrested for trading medicine in Sichuan without permission from the Sichuan Tang clan, and the punishment is severe. Si-eun suggested, at least you could try feeding him some nutritious food. The man looked over and stammered, you two must be new here. Lately the Sichuan Tang clan has become greedy and even treats nutritious food as medicine. Even when I try cooking it myself, they keep raising supply prices, so there's nothing we can do. Kwang-hu said bitterly, to think people like that actually exist in this world. Si-eun quietly agreed, it's worse than I thought. After some time, an idea suddenly occurred to Si-eun. Seeing this, Kwang-hu asked, have you thought of something? Si-eun nodded. Yes, looks like I need to ask the manager about a building. Kwang-hu was completely confused and repeated, a building. Si-eun looked very pleased with his idea. I'm planning to sell nutritious food myself. Kwang-hu was surprised, sell it yourself. Ryan-un, didn't you hear what those merchants said? Si-eun replied solemnly, I heard them loud and clear. Then Si-eun thought, since we've come this far, I'll use this chance to enter the tiger's den myself. Just you wait, Mu Kwang. Yeagle Siapung heard him sneeze and asked, brother Mu Kwang, did you catch a cold? Mu Kwang immediately denied it, no way. Yet inwardly he wondered, is someone thinking about me? Before long, Si-eun had established 5 legitimate trading companies. Kwang-hu asked doubtfully, do we really need to go this far? Si-eun replied, didn't I tell you to call me shopkeeper Hellion, not leader? Kwang-hu could only say, shopkeeper, your plan isn't wrong, but can't we just find Blue Heaven Hall and report it to the order instead of going this far? Si-eun raised his voice, are you going to abandon the order's first glory and those who fell? Kwang-hu trembled. I understand, I hadn't thought of that. Bu-seon then asked curiously, but what will you sell here? Facing his curiosity, Si-eun smiled and reached into his robe. He pulled something out and introduced it. We'll sell this. Bu-seon asked suspiciously, could this be? Before he finished, Si-eun confirmed, that's right, it's the same food powder I gave you and every member of the Black Lion unit. He added inwardly, it's also the valuable food that saved the Chanwu clan from malnutrition. Bu-seon hesitantly asked, does this count as nutritious food? Si-eun replied, Bu-seon, what do you think nutritious food is? He quickly answered, well, probably something like a hot bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall made with meat and medicinal ingredients. Si-eun immediately cut off Bu-seon's ridiculous thinking. No, nutritious food means supplementing the nutrients your body lacks. That's why this powdered food can rightly be considered nutritious food. Bu-seon still worried, I'm not sure it'll work. Si-eun confidently replied, just wait, our 5 paths branch will definitely prosper. Throughout the new frontier. Some time later, customers came flooding in. Business became extremely successful. Customers packed the entire courtyard. Just then someone shouted, who's the shopkeeper here? Si-eun thought, here they are. Outside, the shouting continued, get your ass out here, don't make me repeat myself. The moment he saw them, he was disappointed. so these guys aren't even from the Sichuan Tang clan. The man swaggered forward and arrogantly asked, "Who the hell are you, bastard?" Si-un said nothing and merely looked up at him. Seeing this, the man flew into a rage. "How dare you look up at me? Lower your damn eyes." At that moment, anger flared within both sides. "You stubborn bastard, do you want to die?" But Si-un still restrained himself. "Oh, great warriors, I'm the owner of this shop. What seems to be the problem?" The man arrogantly said, "Since you're doing business here, show respect to your elders and pay the protection fee. Consider it your thanks for our protection." With that, the whole group burst into hearty laughter. Si-un trembled with rage. "I already have so much to do, yet these annoying flies just had to show up." They whispered among themselves, "Brother, did you scare him too much? He looks scared shitless." Even so, Si-un kept his composure. "Of course I understand what you mean. So don't just stand there, let me take you somewhere better. We can drink and talk there," and the man replied, "Good, that's exactly what I wanted too." Heavy footsteps echoed. The four of them entered one after another. After walking for a long time without arriving, the man asked suspiciously, "Hey, shopkeeper, aren't we there yet? You brought respected elders like us this far, so how much protection money are you planning to pay?" As soon as he finished, Si-un's attitude changed. "Here's your protection fee." His fist instantly slammed into the man's face. A second later, the fat man's body flew backward from the impact. Then he crashed straight into a nearby wall. The two underlings turned pale with fear. The man was knocked out by Si-un's single punch and lay completely motionless. One underling immediately spun around. You bastard." But the moment his fist shot forward, Si-un blocked it. Facing Si-un's murderous expression, all his strength suddenly seemed to drain away. A second later, Si-un ruthlessly snapped his arm. The force was so great that the man could only scream, "Mother." The other man thought in shock, "What the hell? Is he a martial arts master? Why would someone like him run a tea house here?" Si-un spoke with murderous intent. "You stupid martial thugs dare act crazy in front of me." As the man collapsed, he asked in confusion, "What the hell are you?" The remaining man wisely dropped his sword and kowtowed. "We've committed a grave offense. We were only following orders from the Sichuan Tang clan. Please spare us." Only then did Si-un react. "What do you mean, orders from the Sichuan Tang clan?" Then Si-un cursed inwardly in irritation. "That damn Tang dog." Elsewhere, Dang Jiang asked in surprise, "What, you're saying the owner of that new tea shop defeated you?" The man fearfully confirmed, "He's really not just an ordinary shopkeeper." He exhaled and pressed, "Why, is he some martial arts master?" The man replied, "Exactly, sir, you're right." But Dang Jiang found it absurd. Why would a martial arts master open a tea shop here? The man immediately answered, "Rumor says the owner is the young warrior Ryan Un, taught by the reclusive Master Chingi. After saving the leader of the Five Paths Merchant Guild, he was adopted and joined their family." Hearing this, Dang Jiang understood, "So the Merchant Guild leader helped that bastard open this tea shop here?" The man replied, "Yes, sir." He continued, "A tea shop. Is his business doing well?" The man reported, "It hasn't been open long, but it's already packed with customers." Dang Jiang casually continued, "I want to own it, but since it's only a tea shop, taking it would cause controversy." The man immediately added, "Sir, that doesn't matter. The sign may say tea shop, but they could actually be selling herbal decoctions." Hearing this, he erupted in rage. "What? They dare sell medicine in my territory." Thus Dang Jiang could no longer restrain himself and headed to Si-un's tea shop. He then loudly declared, "We received reports that medicine is being sold illegally here, so investigate thoroughly." His subordinates obediently replied, "Yes, sir." They immediately began ransacking the shop without mercy. Seeing this, Si-un thought, "Here they come." The results soon came back. "It really is all medicine, sir." He pretended to tremble. "What do you mean? That's only food." Seeing this, Dang Jiang shouted even more fiercely, "How dare you sell medicine in Sichuan without the Sichuan Tang clan's permission? Are you looking down on us?" He waved his hands. "There's been a misunderstanding, sir. We never intended that." Dang Jiang said nothing, merely sighed and beckoned. Si-un approached him. He immediately wrapped an arm around Si-un's neck and coaxed, "Forget it. To save your storefront, I'll explain this clearly. Hand over your tea shop and nutritional dishes to the Sichuan Tang clan." Si-un pretended to struggle with the decision. "I can't do that." He continued persuading him, "Don't you understand? Normally, all this illegal medicine must be destroyed and you'd face a massive fine, but I'm giving you a special way out." Outwardly, Si-un looked hesitant. "Really? but inwardly cursed, damn it, these bastards are even worse than those freakish scumbags. Dang Jiang continued, the fine can be settled in exchange for this shop, and once we verify the products are safe, the Sichuan Tang clan will properly turn them into medicine for sale. I'll also transfer some of my business to the Five Paths Merchant Guild, so let's settle this quietly. If this gets blown out of proportion, it won't benefit either side. Hearing this, Si-un thought, oh, settle it quietly, don't tell me. Was all of this done by him alone? Maybe Dang Jiang was also beaten to death by Mu Kuang, and he deserved it for causing so much trouble for the Sichuan Tang clan. If what's happening now isn't the Sichuan Tang clan's doing but only this bastard's, then that's a different matter. Seeing him silent for too long, Dang Jiang impatiently asked, hey, are you listening? Si-un cheerfully replied, of course I heard you very clearly. Would you like to come inside and enjoy some tea while we talk? Hearing this, Dang Jiang smiled smugly, all right. I'm liking this place more and more. Si-un silently watched Dang Jiang humming a tune ahead. Countless plans to deal with him were forming in Si-un's mind. Another new day arrived. At the Five Paths tea house, Moriang looked rather concerned. Master, is letting them return like that really a good idea? Si-un recalled the scene and thought to himself, Dang Jiang will probably move exactly as I want him to now. Si-un then said, don't worry, Instructor Moriang, by the way, is it true that all members of the Blue Heaven Hall are staying at the Sichuan Tang clan's compound? Moriang confirmed, yes, they seem to be plotting something. Si-un replied, I see. Good, looks like it's time I paid the Sichuan Tang clan a visit. Moriang blurted out in confusion, what, may I ask why? Si-un thought, it's finally time to meet that bastard face to face. A while later, a puzzled voice suddenly rang out. Good heavens, what's happening over there? Si-un shouted with all his strength, all the small shops are slowly dying. Shame on the Sichuan Tang clan, you've monopolized medicine and driven prices so high that small shops are disappearing. The people nodded in agreement. The Sichuan Tang clan has gone too far. How can anyone afford medicine when they label everything as medicine? Si-un shouted, reflect on your actions, Sichuan Tang clan, while thinking, good, this is working. Just then a voice rang out. Hey, how dare you cause trouble here? Come with me. The moment he finished speaking, the man suddenly froze. The Sichuan Tang clan subordinate wondered, what's wrong with this bastard? Si-un remained completely relaxed. Reflect on your actions, Sichuan Tang clan. A figure gradually appeared nearby. Si-un immediately sensed an unusual aura. The man struggling to drag him away noticed it too. Immediately afterward, they respectfully clasped their hands toward that person. Si-un turned around and saw an unfamiliar face. The newcomer was So-gun, the young patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan. Seeing him, Si-un wondered, what the hell, isn't that supposed to be Mu Kuang? Who is this guy? As Si-un wondered, So-gun spoke, as the Sichuan Tang clan's young patriarch, I can't ignore what I just heard. Si-un thought in surprise, the Sichuan Tang clan's young patriarch, could he be So-gun? He's so handsome that if all this were real, he could have been an idol. So-gun continued, why aren't you saying anything? Why aren't you shouting and demanding an explanation? While Si-un remained lost in thought. A genius who reaches the pinnacle at a very young age, and later becomes Mu Kuang's companion. Just then, Dang Jiang's voice rang out, move aside, make way for me. Young patriarch, don't believe this dog-clothed bastard, everything he says is a lie. Seeing him, So-gun called out, brother Dang Jiang. Meanwhile, Si-un inwardly cursed, that short bastard. Dang Jiang thought, this bastard wants to make a big deal out of this. Then he asked, do you know who this man is? And the man immediately replied, of course, his name is Ryan, adopted son of the leader of the Five Paths merchants, and he only relies on martial arts to cause trouble. He's the worst fraud I know, deceiving everyone by selling fake medicine. Hearing this, So-gun suddenly grew serious. Fake medicine. Dang Jiang seized the chance to continue. Yes, many have suffered from his crimes, and when I went to warn him, he attacked me and insulted the Sichuan Tang clan. The moment he heard the words, insulted the Sichuan Tang clan, So-gun's anger erupted as he asked in a low voice, is that true? He replied without hesitation, I've never lied. So-gun's anger erupted as he asked in a low voice, is that true? Hearing this, the man immediately snapped, you liar. Next, Dang Jiang mercilessly unleashed several vicious attacks. The moment he saw them, Si-un immediately reacted. He used two basic moves to block them. Dang Jiang then shouted, young patriarch, this bastard dares draw a weapon before the Sichuan Tang clan. We can't let him continue. So-gun ordered, put down your weapon immediately. Si-un angrily retorted, that man just threw hidden weapons at me. He's trying to kill me and silence me, yet you're suppressing the one who resists. So-gun thought, I guess words won't work on him. So-Gun personally acted, thinking, I should subdue him quickly, then we can hear what he has to say. Si-un never expected him to act so quickly, thus he failed to dodge the sudden attack. Si-un immediately fell from the impact. His body was violently thrown backward. Si-un secretly admitted he's incredibly strong, as expected of the Sichuan Tang clan's finest, someone who completely mastered the six-fold divine palm. Now I only need to wait for Dang Jiang to use his dirty trick. Just as he predicted, Dang Jiang quickly launched a hidden weapon, making Si-un think, that's it, exactly what I've been waiting for. That bastard wouldn't sit still with his life hanging by a thread, and as expected, he added a small amount of poison. At that moment, Si-un saw blood and immediately began screaming. So-Gun was stunned, symptoms of poisoning. Brother Dang Jiang put poison on his hidden weapon, but why? By then, Si-un had already passed out from the poison. Dang Jiang pretended to panic. Poison? Young master, if this continues, rumors that the Sichuan Tang clan uses poison to murder people will spread. Before that happens, we must take him back to the Sichuan Tang clan, making So-Gun blurt out, "What's?" while inwardly wondering, could he not be? Just as he was still wondering, a strange event occurred as a sudden attack flew in from somewhere. So-Gun quickly leaped up and exclaimed, "You just used poison." Immediately afterward, he slowly landed. So-Gun searched for the attacker while cursing, "Damn it." The commotion even woke the unconscious Si-un. Si-un stood atop the roof. She coldly said, "Is this how the Sichuan Tang clan silences those who accuse them of treachery and corruption?" Dang Jiang shouted again, "How dare you insult the great Sichuan Tang clan?" So-Gun politely said, "Miss Xiao, lower your blade, whatever the reason, pointing a sword at the Sichuan Tang clan is unforgivable." Hearing this, she kept her sword drawn but jumped down. He thought, her presence is extremely oppressive. Were the reports about her remarkable achievements really true? While So-Gun was still wondering, she charged forward and attacked. Refusing to yield, he leaped up to unleash a technique. The two rushed toward each other at lightning speed. Their attacks struck simultaneously, creating a tremendous collision. Si-un and So-Gun continuously exchanged blows. Dang Jiang thought smugly, "Excellent, this is perfect. I should use this chance to finish Si-un once and for all." He immediately walked toward where Si-un lay. Dang Jiang thought a decade of hard work and planning could all be exposed by this bastard. Die. But just as he was about to bring his blade down, Dang Jiang suddenly slipped. His body was completely restrained. Dang Jiang's face instantly turned pale with fear. Si-un then quietly asked, "Still haven't come to your senses? It seems I was too gentle with you." Dang Jiang's face turned pale under Si-un's crushing grip. But Si-un did not stop and tightened his grip even further. Watching the scene before him, he thought, I can't believe Si-un's martial arts are this terrifying. I focused only on Mu Kuang, but as expected of the successor to the mysterious heavenly mountain sect. So-Gun and Si-un remained evenly matched. At the decisive moment, someone suddenly intervened. Si-un wondered dazedly, he is. Hachun appeared and lectured, while the demon cult's fiends are plotting, talented disciples of the sects are fighting pointlessly. As investigation captain, I, Hachun, cannot tolerate this. Si-un sighed in relief. What the hell? Hachun was defeated by Mu Kuang in an instant. For a second, I thought that was Mu Kuang. Si-un coldly said, I only intervened because someone was oppressed for telling the truth and poisoned to silence him about the Sichuan Tang clan. He turned and asked, is that true, young Master Tang? So-Gun then tried calling Dang Jiang to clarify everything. Brother Dang Jiang. But upon seeing him, So-Gun wondered what happened to him. Seeing his chance, Si-un spoke, by making nutritious food, I only wanted to help the weak and poor avoid illness. I hope young master will uncover the truth and restore the Tang clan's honor. Hearing this, So-Gun froze. The Tang clan, Sichuan's Tang clan, is an honorable family. What you're saying cannot be true. Si-un thought he's wavering. Despite being a genius, he knows nothing about the world, so dealing with this model student is like taking candy from a baby. Si-un added, nothing is more dangerous than blind trust, so please open your eyes. Please understand my sincerity. The moment he finished speaking, he fainted. Before completely losing consciousness, Si-un saw So-Gun stammering, hey. But he was utterly exhausted. He could only think, even when startled, she's beautiful, exactly my type. Before long, the day was drawing to an end. Inside the room, Si-un was resting. Soon afterward, his eyes suddenly snapped open. Si-un inwardly sighed in relief. The turtle breathing technique lets me control my breathing and body temperature, but it feels like I truly returned from the afterlife. The Sichuan Tang clan treated me, so if this is their place. While he was lost in thought, a voice rang out. Are you awake? Si-un never expected someone else to be in the room and spun around in surprise. The moment he clearly saw the person before him, he froze. Si-un stared at those details in alarm. Dragon headband. White Dragon Sword. At that moment, Mu Kuang was quietly sitting on a chair waiting for him. After waiting without receiving an answer, Mu Kuang finally looked toward him. Si Un's mind went completely blank, leaving only the name Mu Kuang clearly echoing within it. Seeing Mu Kuang, Si Un trembled like a mouse before a cat. He thought, as expected of Mu Kuang, the pressure he gives off is on a completely different level from everyone else. Mu Kuang finally spoke, "There's something I'm curious about." Si Un kept breaking into a cold sweat as he waited. Mu Kuang then said, "Why are you lying here? You don't look like someone defeated by Dang Jiang." Si Un realized, as expected, he saw through my technique. Mu Kuang continued, "An anonymous tea house owner reveals his skills just as the demon society tries to cause trouble, while news of a treasure map appears. Personally, I find this very suspicious. What about you? Why aren't you answering me?" Si Un stammered, "I'm just an ordinary merchant." Mu Kuang sighed and questioned him, "An ordinary merchant? Are you joking?" Si Un fearfully thought, "If they consider me a spy, my head will fly like in those novels. I need a way out." After some confusion and panic, Si Un finally got an idea and hesitantly said, "Actually, I came here to meet the martial arts hero, great warrior Mu Kuang." The room suddenly fell completely silent. Mu Kuang slowly drew his sword and said, "Great warrior, it's even more suspicious that you came here specifically to meet me." Panicking, Si Un added, "I have the power to see the future. That's why I came to meet the martial god Mu Kuang, the hero who will save the entire martial world someday. Please help me." Yet these words did not move Mu Kuang at all. Mu Kuang instead grew even colder. "If you're trying to deceive me with such nonsense, then stop talking." Si Un finally calmed down and asked, "Are you the successor of the White Sword Martial God, the White Dragon Martial God?" Hearing this, Mu Kuang's calm demeanor suddenly shattered. Unable to restrain himself, Mu Kuang asked, "How do you know that?" Si Un laughed lightly and repeated, "I told you I can see the future." Mu Kuang immediately asked, "Then you must have seen who I'll fight in the future, right?" Si Un turned pale, thinking, "I'm only halfway through the story, what does he want to know?" Then Mu Kuang finally asked, "Who is my enemy?" Si Un worriedly thought, "I could say it's the black-faced man who appears in the second half. Or should I say it's the heretical order? What if that's not the answer he wants?" So Si Un decided to say, "I can't see it clearly yet. The future isn't that precise and usually appears blurry or out of sequence." Hearing this, Mu Kuang finally sheathed his sword. He then crossed his arms and asked, "So what do you need my help with?" Si Un inwardly wondered, "That's enough." He explained, "The Sichuan Tang clan is now trying to swallow the Five Paths merchants, and no one in Sichuan can oppose them. But I think Mu Kuang, the future hero of the martial world, can." Yet instead of reacting, Mu Kuang merely stared silently at Si Un. This made him extremely uneasy. Is it because he's the protagonist? Why is he so suspicious? There's no other choice. Si Un declared firmly, "I'll prove it to you." Mu Kuang immediately grew curious. "How?" He replied solemnly, "I'll help you find the tomb of the legendary thief, Formless Shadow." The scene shifted to the Five Paths tea house. The tea house was still operating normally. Customers kept pouring in and seemed extremely satisfied. Not to mention that Mu Kuang's group was also there. As they drank, Si Un approached and asked, "What do you think of our tea house?" Sun Sang happily praised it. "Excellent, this is the first time I've seen a tea house like this." Si Un confided, "The Five Paths merchants poured tremendous effort into this tea house, but the greedy Sichuan Tang clan is forcing me to surrender everything." Hearing this, he became furious on his behalf. "Those thieves, designing and building a tea house like this is extremely difficult." Si Un silently watched and thought, as expected of the eldest son of the Five Paths merchants, he's passionate about things like this. Then Si Un glanced to the side. Mu Kuang sat absent-mindedly staring at his cup of tea. Meanwhile, Sun Sang kept praising, "The flavor is excellent too, young warrior Ryan Un. Perhaps your true talent lies in business vision rather than the power to foresee the future." Just then Kuang Hu called out, "Shopkeeper, I need to talk to you." Si Un turned and said, "Excuse me, I'll be right back." The moment he arrived, Kuang Hu questioned him, "Ryan Un, what the hell is going on here? Didn't you say you were poisoned and had to enter the Sichuan Tang clan, and who are those people?" Si Un replied seriously, "They're promising talents from the Martial Alliance." Kuang Hu asked blankly, "What, then aren't they members of the Blue Heaven sect?" Si Un thought briefly and replied, "They call themselves the Strange Heroes Group. They're separate from the investigation team, and through them, we can learn what the Martial Alliance is doing." Bu Xian continued, "You mean you've discovered why the Martial Alliance came to Sichuan?" Si Un immediately confirmed, "Yes, the Martial Alliance is deciphering a treasure map to find the tomb of the legendary thief Formless Shadow in Sichuan." This greatly surprised him. Impossible, does Formless Shadow's tomb really exist? and Si-un quickly replied, yes, the Alliance believes the map came from our cult, and after deciphering it, they sent those people to search for the tomb. Bu Xian was even more stunned. A treasure map containing the location of Formless Shadow's tomb couldn't possibly come from our cult. Si-un nodded, I agree, it seems the spy who infiltrated the Martial Alliance wasn't originally from our cult, making Bu Xian realize, so another force is trying to overthrow both the martial world and our cult. Si-un declared boldly, I'll infiltrate the strange heroes group opposing the Blue Heaven sect and find the tomb before them to earn great merit for the cult. The two repeatedly nodded in agreement. Just then someone called, young master. Forgive the interruption, but someone from the Tang clan has come to see you. Si-un said wearily, the Sichuan Tang clan again, while thinking, has that bastard Dang Jiang still not learned his lesson? Please lead the way, Chief Zhang. As he went out to meet the visitor, Si-un cursed inwardly in annoyance. Tang So-gun held a cup in his hand and turned to one side. Si-un was slightly surprised to see him, thinking Tang So-gun. His lips curled into a smile. It seemed his words had worked, so let us become friends, then the yin-yang divine elixir will be mine. Si-un cupped his hands and politely said, thank you, it is our greatest honor to have the young master of the Tang clan visit us. Hearing this, Tang So-gun calmly replied, it is nothing, young hero Ryan-un, then apologized for the past. Forgive my rudeness the other day. After examining it, we cannot be certain that tea was medicine, and I will formally investigate you as well. Hearing this, Si-un politely replied, thank you very much. Another voice suddenly called from behind, young Master Tang. The speaker was none other than Ryu Yon, why not come join us? Tang So-gun approached and greeted them. It has been a long time, everyone. Yeagle Xiapeng and Moon Xing returned the greeting with cupped hands. Mu Kuang merely smiled faintly and replied, welcome. After sitting down, Tang So-gun calmly asked, what were you discussing? Yeagle Xiapeng replied, young Master Tang, do you know the investigation team's purpose? Tang So-gun calmly answered, of course I know. The other man sighed and explained, we were discussing how some fool named Yeagle Mayung took the wrong path. His words made Tang So-gun vaguely conclude, so you mean advisor Yeagle Mayung misunderstood the map? Yeagle Xiapeng calmly confirmed, exactly, if the tomb is where he claimed. I will even change my surname. Meanwhile, Mu Kuang suddenly addressed Si-un, shopkeeper. He had only one question, what do you think? Si-un bowed slightly and stated his view. I also agree with young hero Zhuge's analysis. Mu Kuang's gaze changed as he continued. Did you see the tomb's location in that great future vision of yours? This question irritated Si-un inwardly. Damn bastard, if I knew, I would go there immediately. Not exactly, I only saw that strange group of heroes searching for the tomb. His words immediately delighted Yeagle Xiapeng. I told you I was right. The next to speak was none other than Tang So-gun. Future vision, what are you talking about? Si-un looked at him and slowly explained what had happened. But he only said one thing, thinking back, knowing you possess such future sight means I nearly made a grave mistake. At this moment, Mu Kuang made a proposal. Then tomorrow, we will search for the tomb. Moon Xing curiously asked, only us? And Mu Kuang slowly explained, the Blue Sky Sect and Tang Clan do not believe what we said. Sun Sang pondered before confirming, that is right. Then Mu Kuang approached Si-un and threatened him, you had better start praying that your words come true. His eyes narrowed as he added, because otherwise. As he passed Si-un, Mu Kuang finished, you had better be prepared. Watching his back, Si-un thought, that bastard still suspects me. Si-un's brows nearly met as he decided, I must reach the wireless magic thief's tomb as soon as possible. The next day in a vast mountain region, holding the map, Si-un cautiously said, it must be somewhere around here. He looked at Si-un and thought again, this is awkward. I wanted to be grouped with Tang So-gun. Si-un shrugged and reconsidered, but this is still 1,000 times better than being grouped with that bastard Mu Kuang. He raised an eyebrow and quietly observed Si-un. She was looking around for clues. I know she is the heroine I created, but she really is beautiful. Sensing his gaze, Si-un slowly asked, young hero Hayek Ryan-un, are you all right? Si-un flinched and casually replied, yes. He smiled, scratched his head, and continued, I have completely recovered now. Miss Xiao helped me greatly, but I could not properly thank you. Si-un clasped his hands and added, thank you for saving my life, Miss Xiao. Only then did she take out a jar and add, here. The moment Si-un saw it, his eyes lit up. This is a product from our tea shop. Did you buy it? You only had to tell me and I would have given you as much as you wanted. Si-un calmly explained that Heavenly Mountain was a barren place lacking food, so the children there were frail and sickly. Looking at the jar in her hand, she continued, I was sick as a child, and my father once dug deep beneath the snow just to bring me medicinal herbs. Hearing this, Si-un grew excited and thought, wait, isn't this the story Seol Saiyan told Mu Kwang when he cared for her after she was injured? How can this be happening? Saiyan smiled up at the sky and continued, then I thought that by consuming something like this, frail children like me could grow up healthier. Only then did Si-un share his own story. Miss Seol, when I founded the Five Paths Tea House, I had the same thought in mind. I wanted to provide free nutritious food to every sick child. That's why I decided to establish branches throughout the new frontier. Hearing this, Saiyan tilted her head and asked, sorry to interrupt, but what will you do if the tea shop goes bankrupt? Si-un calmly replied, please don't worry, because children will become our future customers, and I believe those children will be our future. He kindly painted a vision. Among the children who grow healthier after eating our food, perhaps one may become a great martial artist like Miss Saiyan, right? Saiyan looked at Si-un and chuckled softly. You really are different from everyone else, young hero Hyuk Ryan-un. Her enchanting appearance made Si-un laugh awkwardly, unsure how to respond. But before they could talk much longer, laughter rang out and drew their attention. As expected, I'm a genius. The next moment, a signal flare shot into the sky, revealing their location to the other members. Si-un smiled and remarked, looks like they found the tomb. The entire group quickly gathered there. They stood outside and looked down at the tomb below. Si-un observed it and wondered, is this the entrance to the tomb of the infamous thief? A lighting device was quickly taken out. Mu Kwang held it and cautiously reminded them, let's look around and see what's inside first. He then turned to Yeagle Siapung and said, I'll protect you so you can lead. Yeagle Siapung confidently replied, follow me, no one in the great Yeagle family knows traps better than I do. He reminded them again, before Mu Kwang and I go inside, let the others wait outside for a while. A new day arrived as the sun gradually rose above the rooftops. Si-un's group of 6 was traveling together. Nearby, Yang Hachun and Dang Jiang watched them, and the two old men could hear laughter from afar. That's right, I'm one of the people who found the tomb of the infamous thief. Yang Hachun and Dang Jiang curled their lips in displeasure. As Si-un's group approached, Yeagle Siapung spoke for them. Is something wrong? Yang Hachun shouted a question in his face. Have you all forgotten the rules? Mu Kwang rested an arm on Yeagle Siapung's shoulder and sneered. That's strange, we went through plenty of trouble to find the infamous thief's tomb. However, his words only made Yang Hachun even angrier. Do you not understand that your reckless actions could put everyone in danger? At this point, Si-un clicked his tongue and exposed him directly. After all that talk, you're just jealous, aren't you? Ryu-yeon and Moon-sing looked surprised and even sarcastically agreed. Humiliated outright, Yang Hachun grimaced with rage and cursed loudly. How dare an idle brat like you stand here spouting nonsense? At this moment, Mu Kwang chose to remain silent and watch Si-un handle the matter. Si-un showed no respect and bluntly provoked him. How can I stay quiet when an old man like you keeps barking such nonsense? As soon as Si-un finished, Dang Jiang chimed in. This brat is the one who insulted the Dang family. We must teach him a proper lesson. Spurred on by Dang Jiang, Yang Hachun immediately drew his sword. Is that so? Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of my brother from the Dang family. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward fiercely. Yang Hachun swung the sword in his hand at Si-un. Si-un did not stand still and immediately drew his weapon to counter. Yang Hachun tensed up and cursed inwardly, so this bastard really does have the strength to match his reputation. They then backed away, putting some distance between them. He charged again with one thought in mind. He had to defeat this man with the yin-yang sword. On the other side, Si-un also raised his sword, ready to counter. The force of Yang Hachun's slash sent Si-un's feet sliding backward. Si-un frowned and assessed inwardly, this must be the yin-yang sword. Terrifying, Yang Hachun has grown stronger, so this could put me at quite a disadvantage. He then gathered his strength and decisively forced Yang Hachun backward. Si-un kept his eyes fixed on his opponent and thought, either way, it is time to knock this guy out. Unexpectedly, another sword suddenly descended from above. It struck both Si-un's and Yang Hachun's weapons before spinning away. The sword returned to Wan Liu's hand. Si-un looked toward the old man and sighed in relief. Finally, the true master of the Wudang sect, Wu Wan Liu, has arrived, and only with him here can my plan proceed. As Wan Liu landed, Yang Hachun quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Sect leader Wu, I am Duong Yang Hachun of the Divine Gate under the Wudang sect. It is an honor to meet you. The old man politely replied, it has been a while, hasn't it? But what exactly happened here? Questioned, Yang Hachun hesitantly explained. Please forgive me for letting this disgraceful sight offend your eyes, but the truth is. Before he could finish, Wan Liu approached and said, You must be Ti Mu Quang, the bastard brought here by the alliance leader. Si-un politely replied, bastard is hardly an appropriate way to address someone upon first meeting, and hearing his retort, Wen Liu slowly asked, who do you think I am? Si-un paid him no mind, picking his ear as he mocked. Does the Wudang sect always talk down to people like this? You all sound alike, calling everyone bastard this and bastard that. Moon Xing was frightened by Si-un's brazen attitude, while Ryu Yon and Yeagle Siapung could not suppress their laughter. Enraged, Wen Liu shouted, how dare you be so insolent? Bastard, who is your elder? While Yang Hachun beside him trembled with anger at these youngsters. At that moment, Dang Jiang kindly stepped forward and explained, he has no master, sir. He is the adopted son of the leader of a small merchant group called the Five Merchants Guild. His identity was also revealed. His name was Hayek Ryan. Wen Liu's eyes widened in utter surprise. An unknown nobody without a master could actually fight Yang Hachun on equal terms. Even the remaining subordinates were stunned. Hayek Ryan of the Five Merchants Guild has no master yet can wield the Azure Heaven Sword. Impressive. Si-un glanced behind him and thought good. He continued calculating. Ti Mu Quang was actually the name he gave himself after his battle with Duong Yang Hachun, and now that I have some information, it may prove useful when we reach the tomb. Si-un's identity was revealed, and Wen Liu abruptly turned away. His attitude changed instantly as he told Yang Hachun, considering you fought an ordinary man, we will have plenty to discuss once the matter at that ancient tomb is settled. Dang Jiang could only helplessly call after Wen Liu as he left, please wait. Back in the forest where the tomb stood, a large group was slowly making its way through the forest. Yeagle Siapung let out a frustrated sigh and complained, why do we have to follow behind when we were the ones who found that tomb? Hearing him, Sun Sang smiled reassuringly and said, don't be like that, we couldn't go any deeper anyway. Unexpectedly, that only backfired and made Yeagle Siapung even angrier. Nonsense, I could clear the path by myself. He grabbed Sun Sang by the collar and threatened, take that back right now. Meanwhile, Mu Quang was surveying the surroundings and noticing him, Si-un immediately asked what was wrong, to which warrior Ti Mu Quang briefly replied, if soldiers ambush us along this path, we will be in serious trouble. Hearing this, Si-un had to agree, true, this is where Hayek Ryan was beheaded after clashing with Ti Mu Quang. A question suddenly crossed his mind, did I just survive another death? As soon as he said that, Mu Quang abruptly stopped. He immediately warned everyone around him, ambush, everyone prepare to fight. From above, a huge boulder was rolling toward them at great speed. The boulder quickly came close to crashing into the group. Wen Liu angrily shouted, what piece of trash dares challenge us? Si-un and the others looked around for the attacker. Damn it, who is this? Hayek Ryan was supposed to initiate the attack, but I am right here. The next second, a horse stopped before them. It halted and snorted heavily. A group of masked men accompanied the horse. Their leader loudly declared, I am the fourth leader of the demon cult. I command you to willingly become the first sacrifices for our ritual. Hearing this, Si-un's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? The imposter's subordinates simultaneously threw smoke bombs. A thick cloud of white smoke instantly appeared. Wen Liu turned back and shouted, everyone, cover your mouths and noses. Si-un obeyed, never taking his eyes off those people. The imposter confidently laughed and ordered, kill them. Si-un looked around while the others were still disoriented. He quickly realized the truth, this smoke was not poisonous. At that moment, someone drew a sword. The attacker was none other than Mu Quang. After slicing through the white smoke, he decisively charged forward. Si-un quickly followed to support him. Their target was none other than the imposter. Seeing this, the imposter turned pale with fear and shouted, kill them all. Both sides prepared to clash. Mu Quang let out a powerful shout. He charged straight into the enemy formation. Then he slashed their formation apart. Those still standing were immediately terrified. Si-un was also helping crush the enemies on his side. The imposter broke into a sweat as his forces were overwhelmed. Damn it. He then pulled out a whistle and blew it hard. Reinforcements soon appeared. They were none other than the Iron Army. Mu Quang and Si-un both looked over while Si-un exclaimed, what the hell is that? The imposter now regained his confidence and loudly declared, I will let you taste the might of the demon cult's invincible Iron Army. Hearing that name, Mu Quang sneered, what a strange name, while Si-un wondered upon seeing his smile, what is so amusing. Mu Quang launched another attack. The enemies quickly raised their shields to defend. His sword tip aimed straight at the shield. Mu Quang pierced through it, even impaling the man holding the shield. The man collapsed with no chance to fight back. The others began fearing for their lives. Watching from the side with wide eyes, Si-un thought, damn, he's too strong. I definitely can't beat him even if I risk my life. But he quickly reminded himself, what nonsense am I thinking? Why should I risk my life? Si-un began planning how to uncover what had happened while Ti Mu Quang dealt with the others. He then decisively rushed forward. Si-un's target was none other than the imposter. By now the man had completely frozen stiff. Si-un kicked him squarely in the face, knocking him off his horse. He landed easily while his opponent crashed heavily to the ground. Only then did the imposter speak. As expected of the Heaven Wall warrior, your skills are truly formidable. His tone held no fear as he continued. But you fool will never stop my demonic thunder bomb. Yang Hachun was rushing over from the other side, but immediately stopped upon hearing that. He turned and shouted a warning, "Thunder bomb, everyone run." Suddenly an arrow shot down from above. It pierced the imposter's hand, forcing him to drop the bomb. The bomb fell freely through the air. Si-un turned into a soccer player and kicked it away. The bomb flew off before exploding. With the threat resolved, he immediately seized the imposter. He questioned him, "Who are you?" But the man stubbornly replied, "I am one of the 4 leaders of the demonic cult." Si-un coldly pointed out the truth. "You're a member of the Sun and Moon Society, yet you call yourself part of the demonic cult." Nearly strangled unconscious, the man gasped, "I am the 4th leader, Ryan-un." Si-un questioned him again with murderous eyes, "How do you know that name?" The imposter finally confessed, "Please spare me, we're only wandering martial artists acting on someone else's orders." Growing impatient, Si-un demanded, "What were you ordered to do? Who made you do this?" Unexpectedly, the imposter suddenly began acting strangely. Si-un stared at him in confusion and muttered, "What the hell?" Lumps suddenly began swelling across the imposter's body. From afar, Yang Hachun cursed, "You idiot Hyuk Ryan-un, we need to interrogate him. What the hell are you doing?" Sensing something was wrong, Mu Kuang immediately shouted, "Get away." Si-un quickly moved back while cursing inwardly, "Damn it." The imposter's body gradually began to glow. Just as Si-un retreated far enough, the man exploded. The force of the explosion sent him flying. The imposter's remains scattered along with the blast. Mu Kuang spun his weapon rapidly to form a shield. The entire area became engulfed in dirt and dust. When everything finally cleared, only a crater remained. Si-un stared blankly, still not fully recovered from the shock. Elsewhere, someone spoke of the tomb of the infamous thief, Jin Oroboni. Infiltrating the Orthodox faction would be difficult even for someone properly trained. Someone then voiced his thoughts, "I think the 4 leaders made a difficult decision, but it is still not too late to start a revolution." However, Ryan Jin interrupted him, "No, I trust him, he surely has his own plan, and more importantly." He then revealed shocking news: the Asana tribe chief, Ana L1ED7 Lan, has been assassinated. Both people opposite him were stunned. Ryan Jin added, "A storm is sweeping through the region ahead," prompting someone to ask whether Ana Asmet would successfully become the new chief of L1ED7 Lan. Ryan Wall calmly explained, "He is currently on good terms with our factions." Ryan Jin glanced at her and explained, "Asmet is a skilled warrior, but it is too early for him to become chief. Bloodshed will likely follow over that throne, so he may seek an external enemy to prevent internal division." Those words made Ryan Wall carefully consider it. An external enemy. It seems he is targeting our factions. After hearing her, he confirmed, "We must prepare thoroughly for every possible scenario." A sharp curse rang out before the tomb. "If only you had captured the 4 leaders of the demonic cult alive. The Martial Alliance is supposed to protect justice." One Liu kept shouting at Mu Kuang, "Do you know how many people died just to let one criminal perish?" Listening beside them, Si-un's ears were practically ringing as he thought, "This old man really loves making a scene." Mu Kuang himself replied provocatively, "Then why didn't you capture him yourself, esteemed master?" One Liu's face turned red with rage as he shouted, "Insolent." At that moment, Si-un stepped into their argument. "The one who captured that man wasn't Warrior T, it was me." He looked at One Liu and firmly declared, "If you want to arrest someone for no reason, then it should be me." Hearing this, One Liu remained dissatisfied and threatened, "Brat, I will be watching you, and if you let something like this happen again." As he turned away, the old man warned, "Prepare to face the consequences." Mu Kuang watched him leave and scoffed, "What is he muttering about? So what if he keeps watching us?" While Si-un kindly warned, "Acting like this will make enemies everywhere, Warrior T." But those words meant nothing to Mu Kuang, who replied, "I don't care, I am strong enough to protect those close to me." He even found it annoying and said, "And please stay out of my business next time," making Si-un tremble with anger and think, "I shouldn't have helped this guy." Their group continued deeper inside. Before long, everyone stood before the entrance. Wan Liu coldly ordered them to open the door. His attitude irritated Yeagle Xiaopeng, who muttered, "Seriously, he acts like we can just hand each other the key." No sooner had he spoken than both Wan Liu and Yang Hachun turned and gave him warning looks. Yeagle Xiaopeng then asked, "Do you know what is in front of us?" Gao Mayung grew irritated at the question and snapped, "You're getting arrogant after learning a few cheap tricks, aren't you, Master Freeloader? while this man was Yeagle Myung, strategist of the Azure Heaven Group. Yeagle Siapung replied with a sneer, still better than wandering around accomplishing nothing. He angered the other man enough to make him curse, "You brat." Before Yeagle Siapung changed the subject, "Shall we take a look?" He stepped forward and began working, saying, "Here, here, and here." Yeagle Siapung pressed one finger against the wall and said, "Now, if I do this." The door immediately swung open as he warned, "I told you don't, I repeat, don't touch anything." However, one Liu ignored him completely and exclaimed, "Good heavens, so this is the tomb of the infamous thief." Yeagle Siapung cried out in alarm, "What are you doing?" While the old man was already ordering, "Hurry and take out the tools." The subordinates quickly rushed inside. Even Sun Sang was baffled by this ugly sight and muttered, "What is this?" The remaining members said nothing more. Yeagle Siapung scratched his head in frustration and remarked, "This is why I hate working with martial world people," while Mu Kuang reassured him, "Do not dwell on it, no one gets to live doing only what they want." However, this only confused him further. "That sounds strange coming from you," and Mu Kuang laughed heartily. "Seriously, there are always exceptions." Just as he finished laughing, a scream came from inside. Yeagle Siapung immediately rushed in, shouting, "Didn't I tell you not to touch anything?" while the others followed. One subordinate was writhing in pain after triggering a trap. The others instantly became alert, shouting, "It's a trap, everyone back away." Yang Hachun watched in confusion and asked, "What is going on? Didn't you say there were no traps?" Gal Myung replied mockingly, "I said they would not trigger if you went where I told you. I never said this place had no traps." Hearing this, Gamyung immediately flew into a rage. "Seriously, didn't this happen because of your directions?" And this man was Tang Gamyung, commander of the Sichuan army. Seeing the tension rising, one Liu intervened. "Enough, arguing will not change anything." The old man continued, "From now on, be careful, strategist Juge." Hearing one Liu, Gamyung became furious. "Damn it, we are both equally old, who is that old man acting superior to?" However, they returned to the main issue of crossing the trap, and Gal Myung instructed, "We must break the lower wall and destroy the connection." He gestured toward Kang Yue. As he stepped forward, Gamyung reminded him, "Do it decisively in one strike without making any mistakes." Kang Yue immediately raised the hammer in his hands. Yeagle Siapung panicked and rushed forward to stop him, shouting, "No." Without thinking, he threw himself in front of him. Kang Yue turned pale because he could no longer stop in time. Yeagle Siapung closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Suddenly, a stone flew over and struck the hammer in Kang Yue's hands. The impact forced him to let it go. The hammer crashed heavily onto the ground to everyone's surprise. Si-un was the one who acted, thinking, "That idiot owes me his life if we get out of here." Saved by him, Yeagle Siapung turned towards Si-un with immense gratitude and said, "Young warrior Hyun." Meanwhile, Yang Hachun grew irritated and asked, "What is this about?" And Yeagle Siapung briefly explained, "This place will collapse if the connection is broken." No sooner had he spoken than Gal Myung challenged him, "Nonsense, how dare a half-grown brat doubt me?" And Yeagle Siapung retorted, "Look at yourself. Do you know why I brought equipment when we could explore this place ourselves? Because if you recklessly touch the wrong thing, we're finished." However, Gal Myung ignored him and said, "No need to listen to this brat, we must break it and enter," forcing one Liu to reconsider amid their argument. At that moment, Tang So-gun suddenly declared, "I agree with young warrior Yeagle Siapung. It may take longer, but safety is most important while exploring this place." One Liu immediately changed his attitude upon hearing him and said, "All the equipment we have here belongs to the Tang clan." The old man added a warning, "However, if anything happens, you will bear responsibility." Yeagle Siapung was delighted to receive command and instructed, "Now please place it over there." "Good, put it there." The subordinates moved cautiously. The stone slabs were placed on the ground. He examined everything and muttered, "The problem is here, what should we do?" Seeing this, Si-un turned to Bu Xian and asked, "What do you think, can you do it?" The equipment was brought near his arrow. Bu Xian simply asked, "Tell me where to aim," and Yeagle Siapung quickly replied, "What, slightly to the right of that wall over there, but I don't know if you can hit it." Bu Xian said nothing and simply raised his bow. Bu Xian's shot was swift and decisive. In an instant, the arrow lodged deep into the wall above. Ryu Yon watched in surprise, a direct hit, while even Yeagle Siapung looked equally astonished. Unbelievable. The arrow Bu Xian fired embedded itself deep in the wall, pulling the attached rope taut. Yeagle Siapung looked at him admiringly and said, "Amazing, you solved our toughest problem just like that. You're incredible, be my idol from now on." While Bu Xian reluctantly replied, "What's so difficult about this?" Yeagle Siapung continued instructing his subordinates, "All right, now we need to connect these ropes to those planks." Very quickly, he built a bridge and announced, "Done." Yeagle Siapung turned to the others and said, "If we follow this bridge, we won't trigger any ambushes." Watching him, Si-un inwardly marveled. I barely mentioned this guy in the novel, so I never knew this, but there must be a reason he became one of the leading supporting characters. The exploration group slowly moved deeper inside, while Gal Myung kept glaring at Yeagle Siapung throughout the journey. Tang So-gun then remarked, "Strategist Yeagle Myung must really hate young warrior Yeagle Siapung." Ryu Yong continued, "He doesn't hate him, he's jealous and envious." Rumor had it that the strategist drove young warrior Yeagle Siapung out of the family, forcing him to wander from a very young age. It was all because young warrior Yeagle Siapung surpassed him, and after the old Gale Rooster recognized his potential, he took him in and taught him the shuttlecock staff art and how the world worked. Hearing this, Si-un feigned surprise and said, "Really? I already knew about that." However, Tang So-gun wondered, isn't Gale Rooster an elder of the beggar sect, so that's why young warrior Yeagle travels with a patrol group, uses the shuttlecock staff art. Their conversation was interrupted by a command from ahead. "Wait." One Liu gruffly replied, "What is it? You nearly scared this old man to death." Yeagle Siapung sniffed the air for a moment. His eyes darted around as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Finally, he concluded, "There's a formation right ahead of us." As soon as he finished, one Liu became agitated. "What? Are those bastards going to jump out at us again?" Yeagle Siapung patiently explained, "No, it's worse. This formation will make all of us hallucinate the moment we enter." Unexpectedly, one Liu dismissed his warning and said, "Forget it, we'll continue exploring." Yeagle Siapung immediately objected, "What are you saying? Who knows what will happen if we enter and activate the formation?" However, the old man walked straight inside and scoffed, "It's all a trick. People like us have thoroughly trained our minds, so these petty illusions are nothing." The others had no choice but to follow behind one Liu. Gamyong stood still and began calculating. He then turned to Tang So-gun and said, "Young clan leader, if we fall behind, the Martial Alliance team will take every treasure in this ancient tomb." But Tang So-gun disagreed. "But if we ignore young warrior Yeagle's warning and enter?" Gamyong kept persuading him, "It doesn't seem like a trap. As long as our minds remain firm, we can overcome it." While Yeagle Siapung merely sighed, "Really? I already told you that's not how it works." Mu Kuang looked at him and asked, "Yeagle Siapung, how do we get past this trap?" Yeagle Siapung slowly explained, "With this design, we can't destroy the formation from here, so our only choice is to enter, find its core, and destroy it." As soon as he finished, Mu Kuang stood up and declared, "So we have to enter the formation anyway, right?" His behavior puzzled Sun Sang, who asked, "You're going in?" And Mu Kuang calmly replied, "If not me, then who?" However, another hand rose as someone said, "Two are better than one." Si-un smiled and offered, "I'll go with you." The moment he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Tang So-gun looked over with wide eyes and asked, "Young warrior Ryan-un, are you sure?" Si-un calmly confirmed, "Wouldn't our chances of success increase if two people go together?" Si-un said nothing more and instead silently observed. A rope was used. Si-un and Mu Kuang were fully equipped. Yeagle Siapung then warned Mu Kuang, "If you destroy it, pull the rope 3 times." Leaving Si-un puzzled by these new forms of address, while Mu Kuang laughed, "Don't worry so much." The two quickly headed inside. Si-un's lips curled into a smile. He secretly calculated that, just as the novel said, this formation could disrupt the 5 senses and disturb the mind. Si-un's expression gradually turned inhuman. Now he had the perfect chance to eliminate Mu Kuang. Their steps slowed as they moved forward. At that moment, Si-un's eyes suddenly widened. The space before him completely changed, making him wonder what the hell was happening. Si-un hurriedly looked down and realized the rope had vanished. Looking around, he could not help exclaiming, "So beautiful, this VR is incredible." Fortunately, Si-un remained clear-headed enough to remind himself, "Wait, what if I get stabbed full of holes while wandering around?" Suddenly a voice called out. Si-un broke into a sweat and looked around for someone. The voice continued guiding him, "This way, come here." He sighed and decided to follow, thinking, "I know I shouldn't, but..." A hand and a basket of food appeared nearby. The voice urged him again, "Hurry over here." The person who appeared was none other than Manhwa, saying, "Mother made lots of snacks." Si-un was completely stunned. Demon Queen Manhwa, why is Hyuk Ryan-un's mother here? Si-un suddenly leaned his face close to Manhwa. His sudden action flustered her. "Oh my, is there something on my face?" Hearing that, Si-un realized he had been somewhat rude. "No." While wondering, "What's going on? Are these Hyuk Ryan-un's memories?" Manhwa then suggested, "Anyway, eat while it's hot." Seeing the delicious food laid before him, Si-un wondered, "Can I actually eat this?" while she anxiously asked, Han, why aren't you eating? Are you unwell? Unexpectedly, strange sounds suddenly rang out. Along with them appeared the Iron Army. Lion Hue grabbed Si-un's arm. Then she firmly pulled him along, saying, this way, Un. The group opposite them continued slowly approaching. Sunlight filtered through the leaves overhead and shone below. After running a long distance, Lion Hue grew exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Yet she worried about Si-un first. Run, Un, they're almost here. He held Lion Hue and questioned her, Mother, do you know them? But she shook her head desperately and urged, you must run, Un. Hearing this, Si-un began feeling irritated. How troublesome. Several figures appeared before them. 3 fully armed soldiers of the Iron Army slowly advanced. Si-un slowly drew his sword and said, hey, you good-for-nothing bastards. He asked, who the hell are you? No one among the people opposite responded. Si-un decisively charged forward, thinking, since no one dares kill, can we overcome our own hearts? He let out a powerful shout. Then Si-un unleashed a slash. The others immediately raised their shields to block. However, the strike still sent dust billowing everywhere. Their feet remained firmly planted on the ground, but their weapons and armor were gradually knocked away. Si-un charged forward confidently. The others could only prepare to fight. He controlled the sword in his hand, preparing to slash down. Si-un was now hovering high above. Unexpectedly, the moment both sides collided, his figure suddenly vanished. This unexpected sight left the armored man bewildered. Their formation wavered for a moment while Si-un approached from behind. He let out a powerful shout. Then he decisively slashed downward. The ground was torn apart, raising a thick cloud of dust. The victor was none other than Si-un. Only then did he slowly remark, if this were the real Hyuk Ryan-un, he would probably have died miserably in some corner. Si-un continued confidently, but I'm not that guy, understand. Lion Hue was completely stunned. Cracks appeared across the sky. He looked up at them in confusion. These are cracks in the formation. A pillar of light appeared behind Si-un, and he immediately realized there is the exit. Si-un accelerated toward it. He gathered momentum and decisively jumped. Si-un's figure flew toward the pillar of light. The next thing he saw was only blinding light. Then Si-un appeared in another unfamiliar place. He looked up and was completely stunned. The scene before him was filled with death and devastation. Si-un looked around and wondered, is this another memory of Hyuk Ryan-un? At that moment, a disturbance caught his attention. Looking down, Si-un saw Mukwang sitting there crying. Observing him, he quickly recognized the dragon headband. This must be Mukwang's memory. Si-un immediately began drawing his sword. Judging from his childhood appearance, he must have fallen into the illusion formation. Wait, isn't this perfect? I can exploit the chaos. Before he could act, someone challenged him. Who are you, bastard? A group radiating murderous intent appeared before Si-un. This greatly irritated him, damn it, right at the crucial moment. He gruffly told them, I'm busy, so hurry up and get this over with. The group quickly drew their weapons. They launched their attack by throwing their weapons. Si-un remained still, watching their trajectories. Only then did he slowly exhale. The next moment, Si-un activated his combat mode and wildly swung his sword. The mysterious men were completely stunned by his footwork. Si-un shattered their weapons and quickly charged forward. He flashed past them and took them all down. Finally, Si-un landed heavily on the ground. The bodies of those he struck began burning. A box suddenly fell to the ground. Si-un stared at the scene in confusion, wondering, who the hell are these guys? He then turned to look behind him. Si-un slowly approached Mukwang. Watching him, he thought, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Unexpectedly, Mukwang suddenly asked, Big brother, did you defeat all those bad guys? This innocent question completely caught him off guard. Si-un immediately recalled the adult Mukwang's face and reminded himself, focus, this guy is Team Mukwang. He's the man who will slit my throat. With tears covering his face, Mukwang looked up at him and continued, thank you. He lowered his head and added, big brother. Hearing this, Si-un sighed. This kid looks only about 5 years old. His reaction made Mukwang look at him in confusion. Si-un then thought, if I die inside this dream tomb, I might also become trapped here. He then told him, wipe away your tears and snot. Mukwang obediently replied, okay, and Si-un picked him up to take him along. Let's go, and at that moment, cracks once again appeared across the sky. Mukwang turned to look behind him. The corpses of his family lay on the ground. Mukwang's expression changed as he resolved inwardly, I will definitely take revenge. A pillar of light leading out of the secret realm appeared. Si-un and Mukwang stepped inside. Finally, he awakened in the real world. Si-un sat up, feeling extremely dizzy. He turned toward Mukwang, who was still unconscious. He then slowly approached him. Si-un drew the sword at his waist. Team Mukwang, but the grateful face calling him Big Brother suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Si-un began wondering, was his family massacred when he was still a child? How pitiful. But I'm sure I only wrote about a martial artist who stumbled upon good fortune while trying to avoid a bandit gang, so what kind of absurd setup is this? There's no point looking, I should trust my instincts, he's only a character in my story. At last Mukwang regained consciousness. Si-un clicked his tongue and sheathed his sword. The other man clutched his head and sat up. A hand reached out before him as someone asked, "Warrior T, are you alright?" Mu Kuang grabbed it without hesitation and asked, "What happened?" Si-un slowly explained, "Looks like you escaped the illusion. Do you remember anything?" While thinking he would silence him if he remembered the demon bead sword and all those martial techniques. Mu Kuang still looked uncomfortable as he replied, "I don't know," which somewhat reassured Si-un, who thought, what a relief. Si-un acted as if nothing had happened and said, "I see, I don't know how you escaped the illusion, but let's head inside." The two continued forward, but they soon had to stop. Ahead, one Liu's group was struggling inside the illusion, shouting, "Move aside, save me." Mu Kuang wondered in confusion, so I was like that too? What a sight! While Si-un focused on the main issue, thinking the core of the formation mentioned by the young Zhuge warrior must be above. They continued upward, ignoring those still struggling. Their destination was a pedestal. A blue stone rested on top of it. Mu Kuang drew his sword and declared firmly, "We just need to destroy it now, right?" Si-un hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, I know a little about formations, so let me inspect it first." Mu Kuang coldly turned away, and that attitude infuriated Si-un, who thought, I should have killed him. His expression grew serious as he calculated, "Let's see." Combining what he had read in the library about various doctrines, Si-un quickly realized, "Found it, the more I look, the more this resembles a formation node." He suddenly froze after finding a clue. Si-un's gaze stopped at one particular spot. He removed the talisman attached there. The stone that had been glowing blue instantly lost all its light. Only then did Mu Kuang approach and ask, "Is it done?" And Si-un replied, "I think so." They looked around and remarked, "The smoke has cleared. I think we should pull the rope to let them know." Mu Kuang immediately pulled the rope and finished the signal. Then he waited together with Si-un. Suddenly, Mu Kuang said, "I don't remember exactly what happened inside the illusion formation, but I remember you saved me." With complete sincerity, he said, "Thank you." Si-un was completely caught off guard. For a moment, he did not know how to respond and said, "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Their conversation was interrupted when Tang So-gun's group entered and asked, "Young warrior Ryan-un, is everything all right?" Yeagle Siapung looked at the miserable state of those who went ahead and remarked, "That's why I told you not to take this on, you reckless fools." Yang Hachun glared at him irritably and thought, "This can't continue. I must lead the expedition into the ancient tomb." He directed his hostility at one person, obviously Mu Kuang, who was ruining his image. Dang Jiang approached and deliberately provoked him. "Are you really going to let those guys off like that?" However, Gao Mayang challenged him, "What else are we supposed to do?" Dang Jiang continued cursing, "Those bastards are stealing our credit. We did all the hard work, yet they disregard our efforts." And Yang Hachun agreed, "Everything young warrior Dang said is right." He glanced at Si-un's group. "Those parasitic heroes will stab us in the back once they find the treasure." And Dang Jiang immediately said, "I have a plan." No one knew what he said, but all three wore sinister smiles. Yang Hachun decided to follow the plan. "Fine, let's do it." The group continued deeper inside. Yeagle Siapung carefully examined the area and announced, "I see no traps or formations. I think we can rest here." Only then did Sun Sang wearily sit on the ground, saying, "I didn't expect this tomb to be so vast." Ryu Yon added, "I think we still have a long way to go before reaching the end." Moon Sing also sighed and remarked, "But we should still rest for a while." Unexpectedly, strange sounds suddenly rang out. One member of the group showed signs of severe pain. He then collapsed to the ground. Not just one, but several others suddenly showed strange symptoms. While Yang Hachun secretly assessed the situation, good, exactly as planned. He loudly demanded, "What the hell is happening?" But Dang Jiang raised a hand to stop him. "Wait." Gao Mayang approached and examined one person before briefly concluding, "Poison." He slowly added, "Someone poisoned us." Several more people began writhing in pain from the poison. Yang Hachun smiled wickedly and thought, "Those bastards from the makeshift hero team surely aren't poisoned. I can use that." Unexpectedly, Si-un suddenly showed the same symptoms. Yang Hachun and Dang Jiang both turned pale with shock. Mu Kuang's eyes also widened. Yang Hachun turned to Dang Jiang and demanded, "Didn't you say you wouldn't poison them?" And he quickly replied, "But I haven't even used the poison yet." These words made Yang Hachun panic even more. "What?" Meanwhile, Si-un and Tang So-gun hurried towards Si-un, shouting, "Young warrior Hayek Ryan-un." They supported him and repeatedly shouted, "Young warrior Ryan-un, wake up." Tang So-gun placed his fingers on Si-un's wrist and checked him. "His pulse is extremely weak. What poison could leave him like this?" Gao Mayang began to panic. Damn idea from those Tang clan people. Even if they wanted to poison them, they should have used something milder. He pointed at Yeagle Siapung and directly accused him. strategist Yeagle Siapung, you did this to seize the treasure for yourself, didn't you? The accusation immediately enraged him. What nonsense are you talking about? Meanwhile, Tang So-gun calmly told Gamyung, old man, I think young warrior Ryan Un was poisoned with 7-step snake venom. If he isn't treated quickly, he'll die. He listened in shock. What, others seem poisoned too, but how can he withstand that kind of poison? Un weakly raised his hand. His finger pointed directly at one particular person as he said, earlier that man did something to me, and the accused was none other than Dang Jiang. He turned pale with fear and hurriedly defended himself. I don't know what nonsense you're saying. I haven't even done anything. What's going on? Cyan burned with rage and firmly demanded, hand over the antidote. Dang Jiang still tried to defend himself. How dare you suspect me? Inwardly, he thought, I haven't even used the poison yet. That bastard walked into the trap himself, didn't he? The next person to demand it was Mu Kuang. Hand over the antidote while I'm still asking nicely. This time, Yang Hachun stepped forward to defend young warrior T. He even drew his sword and said, seeing you threaten your own allies irritates me. I can't tolerate it anymore. Seeing the situation descend into chaos, one Liu grew even more annoyed and shouted, damn it, what the hell are you people doing in a crisis like this? Un was also observing the situation. He smiled and thought, well, Dang Jiang, I knew what poison you planned to use, so I deliberately prepared a similar one beforehand. Meanwhile, Dang Jiang had his own plan. I need to discard the poison now. As long as there's no evidence, they can't accuse me. At that moment, Mu Kuang suddenly moved. He grabbed Dang Jiang's arm. With a murderous expression, he questioned him, what are you doing? Mu Kuang moved so quickly that Yang Hachun could not react in time and wondered, since when? He charged forward with his sword and shouted, stop. Mu Kuang did not even bother responding. His swordsmanship was several times faster than Yang Hachun's. In an instant, Yang Hachun was knocked back and exclaimed, what's happening? Yang Hachun's entire body was sent flying backward. He struggled to get back up. Mu Kuang calmly exposed their scheme. Look, it seems you two made a deal, and I've suspected you since you started provoking us. Yang Hachun became so furious that he lost his composure and shouted, shut up. Mu Kuang clenched his fist and said, but I don't think I can hold back any longer. He decisively punched Yang Hachun. The man landed face first on the ground. Mu Kuang approached and continued, you don't deserve to wield a sword. After dealing with one man, he turned toward Dang Jiang. Mu Kuang approached and demanded, hand over the antidote, but despite turning pale with fear, Dang Jiang desperately denied it. It wasn't me, I didn't use poison. Dang Jiang's answer earned him a kick from Mu Kuang. The vial of poison hidden on his body fell out. Tang So-gun examined it and quickly announced, this is 7-step snake venom. Dang Jiang desperately explained, I did bring it, but I haven't used it yet. However, this did nothing to ease Mu Kuang's anger as he said, you admitted it yourself, forcing Dang Jiang to hurriedly stop him. Wait. Dang Jiang reluctantly handed over a vial and said, this is the antidote. The exploration group was quickly cured of the poison. Yang Hachun sat miserably in a corner, utterly humiliated. He looked toward Mu Kuang and wondered whether he could win if they fought again. But Mu Kuang merely glared back at him. Yang Hachun hurriedly looked away and thought, I lost completely, I can't beat him. His attitude greatly displeased one Liu, who muttered, pathetic loser. Gamyung then suggested, old one, with things like this, continuing is dangerous, so we should retreat and return later. But one Liu immediately rejected him. What are you saying? If the Dang team is that cowardly, go back, but in the name of the martial world, I'll explore this tomb to the end. Seeing the old man flare up, Si-un was extremely pleased and thought, good, we can't stop here. He had his own plan. If we go farther, we'll probably encounter deadly traps, and this time I'll definitely kill Mu Kuang. Unexpectedly, someone approached Si-un from behind. He looked up and saw Mu Kuang thinking, what the hell, don't tell me he knows already. Mu Kuang extended a hand towards Si-un. Then he asked worriedly, are you alright? Unexpectedly, this left Si-un utterly confused, thinking, what is he doing? Their group continued forward. At that moment, someone loudly announced, found it, the ancient tomb's treasure. Immediately afterward, a brilliant light flashed. Jewels were piled high before them. There were also chests filled with gold coins. Everything glittered temptingly. One Liu could hardly believe his eyes and exclaimed, unbelievable. Yeagle Siapung put an arm around the person beside him and said, see, I was right. While Sun Sang praised him, just as I thought, you're a genius, Yeagle Siapung. From behind, Mu Kuang calmly added, the treasure is here. Si-un sighed and thought there were tons of traps, all set by those bastards who came before us, yet they can't even tell what's real from fake. Meanwhile, Tang So-gun gazed at him admiringly and thought, he can even suppress his desire before such treasure. Just as I thought, young warrior Ryan Un is extraordinary. Several people could not resist reaching toward the treasure. But before they touched anything, one Liu shouted, "Step back, anyone who touches the treasure will be punished." The old man himself slowly approached the chest in the center. But a voice suddenly stopped him. "Wait." Yeagle Siapung warned loudly, "There may be traps, so be careful." One Liu replied ungratefully, "Got it, I'll be careful, you nearly scared me to death." The old man stopped before the chest. His hand slowly opened it. A flash of light made his eyes widen as he exclaimed, "Impossible, these are." Inside were the Golden Emperor's supreme sword art, heaven-destroying sword technique, and Monkey King Fist, the highest level martial arts. "With these, I'll become the leader of the martial world." Unexpectedly, a hand reached out and stopped him. One Liu rudely demanded, "What are you doing? Let go of me right now." While Mu Kuang replied briefly, "Didn't you hear?" He kindly reminded him, it was said that anyone touching the treasure would be punished. This only made one Liu even angrier as he shouted, "Idiot, I'm the authority here, so who's going to punish me?" A deathly silence fell over the place. The old man froze, his eyes bulging. Those accompanying one Liu began harboring greedy ambitions, thinking, "If I can take one and secretly enter seclusion to train, I should do it. If I master it, I could become the strongest in the world." Yang Hachun was no exception, thinking, "With those secret manuals, I could crush that bastard T. Mu Kuang with one finger." Tang So-gun observed the situation and quickly concluded, "At this rate, a huge fight will break out." While Sun Sang muttered in confusion, "What's wrong with them?" A voice suddenly came from behind, "How about this?" Si-un proposed, "Let's seal everything and take it back to the Martial Alliance." Gamyung immediately objected, "No way, what nonsense is that? I plan to move everything to the Tang clan base." But Si-un challenged him, "If it's moved to the Tang base, can you guarantee you'll take full responsibility for everything that happens afterward?" Tang So-gun had to agree, "Ryan Un is right. I think it's best to hand it over to the Martial Alliance." He added, "I think our mission will be complete once we safely return the treasure to the martial world." Everyone looked at Si-un. No one voiced any objection. One Liu could only agree, "Fine, let's do it." The treasure was carefully secured. 2 people were assigned to carry the chest away. As it was lifted from the stone pedestal, the pedestal suddenly began to move. The tremor startled everyone. "What the hell?" The stone door suddenly descended, blocking the exit. Yang Hachun pointed elsewhere and shouted, "There's another exit this way." Everyone quickly ran toward it. Unexpectedly, after only a few steps, they were forced to stop. Wait. Feet emerged from the darkness. They were followed by an entire army of undead warriors. "What is that?" Dang Jiang turned pale with fear. "They are." Si-un sneered while thinking to himself, "Just as I thought, those undead warriors are all armed." Someone suddenly shouted, "Undead warriors, I've never heard of this before." The undead warriors were all heading toward them. Mu Kuang immediately drew his weapon and urged, "Everyone, raise your swords and fight." However, everyone was so terrified that they fled from the horde of undead warriors. The undead warriors also charged to attack. Mu Kuang clicked his tongue and unleashed a slash. He counterattacked immediately. 2 undead warriors instantly collapsed. The rest continued charging fiercely. Mu Kuang then signaled Ryu Yon. He leaped up from behind. Ryu Yon targeted the undead warriors and unleashed a barrage of attacks. He moved effortlessly through them while taking them all down. Si-un watched admiringly. "Just as I thought, he's no ordinary nobody but an extremely rare talent." He turned toward Yang Hachun's group and requested, "Practitioners of the ancient doctrine, please assist us. They cannot withstand purification techniques." However, they intended to flee, saying, "Protecting the chest is our priority, let's go." Si-un became furious upon realizing, "They're really not going to help us. I knew they would act exactly as I wrote in the novel, but seeing it firsthand is even more irritating." The other members fought desperately. Everyone used all their skills. Si-un watched with great satisfaction. They're actually pretty good fighters. He turned around after sensing someone approaching from behind. A long-haired undead warrior was targeting Si-un. It swung its weapon down with tremendous force. Si-un retreated in surprise. "What the hell, this is different from the novel I wrote." However, the undead warrior paid no attention to him. His true target was the chest being carried outside. The undead warrior immediately accelerated. It swung its weapon, preparing to strike down Yang Hachun and Dang Jiang. The corpse warrior's attack was so powerful that it forced the 2 of them far back. Yang Hachun worried about the secret manuals and cried, "No." The corpse warrior prepared to attack again. Meanwhile, he kept muttering, "Martial arts manual." The sharp iron spear came crashing down. The corpse warrior attacked decisively. However, it failed to take anyone down. That was because Si-un had saved Yang Hachun's life. Unexpectedly, the man was gradually losing his mind, constantly muttering, "I must get that martial arts manual." Si-un angrily warned, snap out of it, do you want everyone to die here? Si-un secretly calculated, if we stay here much longer we might not survive. At that moment Mu Kuang fought while asking, Warrior Ryan-un, please get everyone outside first. Si-un guided the others to escape and shouted, hurry, run toward that open passage, quickly. He watched curiously and thought, that bastard can handle all of them alone, right? Whatever, let's go. Unexpectedly, a long-haired corpse warrior blocked Si-un's path, startling him badly. Si-un decisively drew his sword against the corpse warrior. Another battle immediately erupted. He slashed the corpse warrior with all his strength. However, it caused no damage at all, making him exclaim, what, why won't it budge? Si-un continued swinging his sword. He slashed his opponent again. Only then did the corpse warrior counterattack. Its strike was aimed directly at Si-un's head. Fortunately, he was quick enough to block it, but Si-un's entire body was still pushed far back. He looked up irritably and thought, damn it, with my current strength, breaking that blade will be difficult. Si-un suddenly noticed something and thought, wait, this guy's knees aren't protected. He quickly charged forward and said, all right, let's try it. The corpse warrior unleashed another slash. Si-un slid forward on his knees while dodging the attack. In an instant, he reached the man's back. Si-un poured his strength into his sword. This slash finally damaged the corpse warrior. Watching it fall, he reluctantly smiled and said, good, at least it can't chase me anymore. Unexpectedly, the ground suddenly cracked apart, making him shout, the ground. Si-un immediately turned and ran, shouting, run. But something grabbed his ankle. Si-un angrily cursed, you annoying bastard, let go, let me go. Someone suddenly severed the corpse warrior's arm. Si-un had come to help and said, get up, while Si-un stared at her blankly, Miss Sial. The corpse warrior still tried to stop them, but its body was pinned down by a sword. Mu Kuang rendered the corpse warrior completely immobile. Si-un moved while shouting, Warrior T, Miss Si-un, get out of here first. They swiftly moved forward. Very soon all three spotted the exit. Suddenly, a hand pressed against the stone wall. A sinister smile appeared on Dang Jiang's face. Si-un cursed loudly, Dang Jiang, you bastard. He grabbed Si-un and said, Miss Si-un, forgive me for a moment. Then he decisively threw Si-un forward. She successfully escaped outside. She immediately used her sword to hold the entrance open. Si-un shouted encouragingly, hurry. Si-un and Mu Kuang sped up. However, a sword slash suddenly came at them. Both Si-un and Si-un were caught off guard. The ambusher was none other than Yang Hachun. Si-un was sent flying backward, completely missing his chance to escape. The attack hurled Si-un into the air. Yang Hachun looked smug, while Mu Kuang was startled and quickly turned his head back. At that moment, Yang Hachun was aiming straight at her, making Si-un turn in alarm after sensing the movement. Mu Kuang turned around and roared furiously, Yang Hachun. As soon as he spoke, a razor-sharp sword strike came crashing down. The attack swept past, shaking the ground. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion erupted ahead. Dust, smoke, and rocks scattered everywhere. Mu Kuang quickly turned toward the other side. Without hesitation, he plunged straight down. He reached out and quickly grabbed Si-un's hand. The two then fell together into the deep pit. Above, Yang Hachun was pinned against the cliff by a sword point. Si-un frowned and growled through clenched teeth. Why did you attack Warrior Ryan-un with sword energy? Hearing this, he held his sword and retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? I was only targeting the undead. Whatever you say, I cannot accept your arrogant attitude, Miss Sial. His words filled her with contempt as she replied, now I understand why my master told me to beware of promises from the orthodox sects. With such rotten character, you'll never catch up to Warrior Ryan-un or Warrior T. After speaking, the two glared at each other with hostility. A voice suddenly startled them, what are you two doing? He immediately withdrew his sword and respectfully said, Senior, forgive us, it was only a misunderstanding. Nearby, Bu Xian silently watched everything and thought, just as Un said. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he thought, I want to kill him myself, but first I must get out of here and reunite with the Black Lion Knights. Si-un refused to let it go and said, a misunderstanding, you used sword energy to attack someone from our side. Hearing this, Dang Jiang quietly reminded her, Skyward Azure Sword Yang Hachun saved us, shouldn't you be grateful? Si-un frowned and cursed inwardly, these bastards. Sun Sang approached from somewhere with a group of people and called, Miss Sial. He came closer and whispered, please stop, they're not worth wasting time on, but she replied, we must save young Warrior Ryan-un and Warrior T. Yeagle Siapung observed for a while and concluded, the stone gate has closed, so we cannot go farther, for now let's find a way out. Si-un nodded and replied, understood. Elsewhere, two people had fallen into a deep pit. Si-un stirred slightly before regaining consciousness. He struggled upright and looked around, where is this, what the hell happened? His gaze stopped at the opening high above, I survived falling from that height, don't tell me T. Mu Kuang. Si-un carefully checked his body and thought, come to think of it, I owe him my life. Then he suddenly remembered something, I still have this. He pulled out a palm-sized tube. Good thing I bought this pearl night torch from Missial. The cut across his abdomen throbbed, making Si-un curse, damn Yang Hachun, just wait until I wring your neck, this hurts like hell. If not for my evasion skill, I would have taken the full blow. Then he looked up at the opening again, so it was here all along. Thinking about the two of them, he nodded in realization. This is where T. Mu Kuang and Xiao Xian's love began. Thinking this, Si-un frowned and muttered, I only remember being struck by Yang Hachun's sword and falling somewhere. A sound nearby caught his attention. Si-un cautiously raised the pearl night torch forward and asked, who's there? Mu Kuang emerged from the darkness carrying a large sack and asked, you're awake. Si-un froze for a moment. He thought in disbelief. Why is he suddenly acting so familiar? Seeing this, Mu Kuang slowly approached and said, you've been unconscious for several days, making him exclaim, what, that long? Mu Kuang did not answer and instead removed the sack from his back. Si-un stared fearfully at the pile of insects. What the hell are those? He cheerfully held one up and said, they look disgusting but taste pretty good. I ate plenty while training in caves, so don't worry and eat. And Si-un trembled. Got it. Mu Kuang then placed it over the fire to roast and Si-un's eyes lit up. Does that guy have fire in his hands? Si-un carefully watched his every move. Is he using something from the secret manual box to start the fire? What is that white paper? A compass-like symbol was drawn on the paper. That. His face instantly turned pale. Wait. Mu Kuang smiled and turned around just as the flame flared up. Seeing this, Si-un gritted his teeth and reached for the paper. Damn it. He immediately drew the sword at his waist. A single slash sent dust billowing everywhere. The powerful sword strike extinguished the flame Mu Kuang had just lit. Mu Kuang stared wide-eyed at the embers flying past. It took him a moment to react. Wait, what the hell did you just do? Si-un was frantically searching for something. Where is it? He then pulled out a half-burned piece of paper. This is a map with scale and symbols. Seeing this, Mu Kuang asked in confusion, what are you doing? We should hurry and roast these things. And before he could finish, Si-un angrily interrupted. Those bugs don't matter right now. Ignoring everything else, he focused on thinking that notorious thief. Who exactly was he, judging from all these traps, formations, and map details, while Mu Kuang turned away dejectedly. But I'm hungry. Si-un carefully pieced the papers together, and at a glance, it appeared to be a map of the cave. Mu Kuang approached with wide eyes. It looks like a cave map, but also resembles a city. While Si-un silently thought, does that mean there is an entire city underground? After a brief silence, he muttered, there are many blank areas on this map, but I think I can figure out where we are. Hearing this, Si-un immediately turned around and asked, do you know where we are? A hand pointed toward a spot as he replied, why so surprised, didn't we fight here? His words left Si-un dumbfounded. How are you sure? He closed his eyes and stood still for a long moment. If you channel your inner energy to probe the area, you can sense everything around you. Seeing this, Si-un's face gradually paled. Is this guy a radar or something? What a freak. Si-un quickly regained his composure and thought, let's see if this is where we are. When the other suddenly shouted, I'm hungry. Mu Kuang wandered farther away and happened to find some wooden planks. When he picked them all up, several books were revealed underneath, so there really are some. Holding them, he sighed, these are the secret manuals those old foxes from the Martial Alliance desperately wanted. Serves those lunatics right. Mu Kuang then happily called out, look, they don't seem damaged at all. The moment he saw them, Si-un was startled. They really are. He quickly ran over to inspect them and realized, these secret manuals are actually fakes prepared by the Shadow Army. Si-un imagined a man going mad and thought, mastering them releases one's original power, but the practitioner may be possessed by their inner demon and become a demonic disciple. Thinking this, he hurriedly asked Warrior T, were there any other secret manuals besides these? And Mu Kuang shook his head, no. Hearing this, he silently calculated, the destructive thundercloud art that Wu Wan Liu stole in the novel isn't here. Thinking of the old man reassured Si-un somewhat. Because of that art, Wu Wan Liu became corrupted and turned into a monster, meaning the storyline hasn't changed yet. A fire was lit once again. Mu Kuang excitedly held a skewer of insects and said, let's cook them quickly. Si-un was still deep in thought. He burned them without even knowing they were fake when Mu Kuang called him, come eat. Seeing this, a thought flashed through his mind. Isn't he greedy because of his protagonist aura? After eating, the two ventured deeper inside. Si-un curiously looked around and wondered, where is this place? Mu Kuang, who had been humming, suddenly stopped. Si-un was still inwardly complaining about the taste of the bugs. The other suddenly called out, and when Si-un looked over, he saw him standing before a rocky crevice. I found this secret passage. Si-un froze for a moment. A secret passage? I've never seen this before. As expected of the protagonist, even luck is a skill. Mu Kuang paid little attention and led the way, saying, let's go. The two then descended the stairs one step at a time. A source of light shone from the end of the passage. Si-un was overwhelmed by the sight before him. Glowing blue stones were embedded across the ceiling. The place they entered resembled an extremely ancient structure. Looking around, he guessed, I think this place really is a city, with roads leading toward the waterway. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed nearby. The sound came from a monster crawling out of the darkness. Si-un's face instantly turned pale. What the hell? The two immediately turned and fled. They quickly hid behind a huge pillar. Following the sounds, the monster searched everywhere. Seeing this, Si-un prepared to draw his sword and thought, an underground cave monster. What is that thing doing here? A hand slowly pressed down firmly. Si-un turned toward him in confusion. He fearfully pressed himself against the pillar and thought, it's coming this way. Suddenly, the monster approached and sniffed him, making him think, what are you doing, you idiot Mu Kuang? A moment later, it opened its mouth and screeched, making him wonder, is it dangerous? The next second, the monster's body suddenly froze. Before their eyes, the monster turned around and left. It then continued crawling along the ground. Only then did Si-un stare wide-eyed and ask, Warrior T, what happened? He slowly took something out and said, while you were unconscious, I prepared something for these creatures. They can't approach places with this moss. Holding the moss, Si-un trembled with anger and thought, if only I'd known sooner, I wouldn't have struggled so much in the demon cave. The two continued deeper inside. The monsters from earlier were now everywhere. Ignoring them, they continued their journey. Mu Kuang stopped before a narrow gap of light. Si-un carefully examined the surroundings and thought, no matter how many times I look, this place doesn't resemble the architecture of the central region. It actually looks more Western. His gaze suddenly stopped to one side. Behind the vines was a drawing on the wall, making him wonder, why does that map point in that direction? Si-un walked over and forcefully tore away the vines. As he struggled to remove them, he thought, could the person who built this tomb have come from the modern world? Remembering Chial Simir, Si-un quickly dismissed the thought, no, don't jump to conclusions. The moment he saw everything clearly, his expression briefly froze. Before him was a wall covered with rows of similar drawings. In the center was the image of a man. The more symbols he read, the more suspicious he became, thinking, aren't these the seals of the Sun and Moon Society? Let's see. Si-un's gaze shifted toward the center as he read, the Supreme Lord of all things possessed strange knowledge as if he came from another world and used it to create rare tools never seen before. He stared blankly at the drawings and thought, don't tell me this guy also came from the modern world. The image shifted to soldiers opposing one man as he read, during his reign, the chosen crown prince began a rebellion, forcing the Lord of all things to flee to the central region with his loyal followers, and thought it resembled a story about an ancient empire he had read in the library. Si-un scratched his head and thought, don't tell me they ruled the western region and even the frontier before the desert tribes appeared. I only read summaries of these stories, so I don't remember clearly. Before them was now a series of dark corridors as he read. Afterward, they descended underground and built an entire city, making him wonder, don't tell me this place was their capital. Beside him, Mu Kuang suddenly asked, an empire? Which empire? After being startled, Si-un explained, I mean, no matter how I look at it, this carving seems to depict an emperor. While Mu Kuang murmured, an emperor. After pausing, Mu Kuang carefully pointed out, personally, I think he looks more like a leader or some kind of deity. Those words startled Si-un. Part of the wall was shattered, making him think, these patterns are destroyed, so I can't read them. A war, a descendant clan. He carefully traced the inscription and read, ancient tomb, letters left by the infamous thief. Then wondered, why would the infamous thief know about our seals? Seeing this, Mu Kuang curiously asked, do you know what it is? And Si-un honestly replied, it seems to be a code, but too much is destroyed for me to read it. Hearing this, Mu Kuang immediately turned away and said, then let's move. While Si-un still wondered, could the infamous thief be the last descendant of the ancient empire? Mu Kuang called again, let's go on. The two then stopped before a certain place. A massive door blocked the end of the path they were following. He silently swallowed, this is it, the place where Mu Kuang encountered it. Mu Kuang clenched his fists, there must be something inside, should we break it? Si-un sighed and stopped him, what if the whole place collapses? He approached the flower in the center of the door. In the novel, Mu Kuang entered after breaking the rear wall instead of this door, and it took quite a while to return here. Thinking this, Si-un reached out and twisted the purple piece. A ray of light suddenly flashed from the flower's center. The door slowly opened, leaving him stunned. It opened, but in the novel this door never opened. Mu Kuang casually walked inside. The door opened just as expected. You're a genius, Un. While Si-un remained frozen. How? Behind the door was a huge chamber. Why does this place look so much like a demon's lair? Mu Kuang looked to one side. This place is bigger than I expected. There may be an exit here, and Si-un agreed. Sounds good. Then he suggested, let's split up and search. Mu Kuang's entire body suddenly froze. Seeing this, Si-un looked over suspiciously. What are you staring at? Mu Kuang slowly walked forward. A box rested on the stone pedestal before him, that is. Chaotic scenes flashed through Si-un's mind. That patterned box is the one I saw in Mu Kuang's memories. Mu Kuang now held it in his hands. Why is this box here? Hearing this, Si-un wondered, why does he look like that upon seeing this box, while Mu Kuang whispered, this is what the enemies who massacred my family carried. He clutched his head and muttered, they stole it from my father and left it here. Hearing this, Si-un frowned and thought, could you tell me that story without dropping it on me so suddenly? Mu Kuang opened the box, but there was nothing inside. Without thinking much about it, he immediately tucked the box into his clothes. Seeing Si-un still standing there blankly, he reminded him, what are you still staring at? Si-un followed behind while thinking, isn't he being too friendly with me? I was supposed to kill him, how annoying. But thinking again, is killing him really the best choice? If the protagonist dies, the entire world might disappear too. A voice echoed through the quiet darkness, Deputy Leader, did the leader fall into the trap? Bu Xian calmly explained, at first he said he needed to enter that trap and told me not to interfere, but after being ambushed by someone from the Orthodox sect, he actually ended up trapped. After a pause, he muttered, although I arrived a little late, he should still be fine, making Dampyeong turn away angrily. Those Orthodox sect bastards, how dare they attack the person who saved them? A noise behind them caught his attention, and Bu Xian immediately turned around as well. A group of black-clad people rushed toward them with weapons. Seeing this, Dampyeong quickly drew his dagger. They simultaneously blocked the incoming attacks. Staring at the sharp blade before him, Dampyeong growled, who the hell are you, bastard? At the same time, a hand slowly drew back the bowstring. Then Bu Xian raised his bow and aimed straight ahead. The masked men were swiftly taken down. Dampyeong turned pale and muttered, I should have learned archery when I was younger. He approached the trembling men and asked, who are these guys? Don't tell me the tomb itself is a trap. The sight before him made Bu Xian tense up. Blisters gradually appeared all over their bodies. Bu Xian raised his hand, signaling those behind him to retreat. Watching the men writhe in agony, he contemptuously thought, those old foxes. Bu Xian then whistled and thought, even our united sect wouldn't go this far, so they clearly won't spare our faction or the martial alliance, and we must extract information from them now or catching them again will be much harder. A group of people immediately appeared upon receiving the signal. He then assigned them split into two groups. One will search for the leader's group, while the rest follow me. Everyone present agreed. Following his orders, they immediately scattered around. On the other side, Mu Kuang shouted, there's a passage here, and Si-un replied, coming. After speaking, he forced himself to stay composed and thought, why am I hesitating? If I keep wavering, I'll be in danger, so I must be decisive. That guy isn't real, he's only a character from my novel. Mu Kuang stood silently before a stone platform. The moment Si-un saw it, he realized, that's right, this is the only way to kill Mu Kuang. He imagined Mu Kuang cultivating on the platform and thought, Mu Kuang must focus his energy on defense, and once he completes the sonic probing, no magic or spell will affect him. Mu Kuang frowned slightly while Si-un thought, but when he channels his inner energy, his mind will be distracted and he can't defend himself. This is my chance. Unable to contain himself, Si-un ran over and exclaimed, amazing, I can feel tremendous energy coming from it. After speaking, Si-un noticed Mu Kuang searching around and thought, this guy really? Before asking, what are you looking for? His expression suddenly darkened as he thought, no matter how I look at it, this is truly unbelievable. The flower pattern on the stone platform was glowing as all the energy in the cave gathered at the lotus platform, making him wonder, a formation that strengthens its owner, why would the infamous thief's tomb have something like this? After examining it for a while, Mu Kuang said, you probably know I've successfully mastered the white sword divine art, and Si-un froze briefly before replying, from what I've seen of the future, yes. Remembering that man, Mu Kuang continued, 200 years ago, the White Sword Divine Sect possessed the world's supreme martial art, but do you know what happened to its leader in his final battle? Si-un wondered inwardly about the White Sword Divine Sect leader's final moments before hesitantly replying, I don't know. Recalling that event, Mu Kuang explained, he actually lost the duel, making Si-un exclaim, the leader of the world's strongest White Sword Divine Sect lost? Impossible. But Mu Kuang calmly added, he wrote it himself and his opponent was a young man barely over 20. Si-un's eyes widened in disbelief. There was actually someone capable of matching him. while Mu Kuang lowered his voice. That wasn't officially recorded, but Mu Kuang's eyes flashed with determination as he continued. According to the White Sword Divine Sex records, that young swordsman came from another world, and his techniques and knowledge were things the White Sword Divine Sect had never encountered. Those words struck Xian like a thunderbolt. He immediately rushed forward and asked, "Really? Are there more records about that swordsman? Tell me," leaving Warrior T briefly confused before replying, "What's wrong? Of course I can tell you, but..." The door behind them suddenly opened. Both immediately became alert again. A throwing dart suddenly flew toward them. Seeing it, Mu Kuang instantly swung his sword and knocked it away, shouting, "Who are you?" A group appeared before them as a small figure slowly stepped out from behind and said, "That's what I want to ask." After pausing, the old man tilted his head and asked, "How did you get in here?" Xian's face turned pale as he thought, "That mask, why is he already here?" He scanned them and thought, "That man is the mid-ranking leader who appears in the second half of the novel, and I'm sure Mu Kuang didn't clash with anyone when he received the blessing." The memory of himself pushing open the door flashed through his mind as he thought, what if this happened because, unlike the novel, I was the one who opened the door first? The old man waved his hand and ordered, "Capture them alive, I'll interrogate them myself." Hearing this, his subordinates immediately charged forward. Mu Kuang's figure flashed past Xian's eyes. His eyes gleamed with cold killing intent. His sword swept forward, killing them one after another. They were quickly defeated. Seeing this, the old man silently pondered something. Mu Kuang then spoke first, "I have something to ask you." The other man remained silent. A second later, Mu Kuang pointed his sword at him and said, "You'd better answer honestly, or this sword will take your head." The hand holding the box was raised into the air. Mu Kuang shouted, "I'll show mercy to anyone who can explain this box to me." The cult leader extended his sharp claws and said, "Forgive me, but we cannot do that." With that, the old man lunged straight forward. In an instant, he appeared before Mu Kuang. The tremendous force of his attack shattered the ground. The subordinates behind Xian trembled so badly they could barely stand. They suddenly raised their swords against themselves and shouted, "Eternal glory to the sun and moon divine cult." Xian spun around in shock and thought, what the hell, these guys have gone insane. While blocking the attack, Mu Kuang glanced over while Xian thought, I have to help him." The ground ahead suddenly exploded. An anxious voice rang through the dust, "Are you alright?" The sword tip spun, creating a vortex in midair. Xian stood firmly in place with his sword in hand. He frowned slightly and exhaled, "Is there poison in those guys' blood? What sneaky bastards." Thinking this, he looked to one side and thought, either way we're in trouble. Mu Kuang was struggling against the cult leader, making Xian think, looks like Mu Kuang can't beat him. That would only be possible when he becomes stronger in later chapters. The sword swung, unleashing a barrage of slashes. Mu Kuang then quickly retreated. Seeing this, the cult leader calmly stroked his long beard and said, "I truly don't understand why someone using a lost martial arts manual is now in a forbidden place." The old man then turned toward Mu Kuang and said, "What an extraordinary child, how did you manage that?" A mocking laugh immediately rang out. "What outdated nonsense, such things don't even exist." Xian exhaled and continued, "Or perhaps you can see the future." After speaking, he widened his eyes and thought, "Fine, let me see through your foolish scheme." Energy gradually seeped toward the cult leader as Xian used mind reading. The old man's eyes simultaneously widened. Xian felt his body sink into a dark space and thought, "I can't see anything." When he returned to reality, he was still shaken. Xian gasped heavily and thought, "Crazy, come to think of it, he almost read my thoughts. Is it because he's a mid-level boss?" Rapid footsteps echoed across the ground. The cult leader warily thrust out his claws and demanded, "What are you trying to do?" A brilliant sword slash shot straight toward the old man. Mu Kuang suddenly appeared from nowhere and stood in front of Xian. Seeing this, the old man withdrew his hand and growled, "How troublesome." Thin threads seemed to extend from his fingers. Xian shouted in alarm, "Warrior T, please be careful." The moment he looked up, he was startled. The members of the Blood Heaven cult were simultaneously charging toward them. Xian sprang aside, dodging one man's punch. They then charged at him together. Compared with finding out who these people are, precise sword strikes were unleashed one after another. Xian frowned slightly and tried to dodge, but the powerful attack sent him flying. His feet scraped a long trail across the ground, damn it. They attacked again as if they had lost their minds. Xian reached out and controlled the surge of power. "I have to survive first." Soon he held two swords in his hands, ghostly green sword technique. At the same time, their blades came crashing down. Xian gritted his teeth and decisively charged forward. His sword swept upward with tremendous force. The Blood Heaven cult members were caught off guard. He then slowly retreated. Looking toward Mu Kuang, Xian secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, he didn't see that. The claws repeatedly scraped against the blade. An immense force pushed his entire body backward. Si-un immediately tried to move forward and help. The cult leader's figure was already within sight. The old man's hand radiated immense power. That sword technique, you are from the Central Plains, so you must be the one who broke the prophecy and threw the entire Central Plains into chaos, right? Si-un's body involuntarily froze. What is this murderous intent? I can barely breathe. The opponent was already before him. I will never forgive anyone who broke the prophecy. Si-un's eyes widened as his entire body froze. I'm going to die. Then he shouted with all his strength, Demo. Hearing that name, the old man instantly froze. Where did you hear that name? Seeing this, Si-un's lips slowly curled upward. I wonder. Before he could finish, a fist slammed straight into his stomach. Si-un immediately collapsed to his knees. The cult leader looked down and coldly ordered, tell me everything you know about that name, and I will grant you a painless death. Si-un's face had turned deathly pale. Enough nonsense. The opponent growled and raised his hand. You little rat. A voice echoed through the darkness, found him yet, and another replied, not yet. Bu Xian frowned and looked around. What the hell happened to you, Un? Every sound caught his attention, and one came from the cave. Bu Xian said nothing and rushed straight toward it. Cries of pain came from inside. A man lying on the ground screamed, my eyes, who are those masked men? Immediately afterward, he was helped outside. Moon Xing and Yeagle Xiapung shouted, get the wounded outside, follow me. Yang Hechun quietly walked to one side, ignoring the shouts, hurry, escape this way. He then carefully hit it on himself, destruction thunder, I never thought it would fall into my hands. Thinking this, the cult leader grew excited. With this, I'll definitely kill Team Yu Kuang. The sword tore through the air and shot forward. Seeing it, the cult leader tilted his head and dodged. He then slowly landed on the ground. Another barrage of swords appeared before him. Caught off guard, the cult leader could only keep dodging. Only then did Si-un notice what was happening ahead, where Mu Kuang stood atop the rubble and coldly swung his sword. The sight made him widen his eyes in shock. Inner sword, incredible, has Team Yu Kuang already reached this level? The cult leader suddenly fell strangely silent, and the next second, the mask on his face cracked. It split into two pieces and fell to the ground. Even so, the cult leader casually remarked, to reach this level at your age, just as the wielder of the white sword divine art predicted, your skills are impressive. Hearing this, Mu Kuang suddenly froze. A hand reached out and tightly grabbed Si-un by the neck. The old man glared and tightened his fingers, saying, even an exceptional individual cannot change the situation. Seeing this, Mu Kuang immediately charged forward and shouted, stop. The two before him remained completely motionless. Then the old man suddenly shoved Si-un backward. This time, his target shifted to Mu Kuang. You've left this old man no choice but to kill you. While Mu Kuang fearlessly raised his sword and replied, if you're old, then retire already. The tremendous pressure radiating outward made Mu Kuang struggle slightly. Watching the situation, Si-un thought, should I use this chance to escape? But he quickly regained his senses. No, Team Yu Kuang is no match for that old man, first of all. Imagining his head severed from his neck made Si-un shudder. Even if I escape, that old man will kill Team Yu Kuang and eventually come after me too. In the end, he resolutely gripped his sword again and thought, if that's the case. Si-un immediately pushed off the ground and charged forward. I have no choice but to help Team Yu Kuang. At that moment, the cult leader punched Mu Kuang directly in the chest. Seeing this made Si-un freeze briefly. Si-un's face instantly turned pale. What am I supposed to do if he's already been injured like that? The cloth wrapped around Mu Kuang's forehead suddenly came loose. It fell away, revealing a strange symbol on his forehead. The cult leader immediately froze. Si-un also recognized it, the thing hidden inside the box. Cold sweat ran down the old man's face, a successor of the white sword divine art with the leader's mark on his forehead. By the time he reacted, Si-un was already supporting Mu Kuang as they fled. The two slowly moved toward the door as Si-un thought, we need to reach that passage, we're almost there, what does this guy eat to be so heavy? An immense force erupted behind them as a voice said, where are you rushing off to? Si-un shuddered and hurriedly spun around. A beam of light swept past them. The space ahead exploded from the impact. Broken stones kept raining down as Si-un exclaimed, damn it, the exit. The old man extended his hand and gathered immense power. You escaped the prophecy, so hand over the successor of the White Heaven sword and accept your death. Hearing this, Si-un frowned and wondered, what should I do? Wait. His gaze shifted toward the distant stone platform. He immediately stood up and taunted, I don't want to. With that, his feet suddenly changed direction. Si-un sprinted toward the stone slab with all his strength, thinking, whatever happens, it's do or die. The cult leader froze and shouted, what are you doing? As dread filled his heart, no, the forbidden lotus platform. By then, Si-un had already leapt into the air. The old man reacted quickly, reaching out to stop him and shouting, "Stop." A slight smile appeared at the corner of Si-un's mouth. Finally, Si-un casually raised his middle finger. The cult leader's face turned deathly pale as he shouted, "No." Si-un's eyes suddenly widened. He looked around blankly and thought, what the hell, none of this was here when Mu Kuang came down. A voice echoed through the darkness, "Come forth, my successor, you who entered the promised path," making Si-un ask in surprise, "Who are you?" The voice quickly introduced itself, "My name is Yelei Huang Xiang, the man they called the infamous thief of the martial world," making Si-un realize, it's the thief's voice, is he still alive? Si-un turned and shouted, "Where are you, Yelei Huang Xiang?" Without answering, the voice continued, "The Yelei clan has guarded this secret for a very long time. We inherited an ancient lotus platform thousands of years ago, while Si-un kept searching for Yelei Huang Xiang." Si-un eventually realized it was only a recorded voice and part of the system. As Huang Xiang continued, "All secret arts, systems, and sects ultimately came from one source, and our Yelei clan sacrificed our lives to find and protect that origin. This ancient lotus platform is the source of them all, and though we created a new chapter of history in our era, it was too late to pass it to later generations. Because they tracked us down," the voice continued as countless rays of light gathered above Si-un. "From now on, I will pass all the achievements of my comrades and myself to you, and this secret art is called Peerless Energy Art." Si-un closed his eyes and absorbed the entire secret art. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open in shock. Bolts of lightning spread around him, making Si-un cry out in pain. Meanwhile, the cult leader was still right before them. A tremendous disturbance erupted in midair, making the cult leader widen his eyes. He looked down in shock as Mu Kuang charged forward with his sword and blocked the attack. Mu Kuang frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The next moment, the old man was blasted away by the powerful force. Mu Kuang lightly rubbed the sword hilt in his hand. Then he approached step by step and said, "Hey, old man, let's fight again." The old man's rage erupted as he shouted, "Are you seeking death?" A sphere carrying tremendous power shot forward. Seeing this, Mu Kuang immediately charged and shouted, "How dare you!" With that, he swung his sword straight down. Even the combined force of two swords could not make it budge. Seeing this, the cult leader chuckled mockingly, "Can you withstand this?" With that, the old man waved his hand and forcefully launched the sphere forward. Mu Kuang was instantly crushed by the pressure and coughed up blood. He was then blasted far away. The sword in his hand also immediately went out of control. Seeing this, the cult leader slowly approached, struggling as useless, successor of the White Sword God. By then, the sphere had gathered enough energy. The old man aimed it directly at Si-un. Mu Kuang struggled up and shouted, "No." He hurried forward to block the attack. Mu Kuang then caught it directly with his bare hands. The immense destructive force gradually ravaged his body. Veins bulged across Mu Kuang's straining hands. The cult leader calmly snapped his fingers. "This is the end." The space before them instantly exploded. The cult leader slowly stepped closer. Seeing the shattered stone platform before him, the old man froze. Where did he? Sensing danger, the cult leader immediately turned around. Si-un placed Mu Kuang on the ground before exhaling. The cult leader's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you evade the jade blood destruction?" Si-un ignored him and focused on examining Mu Kuang. His outstretched hand released a surge of energy. He could now feel Mu Kuang's pulse. Si-un withdrew his hand and quickly searched for something. "He's badly injured. At this rate, Mu Kuang will die." He carefully took out a pill. "I wanted to save this, but there seems to be no other choice. I still need to learn the rest of the story about that mysterious leader." Si-un slowly stood up. "Old man, the secret technique you just used, you call it jade blood destruction." His lips curled slightly. "Jade blood, an unusual name. If someone from the Great Scheme uses it, then I know who you are." These words instantly enraged the cult leader. This bastard knows too much. An immense surge of power shot straight forward. Si-un remained standing without moving. The ground struck by the attack instantly exploded. The cult leader leisurely approached from afar. This time, Si-un lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this, the old man remained cautious. Did that attack kill him? He raised his foot and stomped hard on Si-un's hand. Si-un's body suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Immediately afterward, he vanished before the old man's eyes. Realizing he had been deceived, the cult leader roared furiously, "You brat." A subordinate hurried over from behind and reported, "Lord Jade Blood, the tomb's foundation is collapsing." Hearing this, the old man turned and ordered quietly, "Take everyone for treatment," and the subordinate quickly obeyed. Only the old man remained amid the collapsing space, growling, "Brats, I'll find you soon and personally finish you off." The night moon was gradually covered by dark clouds. Faint sounds echoed beneath the ground. Then a powerful hand reached upward. Gritting his teeth, Si-un dragged himself out of the cave. He reached out and gripped the ground ahead. Then Si-un struggled to pull Mu Kuang up with him. His eyebrow twitched as he thought, what kind of cursed situation is this? What sin did I commit in my past life? Only after a long while could Si-un collapse onto the ground, exhausted. I'm dying. He then recalled what happened earlier. I survived thanks to the inner energy waves, and we escaped because I could sense which areas wouldn't collapse. At that thought, he suddenly looked over and exclaimed, wait, he isn't going to die, is he? After checking him, Si-un concluded, looks like he's poisoned, so I'll place him in the character sealing area with the ice crystal for now. After speaking, he raised his head and whistled. A group of people immediately appeared. Busion quickly arrived with everyone. He sighed in relief, leader, there you are. Hearing this, Si-un waved his hand and laughed, you guys, I nearly died back there. Early the next morning, they returned to the sect. A voice rang out outside the main hall, my beloved leader. The strategist came running over in tears. Leader, I thought something terrible had happened to you. Seeing this, Si-un smiled and gently reassured him. Sorry for worrying you, strategist. He then glanced behind him and added, more importantly, please call a physician. Quang Hu stepped forward to examine him and asked in surprise, isn't this man from the Martial Alliance? Si-un replied loudly, I'll explain everything later, call a physician first. Soon afterward, they gathered at the sect's main headquarters. Quang Hu pondered for a long time and said, corpse warriors, wasn't that an old matter involving our united sect? Who knows what they're plotting? While Si-un sighed helplessly, who would be fearless enough to use our united sect's name as a joke? Busion then slowly explained, regarding this group, although I traced those masked men through the leader, we couldn't capture any alive, as some lied when caught while others self-destructed after joining the expedition group. Hearing that they had caused such a huge disaster themselves, Si-un frowned slightly and thought, the Martial Alliance must have anticipated what our united sect would do. Remembering one Liu leading the group, he guessed, perhaps the expedition group went to the Martial Alliance to file a complaint. The group searched every corner separately, saying they would split up to investigate the tomb. Si-un then asked, did those strange heroes also return to the Martial Alliance? And Busion hesitantly replied, they did, but things don't look good. Didn't Eagle Siapung already know the tomb's location and its traps? He's currently imprisoned because Yang Hachun used that as an excuse to accuse the hero group of colluding with our united sect, so the Martial Alliance arrested him. Si-un couldn't help cursing, that bastard Yang Hachun really does nothing but cause trouble, while Busion added quietly, I haven't forgotten how he screwed you over either, leader. After sighing, Si-un asked, what about our united sect? And Busion waved his hand, I've contacted them too, and there's a reply for you. A scroll was immediately handed over as Busion said, this is a secret letter, so I don't know what it says. After examining everything for a while, Si-un concluded, Asuna Ruslan was assassinated, just as I thought. He thought of Ryan Jin, the plan to enter the central region may have to be postponed. The allied cult's forces will reach the border first, and just as the second young leader predicted, we've drawn attention. His next words surprised them both. It seems the expedition to the central region must be postponed. After a long silence, Quang Hu asked, then are we returning to the cult? And Si-un quietly warned, don't mention that. We can remain here in the central region until new orders arrive. A sound then caught their attention. The door before them was pulled open. The strategist entered, bowed, and reported, leader, the physician has arrived to examine young warrior Mu Quang. Si-un arrived and silently listened to the diagnosis. He's practically an empty shell. I can't predict what will happen to him in this condition. Looking at Mu Quang's weakened body, the physician continued, his body is filled with extremely hot poison, yet his skin is cold as stone. Si-un suddenly guessed perhaps it's because of the ice crystal, then quietly asked, is there no way to remove the poison? Even the physician struggled to explain. Honestly, it would be more accurate to call it a living poison. He turned and slowly continued, that thing is alive and has its own consciousness, so controlling it with acupuncture or medicine will be extremely difficult. Hearing this, Si-un silently thought, the ice crystal's character sealing effect has its limits. We need to force the poison out of his body quickly. The physician sighed again. If the divine physician of the martial world were here, he might have a way, but there's nothing I can do. Si-un's eyes immediately lit up as he murmured, divine physician. Moonlight cast a cold glow over the palace roof. Inside the room, the cult leader questioned coldly, they left traces behind, yet you still fell into their trap. Hearing this, the subordinate repeatedly kowtowed and begged, please spare my life." The old man remained silent as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The man's face immediately turned deathly pale. The cult leader then growled an order, "Use your head to find him and report any news directly to the leader." They all dropped to their knees and replied, "We'll prepare everything immediately." Thinking of Sion, the old man gritted his teeth in fury. The prophecy must be fulfilled. No matter what happens, we cannot leave any potential threat alive. Sunlight streamed through narrow gaps as a doubtful voice echoed through the room. "The Martial Alliance." The strategist exclaimed in surprise, "You intend to personally go to the Martial Alliance, sir?" Leaning back in his chair, Si-un calmly said, "I've considered meeting the divine physician and asking him to save Mu Kuang." Hearing this, Kuang Hu disagreed. "Wouldn't it be enough to just send Mu Kuang there? Is there a special reason you must go personally?" Si-un closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. "I wish there weren't, but given the current situation, the Martial Alliance may use Mu Kuang as bargaining leverage." Kuang Hu stared wide-eyed and repeated, "Bargaining leverage?" While Bu Xian immediately understood, "It's because of those people pretending to side with us, right?" The images of Ryan, Jin, and Sarah walking closely together came to mind as Si-un replied, "Exactly, our faction has focused its military strength on the border incidents while gaining leverage to intervene with other forces." After a long silence, Si-un suddenly asked quietly, "What if the Martial Alliance sends troops into the Central Plains?" Kuang Hu's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in shock. Bu Xian could not hide his concern either. The strategist finally summarized, "You mean you'll personally go there to prove we weren't behind those incidents, correct?" Only then did Si-un sit upright and confirm seriously, "Yes, it may be risky, but I must go to the Martial Alliance for our sake." Si-un then calculated inwardly, "First, we need to awaken Mu Kuang to learn about the mysterious master who defeated the White Sword Divine Sect. Next, if I can't return in time, I must minimize the consequences of war between our faction and the martial world." Si-un recalled the cult leader's power and thought, "Their strength completely exceeded my expectations, and there may be more like him. Besides Mu Kuang, there are still too many dangers." He raised an eyebrow and thought, "The story keeps changing because of me. Our faction's strength was exposed far too soon." Seeing him remain silent, the man continued, "Will they believe you? Won't they suspect you because you're a member of our united sect?" Si-un's lips slowly curled upward. "When undertaking something great, remember three things." All three people before him fell silent. Seeing this, he raised two fingers. They share blood ties and were once classmates. He raised another finger as he revealed, they are also from the same hometown. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Hall was a peaceful scene at the Tang sect's Great Hall. Two people sat facing each other inside the room. One of them could no longer hold back and slammed the table. Tang So-gun clenched his fist and shouted, "Young warrior Hayek Ryan is still missing. Why is the Martial World Alliance so slow?" Hearing this, Gamyung slowly sipped his tea. "Young patriarch, losing your temper won't change anything." Only then did Tang So-gun lower his voice. "If I hadn't suddenly gone in there, I wouldn't have had to leave in such a hurry." And Gamyung nodded. "That's why the patriarch placed you under house arrest." After a pause, Gamyung explained seriously, "The patriarch had no choice but to remove you from the Martial World Alliance's expedition team, because those people were suspected of being spies for the demon cult." Tang So-gun froze. How could young warrior Hayek Ryan and Mu Kuang be demon cult spies? Don't you see, senior? All this happened because they're covering up the mistakes of Yang Hachun and Dang Jiang. Gamyung did not answer and raised a hand before his mouth, warning, "Stop, someone might hear you." Tang So-gun anxiously muttered, "Among all the martial world sects who truly upholds justice, is the Tang clan, leader of Sichuan, really this useless?" Seeing this, Gamyung sighed helplessly, "Young patriarch." He then rose from the table. "It's time you learned how this world works." The cold moon cast its light across the sky. Tang So-gun quietly walked along the long corridor. A figure suddenly appeared and reported, "Young patriarch, your guest has arrived." Tang So-gun ignored him and moved past. "I don't want to meet anyone, tell them that." Holding a note, the man replied, "That person said he knew you would say that." Tang So-gun silently reached out and took it. The moment he read its contents, his entire body froze. Moments later, Tang So-gun cried out joyfully, "Young warrior Hayek Ryan is still alive." Meanwhile, at a dock near the mouth of the Yangtze River in Chongqing, Si-un stepped ashore and stretched comfortably. Looking around, he remarked, "That's far," then secretly sighed in relief. "Good thing the house arrest was lifted so I could travel with him." "Young warrior Hayek Ryan, how did you persuade the patriarch?" Tang So-gun smiled and casually replied, "Naturally, I have my ways anyway. From here we can reach Wuhan along the Yangtze River in only 2 days," and Si-un nodded, "Understood." At that moment, Bu Xian approached and whispered, I mean young leader, we have a problem. Si-un turned suspiciously and Bu Xian explained, the ship used by our merchant guild is still being repaired, so it may take several days. I think young leader, young warrior Tang and T should go ahead. After thinking briefly, Si-un ordered, nothing can stop us, find us a boat first, you can board once ours is repaired, and Bu Xian bowed, understood leader. Si-un then turned to observe the surroundings. Not far away was a small stall, we have everything here, please take a look, everything is very cheap, come on over. As soon as he approached, the shopkeeper warmly greeted him, welcome customer. Si-un stared at the mirror in surprise, wait this is. Only then did Si-un realize something in shock. Why does Hayek Ryan-un's face look so much like mine? Could it be because I'm gradually assimilating into this world? Thinking this, his lips curled slightly. My face won't look like the one those guys always used to see anymore. Seeing this, Tang So-gun curiously leaned over and asked, what's wrong, warrior Hayek Ryan, shall I buy it for you? A loud call suddenly came from afar, master. Bu Xian waved and announced, I found a ship for you. Si-un immediately perked up and replied, really, I'm coming. The two quickly ran toward him as Si-un thought, I don't know what's happening, but this face. In the end, Si-un put his thoughts aside, I'll think about it slowly. The ship left the harbor and sailed into the open sea. Countless passengers were aboard. At that moment, Si-un and Tang So-gun were gazing into the distance. Si-un crossed his arms and calculated for a while, we'll reach the harbor tomorrow. Inside the cabin, Mu Kuang's condition gradually worsened, making Si-un think, with the protagonist like this, something bad might happen. Bubbles suddenly rose from beneath the water. Grappling hooks were suddenly launched upward. Startled, Si-un turned around and exclaimed, what the hell? A grappling hook caught the edge of the ship. Immediately afterward, more hooks latched onto it one after another. Figures suddenly appeared, terrifying the passengers. A group of armed men stepped forward. Seeing them, someone cried out in panic. It's the 18 Great River Pirates. Standing wearily amid the chaos, Si-un thought, I thought this trip would go smoothly. Tang So-gun cautiously turned and asked, young warrior Hayek Ryan, what should we do? A pirate brandished his blade at an old man and threatened, don't mess around, move faster or I'll. Various belongings were then dropped into the bags one after another. The passengers were forced to surrender their valuables. Tang So-gun couldn't resist cracking his wrists and muttered, these bastards. A hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Si-un stood behind him and quietly warned, don't waste your energy on something so trivial. Seeing this, another pirate approached and demanded, what are you whispering about? Si-un smiled, took out a money pouch and said, please forgive us here. Behind him, Tang So-gun struggled to suppress his anger as Si-un stepped forward and said, it's been a rough few days. The pirate raised an eyebrow suspiciously and said, and you, the one behind him, raise your head. Tang So-gun glared at the pirate. The pirate immediately approached, lifted his chin, and examined him. Look at this, seems we've found an unexpected prize. Hearing this, another pirate curiously approached and said, oh my, the Water King will really like her. Si-un could only shake his head helplessly. These idiots are courting death. Tang So-gun trembled from suppressed rage as a pirate approached mockingly and asked, what did you say? Finally, Tang So-gun growled, I'm a man. The two pirates immediately froze. A moment later, excited laughter echoed throughout the area. One crossed his arms and said gleefully, what a surprise, while the pirate beside him added, exactly, and if this one is a boy, even better. The Sea King will surely reward us handsomely. Tang So-gun's eyes gradually glowed blue as he said, is that so? Fierce power erupted from him as he growled, having fun, aren't you? Si-un rolled his eyes and sighed wearily, so much for having any peace. A brilliant sword slash flashed through the air. Fresh blood remained on the blade. A figure appeared and mercilessly finished off the pirates. Tang So-gun recoiled in shock and exclaimed, what the hell? The man wore a hat that concealed his face. Si-un's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. That person. A bird spread its wings and soared through the sky. Someone stood there with arms extended to receive it. Slender fingers gently swept across the instrument's strings. Yunbai Ryong smiled as she immersed herself in the resonating melody. Without looking up, she slowly said, looks like our great eagle has returned. Something must have happened. Jai-chin let the bird perch on his arm and turned toward it, asking, what happened? He then carefully removed the note tied to its leg. Reading its contents, he frowned suspiciously. The Yelii sect's forbidden grounds have collapsed. The hand plucking the strings immediately stopped. Yunbai Ryong stood and slowly approached, asking, what are you saying? He sighed and explained, that's what the thousand-faced fox wrote, leaving her confused as she asked, isn't the Yelii forbidden ground where the Blood King went? He frowned in displeasure and said, my plan was to use the infamous Thief's Tomb to disrupt the orthodox sects and create conflict between them and the 8 great sects. We even planted forged secret manuals there so they would spread throughout the martial world. Yunbai Ryong hesitantly asked, aren't your plans always flawless? Then how could this? He raised the note, cutting her off. I don't know what exactly happened. Jai-chin then burned it and said, looks like I'll have to personally meet the Blood King. She was slightly startled and asked, Sir, are you certain you'll leave the valley? The moment she finished speaking, a powerful gust swept through. Enormous talons appeared from above. The great eagle flapped its wings and landed before him. As it cried out, Jai-chin murmured thoughtfully, the valley's assassin leader. After a brief silence, his lips curled into a smile. That person is the only one who can stop me. With that, he leapt into the air. Jai-chin then mounted the great eagle and said, let's go. The creature spread its wings and soared into the sky. It flew straight toward the distant horizon. Jai-chin stared ahead resolutely and thought, that person must have broken the prophecy. Red blood sprayed everywhere from the blade. The man appeared and sliced across the pirate's head. The sword flashed brightly under the sunlight. Seeing this, all the remaining pirates froze. One of them opened his mouth and roared, attack. The whole group immediately charged at him with weapons. A figure suddenly shot past them. The pirate's face turned pale with fear. What the hell? A hand reached out and slammed straight into his face. The pirate's body was instantly sent flying. Tang So-gun glared silently after him. The others began trembling in fear. Are they martial arts masters? At this point, no one dared attack first. One whispered, you go attack. The man beside him immediately refused. Hell no, I don't want to die yet. A noise from afar suddenly excited them. Seeing the massive ship ahead, they shouted, the Dragon King is here. The pirates quickly regained their arrogance. The Dragon King is here. He'll skin you and hang your hides from the sails. Whispers rose around him. That's the Yangtze River Dragon King. We're finished. See unfocused on the man, thinking, those people look familiar. He must be a character I wrote into the story, but who was he? A wooden gangplank dropped beside the ship. A huge figure emerged behind the pirates. Iron-armored feet stomped heavily onto the deck. The man leaned aside and drew his weapon. The sharp axe then came crashing down. Gang Mo glared around and shouted, who dares mess with my 18 pirates of the Yangtze River? A pirate immediately tattled, it's them, sir. One glance made him exclaim, oh my, oh my. Gang Mo eagerly walked up to Tang So-gun. What a pretty face. Hearing this, the pirate whispered, I heard he's a man. You'll definitely like him, sir. His cheeks instantly reddened. Exactly my type. Seeing this, Si-un frowned, thinking, if I remember right, the Yangtze River Dragon King is an extreme pervert who kills anyone attractive, even men, and he looks even more disgusting than I imagine. The wooden hat was tossed onto the deck. Shinji stepped forward to shield Tang So-gun. Dragon King Lim Gang Mo, I wanted to pass peacefully, but thinking about fleeing from a pervert like you. At that, he pointed his sword straight ahead. It would be sinful not to punish you. Gang Mo tilted his head casually. Even if you don't know who I am, you should know your place and surrender instead of challenging me. And what's with that tone? The other man finally introduced himself. I am Guchenji of the Complete Truth Order. Those words made Si-un freeze. Right, Guchenji, that's the name. Gang Mo looked surprised. The Complete Truth Order? No wonder you're so bold. Are those old priests still alive? Shinji firmly replied, of course, I, Guchenji, leader of the Complete Truth Order, will punish you. Seeing this, Si-un quietly swallowed. He recalled Gang Mo's brutality. Guchenji was heading to the Martial Arts Alliance to deliver a prophet's warning about the Seven Stars Heroes leader's conspiracy, but despite his ability to read the stars, the old man was killed after encountering the Yangtze River Dragon King. Thinking of this gave Si-un a headache. If this old man is carrying such important news, he should at least keep a low profile. The two men before him had already rushed into battle. Shinji swung his sword to block the attack, his expression darkening. And because Guchenji died here, the rebellious Ghost Order managed to escape. Gang Mo widened his eyes and challenged him. The Complete Truth Order isn't worth a damn. A tremendous force struck the wooden deck beneath them. The massive axe was about to cleave his head when a cold flash suddenly slashed downward. The blade was now pressed close to his face. Shinji's body gradually sank into the deck. Moments later, cracks began spreading across the ship. The surrounding passengers panicked. Watch out. Si-un reached out and grabbed someone. These bastards. His opponent trembled in fear. Thank you. He muttered indifferently, if you're joining the fight, fight properly. Why destroy the ship? He immediately turned and ordered, Warrior Tang, keep everyone safe. Tang So-gun froze. What about you, Warrior Hayek Ryan? Si-un said nothing more and rushed off. In the novel, after Guchenji died, Mu Kuang killed the Yangtze Dragon King, but I have no choice but to act first and explain later. Gang Mo laughed madly. Didn't you say you'd punish me? Just as I thought, insects like you never know your limits. A flash of light appeared behind him. Gang Mo clenched his weapon before being knocked away. His feet were forced backward. Seeing this, Gang Mo roared furiously. Who the hell are you? Shinji's expression also froze for a moment. He raised his sword and slowly said, Hayek Ryan Un of the 5 Tea House, I am the tavern master. Hearing that, he warned, young warrior, you're no match for him. I'll stop him, hurry and leave. Si-un's lips curled slightly. You should value your life more, young warrior. Yet inwardly he thought, I just saved you, so why are you spouting nonsense, old man? Gang Mo's eyes suddenly gleamed. You're no ordinary fighter either. Power gradually radiated from his body. Then I'll teach you some manners. Before he finished speaking, Si-un immediately charged forward. Si-un swung his sword through the air without hesitation. The sight terrified him. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Ignoring him, Si-un gritted his teeth and slashed down. Secret skill or whatever. A razor-sharp sword flash erupted. If I can't defeat you, then I've failed. Gang Mo's staggering body leaned against the ship's railing. Seeing this, Si-un immediately sheathed his sword. Behind him, Gang Mo had already plunged straight into the sea. Si-un stood upright and exhaled softly. Wait my back, whoever strikes first wins. At this point, Si-un wondered, come to think of it, what was that disgusting feeling earlier? He died sooner than I expected. He then returned under everyone's astonished gazes. Shinji's eyes widened as his entire body froze in place. A moment later, he suddenly dropped to his knees. Shinji kowtowed in gratitude. Gu Shinji of the Complete Truth sect owes you his life, young warrior. Hearing this, Si-un quickly helped him up. I only finished him after you had already weakened him. Inwardly, he wondered why this old man kept overreacting. Shinji hesitated, speechless. No, what do you mean I weakened him? He secretly marveled, setting aside his ability. How could someone become this accomplished at such a young age? At that thought, Shinji's eyes lit up. Young warrior are you? Si-un suddenly flinched. A familiar figure leaped out from beneath the water. Everyone nearby turned pale and screamed. What the hell is that? His skin had taken on a strange gray color. Seeing this, Si-un instantly became alert. How is that possible? I already stabbed him. Looking closely at Gang Mo's face, Si-un froze. Wait, is that a corpse puppet? The force of his foot shattered the wooden deck. He suddenly lunged forward. Si-un barely managed to defend himself. Why did he suddenly become so strong? Their bodies immediately plunged into the sea. Shinji widened his eyes and shouted, young warrior. The huge commotion caught Tang So-gun's attention. By then, both had sunk deep beneath the water. Si-un struggled to stay conscious. I can't breathe. No wonder that energy felt like that glowing guy's. His opponent's eyes were now lifeless, and his energy resembled the corpse puppet I saw in the ancient tomb. Immediately afterward, he pinned Si-un down toward the seabed. Si-un raised the hand, gripping his sword with all his strength. Si-un gathered his strength and slashed straight at his neck. Gang Mo was easily knocked away. Si-un held his breath and looked around. He dragged me all the way to the riverbed. I can barely breathe. He's even stronger than the corpse puppet from the tomb, so Si-un quickly swam upward. I'm terrible at fighting underwater. I need to reach the surface first, or I'll die. Gang Mo's figure suddenly appeared before him. Si-un's face instantly turned pale. Seriously. He swung the axe in his hand down fiercely. Si-un once again sank deep beneath the sea. This time he had reached his limit. No, I can't breathe. Seeing Gang Mo charging toward him, Si-un panicked. Am I really going to die like this? Impossible. Si-un's eyes slowly closed. If I die this easily from drowning, then everything I've endured until now will have been meaningless. His hand also began to loosen. A sudden flash shot through his mind. Si-un's body seemed to float in empty space. This is. Gang Mo was already right before his eyes. He could now see through Gang Mo's chest. Wait, what's that? Si-un quickly realized maybe that's what revived him. With that thought, he immediately charged forward. I have nothing left to lose. He roared and swung his sword. I'll know once I cut him. A razor-sharp sword flash streaked through the water. The pressure forced Si-un backward. Gang Mo's body was covered in countless slashes. The sea surface remained completely still. Suddenly, a massive column of water erupted upward. The two looked up with wide eyes. Oh my god. Si-un surfaced and desperately gulped down air. Seeing him, Tang So-gun waved and shouted, Warrior Hyuk Ryan over here. He did not answer and silently searched around. A ripple spread before him. What just happened? Thinking back, Si-un was stunned. I still have more to do with those strange energy techniques I learned in the tomb. Si-un climbed aboard, seawater dripping from his hands. Tang So-gun approached anxiously and asked, Warrior Hyuk Ryan, are you alright? Shinji could not help blurting out, what the hell? How could the great river dragon king come back to life? Si-un looked up and exhaled, saying that he was dead now. Si-un pondered briefly, realizing that explained the strange feeling he had. After a pause, he asked, come to think of it, didn't this ship belong to the great river dragon king? Tang So-gun chuckled and replied, our ship was badly damaged, so with warrior Tang's help, we took the enemy's ship. Tang So-gun then added in surprise, it happened a while ago. Were you the one who did that, warrior Hyuk Ryan? Hearing this, Si-un turned away with a faint smile. I don't know either. Shinji's current gaze caught his attention. Si-un finally asked, why are you looking at me like that? Shinji's expression suddenly darkened as he said, warrior Hayek Ryan. Shinji hurriedly grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Please help me." Taking a deep breath, he earnestly begged, "No, please save the martial world." Everyone present was stunned. Shinji's eyes lit up again as he said, "As the leader of the Complete Truth Sect, I am heading to the Martial Alliance on a secret mission. So under the guidance of the 7-star sage who can read the heavens, please help me complete my mission to the Martial Alliance." Seeing this, Si-un quickly pulled his hand back and said, "Let go of me first." Tang So-gun caught one detail and wondered, "A secret mission?" The curious passengers gaped and exclaimed, "A secret?" Even the two bound pirates hurriedly chimed in, "Hey, what secret? We're curious too." Si-un trembled all over as he suppressed his anger. Inside, he screamed, "Gu Chenji, you idiot, why would you blurt it out like that?" Brilliant sunlight shone down upon the grand gates of the Martial Alliance. Si-un looked up at the enormous fortress before him. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "We're finally here." Shinji beside him kept rambling, "Warrior Hayek Ryan, are you listening? I'm certain you're the one who will save the entire martial world. This world needs you." Si-un gritted his teeth to suppress a curse, wondering why the Complete Truth Sect had entrusted such a secret mission to this unbearably talkative man. He recalled Shinji's earlier excitement, and even after rambling all night, the man was still talking. Who would have thought the old man would follow him all the way here? Si-un ignored him and sighed, already having enough of a headache thinking about the great river dragon king and how he could revive. His gaze swept across the sky as he recalled that in the novel, Mu Kuang only had to kill him once. The image of Gang Mo's pale, waterlogged face surfaced in his mind, resembling the undead corpse in the tomb, but there had to be some hidden scheme behind it, perhaps even connected to the rumors about the 18 Great River Pirates. Just then, a hand reached out to stop them as someone ordered, "Stop." The guard then carefully reminded the visitors to the Martial Alliance to state their names and positions. Hearing this, Si-un smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Yes, of course," while inwardly mocking the Martial Alliance for loving appearances, which was exactly why he had brought several people along. Thinking this, he raised his chin toward them, confident that his companions were all promising young members of their respective sects. Right after that, he loudly called out, "Warrior Yang." Contrary to his expectations, Shinji was the one who responded, leaving him utterly disappointed. The gatekeeper jumped at the shout as Shinji yelled, "How can someone like you guard the gates of the Martial Alliance? Can't you recognize the hero who killed the great river dragon king?" Seeing this, Si-un hurriedly covered his mouth. He forced a smile and whispered, "Warrior Gu, why are you suddenly shouting?" while suppressing his anger and thinking he should have just left the man to die. One guard asked suspiciously, "Are you really the one who killed the leader of the 18 Great River Pirates, the Great River Dragon King?" And the other immediately added, "I haven't heard any news that the Dragon King is dead." Si-un smiled and nodded in confirmation, thinking they had arrived before the news spread so naturally these men would not know, but the guard sneered, "Do you know where you are to spout such nonsense?" A voice suddenly came from behind them, "What's going on?" Both guards turned around and bowed respectfully, "Lord Azure." Hachun approached with an irritated expression and said, "I'm sick of punishing gatekeepers for neglecting their duties, so who's causing trouble this time?" After speaking, he shouted, "Who is it?" And the guards immediately stepped aside, answering, "Yes, sir." Si-un's entire body froze for a moment. Hachun was also rendered speechless as his heart sank, wondering, how are you still alive?" After thinking it over, he immediately drew his sword. "How dare you come here, you spy of the demonic cult?" Then Hachun suppressed his fear and shouted, "I'll kill you to avenge those who died." A fist suddenly swung straight toward his face. Ryan unmercilessly punched him in the face. Then he grinned and growled, "Nice to see you again." A loud crash rang out before the city gate. Hachun fearfully backed away again and again, stunned by his speed. His face turned pale. This guy had hidden his true strength inside the tomb. Thinking this, he immediately collapsed onto the ground. The guards froze. Had the great Azure swordsman really fainted from a single punch? Si-un raised his foot, ready to stomp down. "Why are you already unconscious?" With that, he kept beating him while cursing, "This is how you treat your savior. How dare you point your sword at me?" Unable to bear it anymore, he said, "Please stop, he's already unconscious," while the soldiers behind muttered, "How far is he planning to go?" Hearing this, he turned and glared at them while saying something. The other side immediately fell silent in fear. A demon face? That's definitely the face of the demonic cult. They immediately ran inside shouting, "It's the demonic cult. The demonic cult is attacking." Only then did Si-un realize he'd forgotten he wanted to enter peacefully, but lost his temper upon seeing that man's face. His gaze suddenly stopped at one spot. A book was sticking out beneath Hachun's clothes. This. A loud shout rang out, "Mystic Thunder Manual." and he was quickly surrounded. I'm sorry. Seeing this, Tang So-gun shouted, "Stop, you filthy demonic cult bastard," as the other man fled in panic. I'm sorry. The guards frowned and shouted, "What are you people doing?" Then Si-un was suddenly handcuffed. "Arrest this madman immediately." The two people in the distance visibly turned pale. They were then escorted into the hall. Only then were the cuffs on his hands removed. After finishing their task, the guards quickly left. The man seated in the distance quietly said, "Seriously, you've caused quite a commotion before even appearing, haven't you? You said your name is Hyuk Ryan-un." Then Moxion carefully explained everything. "I'm sorry you were mistaken for a demonic cult spy. I've also ordered the release of warrior T. Mu Kwang's companions who were accused by the Azure Swordsman." Si-un stepped forward, bowed, and replied, "I don't mind," though inwardly he felt guilty since he truly was a demonic cult member. Seeing this, Moxion grew curious. "But how did you know the Azure Swordsman was practicing forbidden arts?" The needle was carefully brought close to the man as he explained, "When I was trapped inside the tomb, it was because there was a spy among the expedition team. He thought of the divine physician's appearance. Moreover, while fighting the Azure Swordsman, Yang Hachun, I sensed dark energy connected to an unorthodox sect." At this point, Si-un sighed helplessly. "I only reported it as a precaution, but who knew the #1 Azure Swordsman was actually practicing forbidden arts?" Inwardly, he concealed another matter, thinking that Yang Hachun was not the old Wu One Liu who had stolen the Mystic Thunder manual. Remembering the earlier shout to arrest that man, he had already burned it with the sacred threefold flame, destroying the evidence so no one could know he had learned from the manuals inside the tomb. Hearing this, Tang So-gun clenched his fist and growled, "I can't believe that bastard was a demonic cult member. I honestly suspected him ever since he attacked warrior Hyuk Ryan." Moxion leaned back in his chair and sighed, "When even an elder of the Wudang sect is a demonic cult member, who can we trust now?" Shinji remained silent for a long while before suddenly saying, "Perhaps the manual learned by the Azure Swordsman doesn't belong to the Azure Sea demonic cult." He looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" And Shinji slowly explained, "Actually, the 7-star heroes uncovered several things from the recent incidents." At this moment, Tang So-gun quickly added, "That reminds me, on the ship you said the 7-star sage asked you to deliver a message to the leader. So what exactly was it, warrior Guchinji?" He finally revealed in a low voice, "All right, then I'll tell you what the 7-star sage told me." A man's figure appeared in the tale. The rebel's fame has spread everywhere, yet mortal eyes see only the surface, not the deception beneath. An age of chaos approaches and crises arise everywhere. So will you join me in stopping the enemy when allies turn out to be foes? Beware the one who calls himself a hero and prepare for the worst. His body broke out in hideous pustules at those words, and I think mortal eyes see only the surface, not the deception beneath. And will you join me in stopping the enemy are connected to the recent events. His madness remained deeply etched in my mind, so that must be why the 7-star sage, who can read the heavens, entrusted me with that urgent mission. Moxion pondered for a long while before concluding, "So the 7-star sage believes the demonic cult isn't behind the recent attacks." Tang So-gun also began to understand. Thinking about it now, those attackers claiming to represent the demonic cult were strange, almost as if they deliberately wanted to start a war between the martial world and the demonic cult. Si-un stood there nodding in agreement. "Luckily I saved Gu Chinji, because if this makes the demonic cult and the righteous faction fight, we'll be in serious trouble." His brows furrowed slightly. "Although it's too early to conclude anything, I think we shouldn't rush." Elsewhere, the divine physician is carefully using acupuncture to treat both the young warrior T. Mu Kwang, who was attacked by the assailant, and Yang Hachun, who learned forbidden arts, so we'll soon know who the enemy is. After a pause, Moxion slammed the table and stood up. "More importantly, the self-proclaimed hero mentioned by the 7-star sage has yet to reveal his identity." Those words startled both of them. Hearing this, Shinji smiled and said, "Actually, he hesitated slightly when speaking about that self-proclaimed hero, saying the path of the martial world would become one with him." His eyes instantly lit up. "Can you guess who it is?" Si-un remained silent and did not join the conversation. Of course he can, because he met T. Mu Kwang in the story. Shinji spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "The 7-star sage was right. I met that person on my way here." After saying that, he suddenly turned around, and that person is the young warrior Hyuk Ryan-un. Si-un turned pale and pointed at himself. "Me." After the conversation, Si-un walked away dejectedly. Behind him, Tang So-gun looked extremely excited. You're incredible. You're truly the hero from the prophecy, warrior Hayuk Ryan, an extraordinary man. Hearing that, Si-un turned back with a haggard expression. Thinking about it, Si-un suddenly realized something. Everything happened because Mu Kwang was unconscious. The cult leader's power still terrified him. If I become the martial world's hero, I'll have to fight those terrifying guys again, right? The more Si-un thought about it, the more panicked he became. I should have kept everything under control back in the tomb. I just want to go home. A loud voice called from afar, Yeagle Siapung approached from afar with the others. He stopped with a smile. Thank you so much, Brother Un, we were released thanks to. Before he could finish, everyone suddenly fell silent. Si-un suddenly ran over and tightly embraced him. Si-un's cheeks instantly turned red. Maybe I should stay here a little longer. Unable to hold back her tears, she said, Thank heavens you're safe, warrior Hayuk Ryan. At that moment, Si-un suddenly realized something was wrong. She stepped back, cleared her throat, and continued, You have no idea how worried I was when I saw you like that. The others understood immediately from a single glance. Seeing this, Si-un scratched his head awkwardly. Really? Yet inwardly he was stunned. She was worried about me instead of Mu Kwang. Si-un angrily clenched her fist again. I should have chopped Yang Hachun's hand in half. Li Moon-sing curiously approached and asked, That reminds me, I heard you fought Yang Hachun outside the Martial Alliance gates, right, Hayuk Ryan, so what happened to the Azure Swordmaster? Si-un recalled Moxiang's careful warning, if the Azure Swordmaster truly learned forbidden arts as you said, the Martial Alliance will be at a severe disadvantage, so keep this secret. Si-un thought I have to hide this, so outwardly he could only smile and vaguely explain, You already heard about that. I just couldn't control my anger over what he did inside the ancient tomb. After a pause, he added, I heard he's being treated by the divine physician. Hearing this, Yeagle Siapung gave an approving thumbs up. Serves him right, Yun. I can't believe you defeated the Azure Swordsman. He then leaned closer and whispered, Could you have found some lucky charm in the moon tomb? Si-un instantly froze, wondering what he meant. Yeagle Siapung then laughed loudly, Just kidding, while Si-un secretly sighed in relief, terrified that he had been exposed. Yeagle Siapung quickly became serious again. Anyway, Mu Kwang is receiving treatment now, right? I wonder how he's doing. This time Si-un fell silent in thought, realizing Yeagle Siapung might know something about the ancient empire and the Yelii sect. Thinking this, Si-un probed, Excuse me, warrior Yeagle, do you know about the ancient empire on the frontier? I heard it was destroyed during a rebellion by the lords. Yeagle Siapung looked confused and asked why he suddenly wanted such information. So Si-un carefully explained that a sect called Yelii had also served among the lord's forces. Hearing this, Yeagle Siapung rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Yelii sect and an ancient frontier empire, while Ryu Yon, silent for a while, curiously asked what they were discussing. Yeagle Siapung ignored him and excitedly continued, I remember hearing a similar story, though I don't know whether it's true. Si-un immediately caught the key point, thinking it was just as he expected. Recalling Yeagle Siapung handling records, he listened as the man explained, 1,000 years ago there was a country called Riverland, where the lords chose a man with mystical power as king and worshipped him, and among them were two familiar names, the Yelii sect and the Yuchi sect. The Yelii sect laid the nation's foundations and stabilized society. Meanwhile, the Yuchi sect was renowned for martial prowess and entrusted with commanding the armies. Hearing this, Si-un frowned slightly. He remembered the stone platform in a chamber deep within the ruins concealed inside the tomb. He had been extremely excited then, because that was exactly the place they had discovered. At its center was a glowing lotus flower, where the lawgiver had secluded himself. Yeagle Siapung could not help asking, But why are you suddenly asking about the ancient empire? Si-un tilted his head back and sighed, I'm just interested in history. Si-un continued probing, Anyway, do you know anything about that king with special powers? While becoming increasingly convinced the man might have come from another world. Yeagle Siapung lowered his head and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Interesting information about that king. Thinking of those ancient ruins, he explained that no traces of the king remained and he was supposedly only a figurehead. But something extraordinary must have happened for his name to survive. Yeagle Siapung's voice gradually faded as he wondered, what was his name again? After a long while he finally recalled, I think he was called the Lord of the Grand Plan. Si-un instantly froze. A chill ran down his spine as he repeated inwardly, the Lord of the Grand Plan. Remembering that figure, he suddenly realized this was the very name those people had used for their leader. At the bustling port of Wuhan, Si-un leaned against the wooden railing, pondering whether the Grand Plan's connection to the ancient empire meant there was a way for him to return to reality. He sighed with sweat beading on his forehead and folded his arms, knowing he had no way to defeat those people, especially after learning part of their plan beneath the tomb, and fearing he might not survive their next encounter. Suddenly, a voice called from elsewhere, "Yun." A man with a goatee immediately appeared and raised his hand. "Hey, did you really kill the Yangtze Dragon King? That's incredible." Hearing this, Si-un merely smiled faintly and said arrogantly, "Honestly, he was weaker than I expected, and it's good to see everyone again, Bu Xian," prompting Bu Xian to immediately ask another curious question. "Commander, have you planned to open another 5 tea house branch in Wuhan?" Hearing this, Si-un quickly clenched his fist and said seriously, "Of course, all the information is here. If we're doing this, we naturally need a foothold here." However, the man with the goatee shrugged sarcastically, "But isn't this place close to the Martial Alliance? That's rather risky." Si-un slowly wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "You were pretty impressive back in Sichuan, so this should be nothing to you, right, Bu Xian?" And the other man's eyes widened as his body stiffened. "Is there something I can do?" Finally, he changed his attitude with an excited face. "Fine, then I'll do my best, Un." "Yes," Si-un replied, then suddenly cast a sharp glance elsewhere. "Enough chatting, I need you to do something." At a small stream in the forest, sunlight peeked over the western bank. A hand wrinkled from soaking in water for too long emerged. The person's lower body remained submerged, his body motionless and lifeless. The cult leader sat atop a large boulder. With his arms folded across his chest, he asked, "What do you think?" As soon as he finished, Grand Strategist Thousand-Faced Fox examined it without hesitation and concluded, "Completely destroyed, as though the core was cut out." As soon as he finished, Grand Strategist Thousand-Faced Fox examined it without hesitation and concluded, "Completely destroyed, as though the core was cut out." Faced Fox slightly raised his face toward the sky and replied, thinking of the taboo being broken and someone defying the prophecy, "We must rescue the target as soon as possible. If we delay, something serious will happen, right?" Meanwhile, the long-haired man added gravely, "According to the prophecy, news from the Kainan cult should never have reached the Martial Alliance, and Shinji should have died on the Yangtze River." The cult leader slowly stared at him in puzzlement, but the plan failed completely. "Don't you think it has something to do with the Grand Strategist's words?" That man also examined the core without hesitation. He inspected the entire body of the person lying face down on the shattered rocky ground. Hearing this, Faced Fox coldly asked, "Should we kill him?" But the other man seemed to find something useful. "If he can learn to cross the boundary using the Imperial City Cult's martial arts manual, he could be useful to the Grand Strategist." The grayish-blue-haired man's eyes suddenly turned sinister. "Just keep watching him for now." After those words, the cult leader could only remain silent, frowning deeply as he stared at him. That evening, the bright full moon peeked above the ancient rooftops. Si-un slowly walked along the corridor in silence. His thoughts churned, is that really the truth? Countless events kept flashing through his mind. The true blood manual used by the blood cult's grand strategist belonged to a group of traitors expelled from the orthodox blood cult. He recalled the strange writing on the tomb belonging to the Sun and Moon divine sect. Could the grand strategist be connected to the united cult? Suddenly, his entire body began trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the girl standing beside a wall and softly called, "Miss Xiao." She immediately replied, "Warrior Ryanun." Si-un asked in confusion, "What are you doing here at this hour? Were you waiting for me?" And Si-un immediately answered, "Yes, I have something to tell you." This greatly shocked Si-un. "What is it?" While Si-un calmly said each word, "The leader has decided to appoint you commander of the White Dragon Corps." Hearing this, Si-un immediately looked utterly bewildered. Commander of the White Dragon Corps. Wasn't that position mentioned after T. Mu Kuang became famous? And T. Mu Kuang was the one who took that position, so why give it to me? Although we defeated the Yangtze Dragon King, it's still too early to celebrate. And it seemed Shinji's words had greatly influenced the leader's decision. Si-un scratched his head and tried to explain, "That's a bit much for an ordinary person like me. We already have warrior T. Mu Kuang," believing that since he was only a spy, it was best to stay out of it. Si-un praised him, "I think you deserve that position, warrior Ryanun." Si-un was shocked. "What?" she explained. "You saved many people in the tomb and defeated the 18 Yangtze bandits on the way to the Martial Alliance, things no ordinary person could do." Si-un stammered, "Really? There aren't many people in the White Dragon Corps, right? I mean, warriors like Leader T, if they're there, I could." Cyan sighed, I can't tell whether you're thoughtful or short-sighted, Sion. The White Dragon Corps has far more members than you think. After your fight with the Azure Swordmaster, that position remains vacant, as does the Azure Sect's leadership, so the leader plans to transfer the entire Azure Sect force into the White Dragon Corps. Hearing this, Sion was even more stunned. What? He knew this never happened in the novel, but he suddenly thought, then that bastard Seung Jin. Wasn't he also a member of the Azure Sect? Cyan looked puzzled. What? That's right, though furious now, Sion forced a smile. So I can become that bastard's commander, right? Brilliant dawn sunlight illuminated the magnificent buildings. Sion strolled leisurely past the bewildered maids. He felt utterly refreshed and relaxed. After settling his personal grudge, I'm not done with you yet, bastard. 5 more laps, please spare me. Sion happily thought becoming commander of the White Dragon Corps wasn't bad at all. Suddenly he spotted the Divine Physician. Sion politely bowed. Why did you summon me, physician? The Divine Physician said little and simply told him, follow me. As they walked, the old man said, he hasn't fully recovered yet, so don't disturb his rest. Entering the room, Sion saw Mukwang. Seeing Sion arrive, Mukwang happily called, Sion was surprised. You're awake, Warrior T. Understanding the situation, the Divine Physician left. I'll let you two talk. Mukwang spoke first. I heard you brought me here for treatment, and while I was unconscious, you saved my life. Faced with his gratitude, Sion politely replied, you were injured because of me, so naturally I had to repay you. Mukwang disagreed. You already saved me from that crazy old man, yet you still brought me all the way to the Martial Alliance for treatment and saved my companions. Sion scratched his head with an awkward smile, knowing he had only done it because it was part of his plan. To his surprise, Mukwang stood up. Before Sion could react, he clasped his hands. Mukwang said gratefully, I owe you my life, Brother Un. I am T. Mukwang, Yuchi Mukwang, and I swear to accept Warrior Ryan Un as my sworn elder brother for life. His action left Sion flustered. Why all of a sudden? Suddenly, he noticed something odd in the other's words. Wait, did you just say Yuchi? Mukwang frankly explained, I can finally tell you the truth, Brother Un. T. Mukwang is actually a false name I used to evade my enemies. Sion found Yuchi strangely familiar, certain he had heard that name before. He recalled Yeagle Siapung's words, among the ruling lords, I remember 2 clans called the Yellow Clan and the Yuchi Clan. Realizing who stood before him, Sion shot to his feet in shock. He staggered and asked T. Mukwang, what connection do you have with those bastards of the Great Scheme? Hearing this, Mukwang was also puzzled and asked, who is the Grand Plan? Sion asked in confusion, don't you know those bastards called the Heavenly Lords? Mukwang stared at him in shock. He rushed towards Sion excitedly and pressed him, Heavenly Lords, where did you hear that name? How do you know the people who killed my family, Yun? At this moment, Sion had no idea what was happening. Night had fallen, yet they continued walking and talking. Mukwang tried to confirm, the Grand Plan and a country called Riverland. You're saying people who once served the king of an empire that fell 1,000 years ago killed my family? And Sion replied, I'm not certain, but Sion pondered that the only people in this novel capable of doing something as insane as those Grand Plan bastards were them. Mukwang remained doubtful, but didn't you say the Yuchi sect was one of Riverland's great clans, so why would they? And Sion explained that according to what they found in the tomb, Riverland seemed to have fallen through rebellions. Perhaps it began with your family, Sion suggested, making Mukwang stammer that. Sion added, come to think of it, didn't you say they took something from your father? After returning, Sion stared at the box in his hands. He looked at it suspiciously, thinking that T. Mukwang's family had protected the White Dragon Lord's legacy before those bastards stole it. And if the White Dragon Lord's real name was Yuchi Beak, then who in this novel was not connected to Riverland? He sighed, unable to find a definite answer, thinking that even as the author, he was stumped. Sion formed a hypothesis that T. Mukwang had not discovered the secret cave by chance. At the time, he had been searching for his ancestors' secret manual. But why did the Grand Plan want to take it from the Yuchi family? While he was deep in thought, a noise came from outside the door. Suspicious, Sion opened the door. Shinji smiled politely and said, sorry to disturb you so late, sir. Sion wondered inwardly, what is this guy doing here at this hour? He asked, Warrior Gu, do you need something? And Shinji explained, I've completed the mission entrusted to me by the 10-star sage and am preparing to return to the sect, so I came to bid you farewell. Sion forced a smile and replied, right, have a safe journey. while Shinji said that with a trustworthy hero now in the martial alliance, he could finally leave with peace of mind. Si-un scratched his head and stammered, right, while inwardly thinking, again, I'm not a hero, understand. Shinji looked around to make sure no one was nearby before saying, actually, there's one more thing I need to tell you, and Si-un curiously asked, what is it? Shinji leaned close and whispered, this is what the martial alliance leader told me to inform you, leaving Si-un confused about why the martial alliance leader was involved. Without hesitation, Shinji whispered into his ear. After hearing it, Si-un instantly froze. He shouted in shock, he wants me to become the representative of the demonic cult. Amid the bustling streets, someone continuously advertised, welcome to the new green tea house branch in Wuhan. A flag bearing the shop's signature azure dragon hung outside as the voice continued announcing the grand opening. Today, all drinks are 50% off. Inside, rows of tables were already packed with customers. At that moment, a man suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, how did you suddenly become the demonic cult's representative, and even its representative to the martial alliance? Hearing this, another man glanced over with a smirk and folded his arms, saying, out of everyone, they chose you as representative, so what are they plotting? Si-un slowly turned toward the two men and explained that martial alliance leader Moxiang of the Duanli sect lacked prestige, because he came from neither the 9 great sects nor any previously renowned sect, while many sect members despised anything associated with demons or the demonic cult, which was probably why he chose Si-un, especially since few understood the meaning of the 7-star sect's prophecy. The gray-haired man fell silent in confusion. Then what are you planning to do? While Si-un placed both hands behind his back and calmly sighed, well, I heard the leader has already sent the letter, so from now on we'll just carry on as usual. He slowly turned his gaze aside, because this will be the last thing those bastards dare use to challenge our sect. Hearing this, the gray-haired man immediately lowered his head with a cold frown, while the bearded man nearby also fell silent, his gaze sharp. Elsewhere, at the enormous heavenly demon cult palace towering between heaven and earth. Inside, a man sat majestically upon a high throne, with rows of palace maids and 2 subordinates below. Si-un held a scroll against his right thigh. Wearing robes with a slightly open collar revealing his muscular chest, he asked, what do you think? Hearing this, Ryan Wall frowned and suggested, has the martial alliance leader lost his mind? The frontline issue is settled, so now we should focus on the purge. Si-un then coldly asked another person, what do you think, Jin? Do you think it's time for us to begin the purge? The other man immediately hesitated in deep thought. After a while, Ryan Jin slowly raised his gaze and continued, I think we should focus on the information Gon sent. He added seriously without hesitation, according to Gon, some people are trying to drive a wedge between our sect and the martial alliance. Ryan Jin immediately frowned, his eyes sharpening. What those people want is exactly why we need the purge. Afternoon gradually turned to night as Si-un's voice echoed through the air. They either want to distract us or have another motive. Standing with both hands behind his back and gazing toward the distant sun, he continued, moreover, judging by the situation, they seem connected to the blood cult and the traitors from our cult. Hearing this, Ryan Jin immediately proposed, I think going to war now would be exactly what those bastards want. As soon as he finished, Si-un lowered his head and swallowed softly. Then he turned back and said quietly, you think just like Jin, this is what sent, and the boy says we should accept the martial alliance's invitation to form an alliance. Si-un again placed both hands behind his back and said coldly, it seems the martial alliance leader wants Van to serve as their representative this time. Meanwhile, Ryan Jin was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down his face. Si-un slowly folded his arms across his chest and added, after joining forces with the king at the border, you can handle the frontline yourself now, so I'm entrusting this alliance to you. Gather your forces immediately and head to the meeting place. His face filled with excitement, prove your abilities through this event. Hearing this, Ryan Jin quickly clasped his hands and raised them respectfully, as you command. At the same time, thoughts surged through his mind. Van will represent the martial alliance. The image of an alluring brown-skinned girl named Sarah immediately appeared in his mind along with her gentle, warm voice. Without Fourth Master's secret information, I could never have risen to become king of the frontier lands. Returning to reality, Ryan Jin closed his eyes. More and more, I feel like he's become a completely different person. The scene shifted to the city gate. Si-un kept yawning as tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. Do we really have to leave at this hour? I already said to keep this secret from the cult members. Sun Sang looked worried while sitting on horseback. I'm not sure leaving him there blindly is right, and the nearby girl quickly added, According to the chief physician, Warrior T hasn't fully recovered. Ryu Yon readily agreed. As long as we return early, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Si-un pulled back on the reins and said, Warrior Ban is right. We'll leave early and return early. He then quickly urged his warhorse forward. The others hurried after him from behind, shouting, Brother Van, wait. Seeing this, the two gate guards curiously spoke to each other. Where are they going? Who knows? Someone that young defeated the Yangtze Dragon King, so it must be an important mission. The two continued talking closely. Did he really kill the Yangtze Dragon King? I still can't believe it. It's true, can't you tell? Would someone promoted to commander of the White Dragon Corps really be useless? One of the two gate guards suddenly glanced to one side. Believe it or not, our job is to guard the gate. Suddenly, two riders slowly approached the city gate. The one in front was Si-un wearing a black cloak, making the guard ask in confusion, Wait, why have you returned? He immediately revealed in a low voice, I came back because I forgot to report to the leader. And the guard curiously asked, Where are the others? Si-un slowly gave a faint cold smile. I told them to go ahead because I still have something to do. Only Warrior Lai and I returned, and as you can see, this matter is extremely important. Meanwhile, the rider on the horse beside him merely lowered his head in silence. One of the two guards then said, In that case, you may enter. Si-un readily replied, Thank you. Afterward, the black and brown horses slowly moved forward. They silently passed through the towering city walls. Suddenly, an old man with snow-white hair and beard appeared, his eyes bloodshot. At the same time, his long blue-gray hair came loose and fluttered in the wind. The other person finally revealed his face, with faint dark circles around his eyes. Inside a gloomy house, lanterns had been lit. Moxiang's voice rang out, What's wrong, young warrior Si-un? He wondered, Why did you return instead of going to the Blue Sea province? And who is this? Si-un raised his head and said, That doesn't matter. Martial Alliance leader, why do you want to ally with the demonic cult? The question surprised him. What do you mean? Didn't you hear the 7-star sage's message? The demonic cult may not be our true enemy. Si-un suddenly sneered. That message should never have been delivered in the first place. Sensing something strange, Moxiang hurriedly grabbed the saber beside him. Bastard, who are you? The old man nearby said, I set up a formation the moment we entered this room, so no one outside can hear you. Moxiang charged forward furiously. You dare look down on me. Wei Jichen immediately rushed forward. He blocked Moxiang's sword. He confidently taunted him. Wei Jichen's strike hit Moxiang, who thought, impossible, how can there be an expert this powerful? He dropped his sword and collapsed to the floor. Wei Jichen raised his saber to strike and muttered, Everything. It is because of what happened that day. Then he struck without the slightest mercy. Music suddenly echoed everywhere. It jolted Mu Kuang awake. With his sharp reflexes, he immediately sprang up. A violent shock flashed through Mu Kuang's mind. He suddenly coughed up blood. The musical technique is attacking me. From outside the door, an injured hand struggled to reach inside. The divine physician, wounded and covered in blood, struggled toward Mu Kuang. Before Mu Kuang could ask what happened, the old man collapsed heavily. Sir. Mu Kuang hurriedly grabbed his saber. He rushed straight outside. As he ran out, an attack suddenly came at him. Mu Kuang sensed it and abruptly stopped. He faced the cult leader, who was already waiting outside. Mu Kuang cursed furiously, You bastard. Yet the old man's expression remained unchanged. Mu Kuang immediately charged forward, shouting, You bastard. Facing his attack, the old man merely extended a hand, his tone unchanged. A single strike from the old man made Mu Kuang spit blood. The cult leader's technique struck straight through his body. As Mu Kuang collapsed, the old man chuckled, I was thrilled when I nearly killed you last time, so I'll take good care of your precious body this time. Yunbai Ryong emerged from behind carrying her zither and asked, Did you catch the hidden one? Looking at Mu Kuang lying there, the old man replied, Of course, now we only need to wait for the faceless fox and the divine supreme. When a noise suddenly came from upstairs. Their entire operation had come under attack. Yunbai Ryong remained calm, believing the Supreme Alliance could never fail. Shouts echoed outside, Hayuk Ryan-un, leader of the White Dragon Army. Hayuk Ryan-un has attacked the Alliance leader. A small campfire burned atop a mountain. Si-un's group sat beside the fire as he complained, I suddenly feel a chill, prompting the person beside him to ask, Are you all right, warrior Ryan-un? Si-un replied, I'm fine, though inwardly he could not shake this uneasy feeling. If the alliance proceeded smoothly, they could prevent the war between the martial world and the demonic cult. Discussions erupted. I heard Si-un Yun is one of his men and fled to the demonic cult, who would have thought he was their spy. Another added that he now held supreme authority over the White Dragon Army, suggesting it was not too late to reconsider its leadership and the war between the righteous sects and the demonic cult. Moxiang merely sighed, This is my fault. Si-un Yun would now face the suspicion of the entire martial world. Someone asked, asked, but didn't you say they're heading to negotiate with the demonic cult? How can we catch up with them now? Ma Xiang replied, I personally ordered a special unit to that area, surprising the man, who repeated, a special unit. Ma Xiang's expression turned grim as he answered, yes. Elsewhere, as dusk fell, a group of riders advanced on horseback. The rhythmic pounding of hooves echoed around them. Carl Bayan was leading the group. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. He was Carl Bayan, the Grand Plan's Dark Knight. Across the vast grasslands, horses galloped swiftly over the lush green grass. A voice called out, Brother Sang, you seem exhausted. Should we rest? And Sun Sang, pale-faced but composed, replied, I'm fine. Hearing this, Si-un turned around and said, then let's rest. As they stopped their horses, he heard a noise in the distance. The Dark Knights were charging toward them, making Si-un wonder who those bastards were. Upon recognizing them, Si-un immediately shouted, we're members of the Grand Plan. Ryu Yon and Saiyan still had no idea what was happening. Carl Bayan raised his hand to stop his subordinates. Pointing his saber at Si-un, he asked, you're Ryan-un, right? Still unaware of the situation, Si-un calmly replied, why don't you introduce yourself first? I'm the leader of the Black Dragon Army, forcing the man to explain that his group served directly under the Alliance leader. Carl Bayan declared, I'm Carl Bayan, and I've come to arrest the criminal Si-un Yun, who recklessly infiltrated the Alliance realm and attacked the Alliance leader. Hearing this, Yeagle Siapung and Sun Sang were stunned, wondering who had attacked the Alliance leader and when. Yeagle Siapung and Sun Sang were shocked, while Bu Xian objected, Black Dragon Army? I've never heard of this group. Are you really from the Alliance realm? Carl Bayan scratched his head impatiently and said, as expected, you don't believe me. But it doesn't matter. With that, he unleashed a technique, because all of you will die here. Si-un had no time to react. Carl Bayan's attack had already reached him. After the dust and smoke cleared, he was still there. The man looked toward Si-un in surprise. Still sitting on his horse, he sighed softly, I'm scared. Carl Bayan rested his sword on his back. Emperor's blood, I wondered what happened when I heard that old man failed his mission. Did you stop it too? Si-un stared at him and thought, this guy is also a high-ranking member of the Grand Plan, and his inner power is as strong as that bastard I met in the tomb. Can I beat him? Either way, I'm not the same person who was being toyed with before. Carl Bayan also smiled inwardly. This fight won't be as one-sided as the one in the tomb. Si-un rode closer to them thinking, this is my chance. They're still off guard. He shouted and charged forward. Seeing his attack, Carl Bayan's subordinates raised their shields to defend. He drove his horse straight ahead. Good, let's charge. Si-un then took a stance, preparing to unleash a technique. His attack slammed down with tremendous force. It blasted open a large hole. He immediately ordered, everyone, run and put some distance between us and them. Receiving the order, everyone quickly sped up. Li Moon Sing hurriedly asked beside him, young warrior Ryan-un, do you know who those people are? Yeagle Siapung answered from nearby, they must be the villains Brother Sang mentioned, called the Grand Plan, the ones trying to start a war between the righteous faction and the unorthodox faction. Carl Bayan's group remained close behind, shouting, stop right there. Si-un angrily shouted back, would you stop if you were me? Saiyan warned him, young warrior Ryan-un, look ahead, leaving him startled. A river now appeared directly before them. Si-un recalled Carl Bayan's expression, that bastard deliberately led us this way. Unsure what to do, he thought, what now? It's dangerous, but should we break through them? Suddenly someone called his name, We've got a boat ready, come over here. Bu Xian's boat was waiting for them, hurry. Seeing Bu Xian, Si-un couldn't hide his joy. Bu Xian. Tang So-gun asked in confusion, who are those people? And Yeagle Siapung replied, aren't they Brother Sang's guards and the servants from the Five Virtues tea house? Carl Bayan's group remained close behind Sun Sang. Speed up, they're chasing us. Seeing this, Bu Xian immediately drew his bow to support them. Without another word, he fired. Bu Xian's arrows struck Carl Bayan's subordinate, but Carl Bayan caught them and slashed the arrows away with his blade. The people aboard threw out long ropes, shouting, grab these ropes. They grabbed the ropes and successfully boarded the boat. Once aboard, Si-un immediately shouted, hurry. Carl Bayan's group stopped their horses when they saw them board the ship. You rats! Enraged, he unleashed a tornado-like attack towards Si-un. How dare you? Everyone aboard was terrified. What is that? They took defensive stances. Damn it, if that hits us, the whole ship will be destroyed. Si-un grew anxious. I blocked it once, I can block it again. Watching the tornado draw closer, he thought, I can't do it. Sun Sang was so terrified that he burst into tears. Suddenly, a streak of purple light shot across. It stopped Carl Bayan's attack. Si-un was bewildered. What was that? The one who launched the attack was riding a giant eagle. Carl Bayan could only fall silent at the sight. The man on the eagle was Wai Jai-chin, who sternly asked, I already told you not to kill him, didn't I? Carl Bayan shouted, Supreme Divinity, what the hell is this? Wai Jichen descended from above. His feet landed on the green grass. Wai Jichen revealed, the Lord has entrusted me completely with matters concerning the prophecy, and I have decided to keep that man alive. Si-un stood unsteadily aboard the ship, staring into the distance and thinking, who the hell is that guy? He could feel immense power from afar. What terrifying pressure. Carl Bayan coldly ordered, get out of my way, Supreme Divinity. Wai Jichen refused. My orders are the Lord's orders. Do you intend to defy me? He coldly said, punishing those who stray from the prophecy is the Lord of the Grand Plan's command, so unless you intend to rebel, get out of my way, Supreme Divinity. Wai Jichen drew his sword. I cannot, for a loyal servant must stop his master when he makes the wrong choice. Carl Bayan's hand tightened around his saber hilt. He charged forward with murderous intent, thinking, for someone from a traitorous clan, you speak well. I am different from the former lord of the Yuchi clan. A violent shockwave erupted from them, spreading all the way to the ship drifting at sea. Someone aboard ordered, turn the ship so it doesn't capsize. His subordinate obeyed. Yes, Commander. The two fought fiercely. Si-un was stunned and could barely stand. What is this, infighting? Yeagle Siapung anxiously called, brother, who are those people? The battle was nearing its end, with a blade aimed at Carl Bayan's neck. Wai Jichen declared, I will personally report this to the Lord. Suddenly, overwhelming pressure descended, making him freeze. Dark clouds gradually covered the sky. Wai Jichen stared in shock at a spatial rift in the distance. A foot stepped out from within as a gloomy voice said, there's no need. The Lord of the Grand Plan declared, because the great war between the righteous and demonic factions has been confirmed. Bu Xian asked tremblingly, is a mummy the same as a corpse puppet? The other person was equally shocked. What is that? Si-un recognized it and thought, this energy. That man was the Lord of the Grand Plan. A powerful wind swept in, filling the sails. One person aboard suddenly clutched his head in agony. Several others suffered the same symptoms, veins bulging across their foreheads. Yeagle Siapung panicked upon seeing the person behind him suffering and shouted, brother Sing. Lion gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it, how is this even possible? That bastard is a complete monster. While Wai Jichen hurriedly knelt and said, my lord, why are you here? Using too much power will damage your body. The Lord of the Grand Plan laughed, why are you worried? I'm about to get a new body. He continued, tell me, Divine Supreme, why did you stop the Dark Knights from carrying out my orders? Wai Jichen reported, there is no longer any doubt about the great war between the righteous sects and the demonic cult. Everything is ready and there will be no problems, and if we use the Jia Liu clan's power, we can succeed without many sacrifices. The Lord of the Grand Plan coldly asked, without many sacrifices, why should we do that? Those in the Central Plains are also descendants of the rebels, and once everything is over, they will all kneel at my feet. But Wai Jichen replied, my lord, they are only descendants of the rebels, not the rebels themselves. Just as you gave me a chance, perhaps those people also. Blood suddenly sprayed through the air. A hand had pierced Wai Jichen's chest. The Lord of the Grand Plan declared, that's right, you are also a descendant of the rebels. He withdrew his bloodied hand and said, I only spared your life as a backup. Now that I have obtained the perfect body, you are no longer useful to me. The Lord of the Grand Plan raised his hand again and said, you've worked hard, Divine Supreme. Just then a huge bird flew toward them. Its talons seized Wai Jichen. It then carried him soaring into the sky. Blood energy surged from the Lord of the Grand Plan's palm as he snarled, insolent worm. He suddenly froze upon sensing something unusual. The Lord of the Grand Plan spat out blood, and Kai supported him, asking, my lord, are you all right? He replied, we'll return, and Kai worriedly asked, is it really fine to let the Divine Supreme escape like this? He confidently answered, it doesn't matter when that day comes, no one will survive. Once every piece falls into place, everything will unfold according to the prophecy. On their side, the river had become calm again. Someone approached and asked, how is it? Bu Xian replied, I really don't know what the Great Lord is thinking. Ryu Yon said in disappointment, impossible, is brother Un really from the demonic cult? He sighed, now we've definitely become traitors to the Martial Alliance. Tang So-gun wondered, were those pursuing us really from the Martial Alliance? And someone beside him replied, they have no reason to falsely claim the Martial Alliance's name. Zion decided, let's trust young hero Hayek Ryan. Yeagle Siapung remained puzzled. Even if we trust Brother Un, what is he thinking, bringing that monster aboard? After being rescued, Wai Jichen asked, what exactly is your purpose? As the ice crystal sealed his wound, he stared in astonishment and asked, how strange is this an ice crystal? You always act beyond expectations, don't you? Why did you spare my life? Si-un replied, you're now my only way to get information about the Grand Plan, and he asked in confusion, Why do you think I'd give you information? Si-un denied it. I'm not certain. I want to prevent a war between the righteous and demonic factions so countless lives won't die in vain. That's all I want to avoid. Wai Jichen said, fourth young master of the demonic cult, Hach Si-un. Your personality is very different from the information I received. Arrogant and cruel, I heard you were a lustful scumbag. He inwardly cursed at him, you bastard. Then Si-un warned, hey. I saw the Grand Plan leader try to kill you. Although I used an ice crystal to stop the bleeding, you won't survive without proper treatment. If you provide information, I'll take you to the Sichuan Tang clan and try to get you treated. Their medical skills may not equal the divine physician of 1,000 hands, but they're still renowned, right? Seeing him remain stubbornly silent, Si-un thought, so it really won't work. For now, I'll have to return to the demonic cult and assess the situation. Wai Jichen revealed something shocking. The alliance leader is dead, making him exclaim, what? Before he added, and soon the alliance leader will declare war between the righteous and demonic factions before the entire righteous faction. His voice trembled uncontrollably. What do you mean? You just said the alliance leader was dead. He replied, alliance leader Duanli Moxiong is definitely dead because I killed him myself. The man wearing the alliance leader's face before the righteous faction is nicknamed Thousand-Faced Fox, a master of disguise. Si-un exclaimed in disbelief, the alliance leader, how? Did you kill the others too? The young hero who entered the secret vault with me was still inside. He revealed the marked one was chosen as the Heavenly Lord's new body and is being prepared. Perhaps the Heavenly Lord has already taken over his body. He was stunned. What does that even mean? As dusk gradually fell, he returned. Seeing him return, they hurriedly turned toward him. Yeagle Siapung approached and asked, what exactly is going on? Brother Un, are you really from the demonic cult? Who's the man inside the cabin and what happened by the river yesterday? But he interrupted, wait, young hero Yeagle, I'll explain everything from the beginning. They all listened quietly. Si-un began explaining, first, I really am a member of the divine cult. The two others froze upon hearing this, while Si-un was equally stunned. He bowed solemnly, I am Hayek Ryan Un, fourth young master of the sun and moon divine cult. Allow me to formally greet everyone. Ryu Yon suddenly remembered, wait, if you're the fourth young master of the sun and moon divine cult, didn't the people who ambushed us on the way to the secret vault mention that name? Si-un confirmed, yes, that's right. Information that I left the divine cult for the western regions was probably leaked to the Grand Plan, but they apparently didn't know my exact location. And since then I've been investigating the organization impersonating the divine cult and plotting a war between the righteous and demonic factions. I've already told everyone about the Grand Plan and that man is one of its officers, he explained while thinking, and he's also the sworn brother of young hero T. Mu Quang. Someone was shocked upon hearing this. The man curiously asked, why is brother Mu Quang suddenly involved? And he awkwardly replied, well, I previously asked young hero Yeagle about the Qi Empire, remember? The other man asked in surprise, the Qi Empire, what does that have to do with this? And Si-un revealed, from the empire's founding until the destruction storm, only one emperor ruled the Qi Empire, to which he replied, that's indeed true, but what are you saying? Isn't that just a lie commonly used to deify rulers? But he immediately denied it. No, the emperor of the Qi Empire received living sacrifices from vassal clans, parasitized their bodies, and lived immortally. The other two remarked, honestly, this story is hard to believe. When I last saw the Grand Plan leader, his body was far from intact, so if young hero Hayek Ryan's story is true, shouldn't he have moved into a healthier body long ago? He awkwardly explained, he can't simply move into any body. Only those with the finest innate physique among the direct descendants of the vassal clans can fully receive the Heavenly Lord's power, and suitable candidates are branded on the forehead for identification. Tang So-gun seemed to realize something, a mark on the forehead, don't tell me. He confirmed, that's right, the scar on young hero T. Mu Quang's forehead is that mark. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Lord and Kai Enhai returned to a dark place. He ordered, bring that here. The other person was immediately brought forward. Another subordinate then presented a small wooden box. Here it is, master. His hand reached toward the box. After losing my soul essence from the severe wounds I suffered fighting the white sword martial god, I had no choice but to endure within this body that is slowly dying. 20 years ago, when I destroyed the Yuchi clan, I recovered the legacy he left his family, but the divine physician lowered his head submissively. He recalled the past. Heaven-faced fox, because you let that suitable child escape, I could never find a proper body to contain this power. Instead, I raised the Yuchi clan child you brought back, but no matter how powerful the martial arts I taught him or how I altered his body with sorcery, he still couldn't become a vessel for my power. But in the end, the destined body has finally returned to me. The Lord of the Grand Plan let out a deep laugh. He said smugly, the tide of the world is turning in my favor. Meanwhile, Si-un's ship reached shore as night fell. Tang So-gun clasped his hands. Then, young warrior Hayuk Ryan, take care until we meet again. Si-un replied, yes, young warrior Tang, have a safe journey and about what I asked. Wai Jaichen waited for them on horseback. Tang So-gun confirmed, yes, I won't forget. Someone aboard sighed, I've lived this long, yet who would have thought one day I'd. Yeagle Siapung was glared at by the other two after mentioning the demonic cult. He stammered, who would have thought I'd one day have to visit the Sun-Moon divine cult. Dice were tossed onto the ground. Ryu Yon readily accepted it. I think it's fine, aren't we going to save the world? Yeagle Siapung warned, Brother Ban, can you really believe someone crossed the boundary and brought power from another universe? If Brother Un hadn't said it, I'd have cursed anyone else for spouting nonsense. Saiyan added, that person called the Heavenly Lord really did appear as though he had crossed a boundary. He froze, come on, I told you it was a formation, or maybe his movement technique was so advanced that he only seemed to appear suddenly. Sun Sang stepped forward and advised, young warrior Yeagle, but what if it's true? If the Alliance leader is really dead and the Martial Alliance has fallen into the Grand Plan's hands, returning means certain death. He sighed and patted the other's shoulder. Brother Qiang, just traveling with Brother Un already means we're practically doomed. Li Moon Sing had something to say, but when young warrior Hayuk Ryan gave me the chance to return to the Alliance, I chose to refuse. He helplessly replied, I don't like those hypocrites in the Martial Alliance either. It's not like I'm fond of them. Li Moon Sing reminded him, Brother Un also saved our lives in the secret vault. Isn't he our life-saving benefactor? Let's try trusting him just once. The next day, just as dawn broke, a group approached across the distant grassland, calling Ryan Un. The one approaching was Ryan Jin. Si-un happily waved, Big Brother. He approached and greeted him. Ryan Un, you're finally back. Ryan Wall asked, long time no see, did you make some new friends? He clasped his hands toward them. Brother Ryan Jin, Sister Wall, long time no see, I have much to tell you, but first. He thought, right now I need to meet the cult leader. They returned to a fortress. Si-un stood inside the grand hall. The cult leader curiously asked, you've worked hard, but what is so important that you asked to meet me alone? Si-un reported, cult leader of the Sun-Moon divine cult, ruler of all beneath heaven, I have a question, so I asked you to dismiss everyone. He sighed and asked, what is your question? Si-un voiced his doubt. Cult leader is the Hayuk Ryan clan, one of the vassal families of the ancient Qi River Empire. He stared blankly and asked, where did you hear that? Before answering, Si-un said, may I ask one more question first? And the man agreed, go ahead. Si-un mentioned the Nahu clan, which unlike the supreme divine cult excelled in mystical arts, calculations, and scheming for profit, making other clans despise them. Yet strangely, they had never been expelled from the 6 great clans. Is it because the Nahu clan is actually the Yeliai clan, one of the great families of the Kijang kingdom? The two moved to the study to discuss the matter. Si-un was astonished, thinking, so it really was true. Is the Hayuk Ryan clan really descended from the Kijang kingdom? And he replied, I also heard about it when I became clan head. And as you know, unlike the divine cult forces that migrated here from the Ming dynasty, the Hayuk Ryan clan was originally a powerful local family of the Central Plains. Si-un curiously asked, you only learned it after becoming clan head, so why doesn't anyone else know? And the man explained, it would be dangerous if too many people knew. I heard the clan wasn't originally named Hayuk Ryan either, along with countless strange tales like the world entering a cycle of destruction when the Heavenly Lord returns and Urumqi being where the gateway between worlds opens. How could anyone believe such stories? And you're saying they were the ones who killed Lionhua? Si-un understood and replied, yes, direct descendants carry a very strong family aura, so I heard they can be tracked through it. My mother's aura was very strong, while mine seems different, which is how I've survived until now. The direct descendants of the rebel have all been exterminated, while the Hayuk Ryan clan is only a collateral branch of the Yuchi clan and became too powerful for them to attack directly. The man accepted Si-un's explanation and asked, Yun, what do you want me to do? You said the righteous sects and those people will attack together, right? Then we just kill them all, don't we? Si-un immediately objected, no, we can't do that. Hearing this, the man froze with a puzzled expression. The way the Heavenly Lord opens the gateway between worlds requires the sacrifice of countless lives. To open a gateway connected to another world and absorb its power, he needs the rage and resentment of the dying along with the aura of fear, which is why he desperately wants to cause endless wars. The man asked, then what should we do? Si-un made one request: we must do everything possible to save everyone so no one dies. The scene shifted to a vast palace. Many people had gathered before the grand hall, murmuring, what are they announcing to gather so many people here? Could it be related to the previous attack? Isn't the young hero beside the alliance leader Mu Kwang, the one who often traveled with Si-un? Why does his presence feel completely different now? Moxion cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone gathered here has probably already heard the news. Just as the rumors say, the one who attacked me was Si-un, commander of the White Dragon Corps. After the attack, I investigated his identity and uncovered a shocking truth. He is not merely an ordinary subordinate of the demonic cult. His true identity is the demonic cult's fourth young lord. As the son of the demonic cult leader, he infiltrated deep into the martial alliance to trample the righteous sects. And if we overlook this, how can we still raise the banner of destroying demons and eradicating evil while calling ourselves the Martial Alliance? Young hero Mu Kwang is here, and although he once traveled with Si-un, after discovering his deception, he deeply regretted it and volunteered to lead this expedition against the demonic cult. As Martial Alliance leader Duhenli Moxiong, I will not overlook this matter either, and I will gather willing martial artists and march directly into the Central Plains where the demonic cult is based. To make them pay for daring to look down on the Martial Alliance, he called out, heroes of the martial world, will you stand with me? Everyone cheered in unison. The two stood amid everyone's united cheers. Seeing the desired result, the grand plan leader curled his lips into a faint smile. Thunderous cheers rang out toward the great leader. A firm, resounding command rang out, attention. A row of people stood neatly in formation. Si-un stood at the front, observing the formation. He thought, the Black Lion squad was formed to save me from Mu Kwang, so how did it suddenly end up fighting to save the world? Si-un then spoke, all right, it's been a while. While the deputy commander and I were away, I heard everyone trained hard under strategist Truong's instructions, so you've all worked hard. You've probably heard some of what happened, and now it's time to show the results of your training. Things will differ from what you expected, since you probably thought you'd be leading the invasion of the western regions. Instead, you'll fight here in the Central Plains while protecting even our enemies' lives, but stopping those schemers' plan is an honorable mission to protect the entire martial world. I believe your strength makes you the divine cult's strongest unit, so without hesitation, prove the results of your training in this battle. Fists rose together, showing their united determination. A powerful presence descended before him. It was Si-un who asked, quite an impressive spirit. Are you planning to give us a speech like that too? He smiled, I could, but would everyone want to hear it now that my identity as a divine cult member has been exposed? And she replied, even so, everyone followed you here because they trust young hero Hayuk Ryan. Si-un suddenly remembered, speaking of which, I have something for Miss Sial, perfect timing. Si-un froze, yes, what is it? He handed her the sword. I think this ice dragon sword suits Miss Sial better. Si-un tried to refuse. If you give this to me, then what will young hero Hayuk Ryan use? Si-un still had another sword at his waist. I have another sword. Si-un accepted his kindness and swung the sword experimentally. Then please excuse me. The powerful sword energy swept past, leaving Si-un stunned. Amazing, what terrifying power. Since its attribute matches Sial's martial arts, I thought it would help, but I never expected this much, so I should have given it to her sooner. After testing it, Si-un sheathed the sword. She clasped her hands and bowed. Thank you, young hero Hayuk Ryan, I'll use it well. He cautiously asked, Miss Sial, do you really not mind that I'm from the divine cult? Si-un replied, I believe Hoch Si-un, fourth young master of the divine cult, is still the young hero Hayuk Ryan I know. And I believe young hero Hayuk Ryan is a good person. Si-un froze upon hearing this. He said, Miss Sial, there's something I'd like to tell you privately. While walking through the corridor, she asked, what did you want to tell me? Si-un thought, I've managed to keep her here for now, but what the hell was I thinking? Did the mood make me lose my mind? Still, I might die in this battle. At least with Lady Sial, I want to reveal the truth that I'm not Hayuk Ryan. Yes, I'll tell her. Even if she doesn't believe me, she'll surely hear me out. Lady Sial, what I'm about to say is absolutely true, so even if you don't believe me, please hear me out, because my identity as Hayuk Ryan, the fourth young master of the divine cult, isn't real either. I am. Honestly, this is really hard to believe. He began recalling his previous life. Back then he was still working. Suddenly, a strange force pulled him in. Si-un asked, you mean some mysterious force swept you away, and you came here from another world? And this world is actually the world from the novel you wrote, Young Warrior Ryan. He lowered his head. I thought so at first, but this world is very different from what I wrote in the novel. There are also many stories I knew nothing about. Now this world isn't simply, I know this isn't the world from the novel I wrote. Strangely, when I wrote the hero's path, I could write it effortlessly without thinking much. The novel was written in a flash as if I were possessed, so I even wondered whether I had truly written it myself. Cyan suggested, then could it be the opposite, that this world borrowed your hand to write its story? Those words deeply shocked Cyan. He said, I never thought of it that way, but it's possible. She asked curiously, if so, why did this world bring you here? Cyan lowered his head and thought, this world brought me here. Thinking about it, many strange things happened before I came here, like those perfectly stable boxes suddenly collapsing. And the laptop I'd clearly turned off suddenly switched itself on. So if all this was arranged from the moment I began writing the hero's chronicle, why me? An urgent voice called out, young master. Someone claiming to be the young master of the Sichuan Tang clan arrived with a man, saying they have something urgent to deliver to you. His eyes narrowed seriously. It's here. The scene shifted to a dark cultivation cave. He sat inside the cave in secluded cultivation. Wei Jiaqin stood nearby with folded arms and watched. You don't look well. He understood that although he had obtained the legendary inner core, the supreme polarity divine pill, it was an yin-yang elixir made from a 10,000-year ice crystal found in the ancient monster bird's nest and the Tang clan's 10,000-year fire crystal, refined only through the Tang clan's secret art, so he had barely obtained it with Tang So-gun's help. Why did it have to arrive just when I was about to confess my feelings to Lady Xiao? Wei Jiaqin reminded him, hey, give it to me if you don't want it, aren't you going to take the pill? He smiled, I was just about to take it. Cyan immediately swallowed the pill. Right, now isn't the time to dwell on this, forget romance. He revealed, the Heavenly Lord wants the entire Central Plains, perhaps even more, and ultimately the destruction of the martial world. I once hoped that after gaining power, the Heavenly Lord would restore the Empire and bring peace to the entire martial world. But in the end, he's merely a murderer blinded by hatred. The Heavenly Lord's soul is immortal, and to sever and erase its very source requires the Yellow Clan's secret art that transcends boundaries. You're the only person left in this world who knows that secret art, but with your current power, forget the Heavenly Lord, you couldn't even handle me alone. Wei Jiaqin will help you fully absorb the energy of the Supreme Polarity Divine Pill. I will help you, Hayek Ryan, fourth young master of the demonic cult, so use that power as your foundation and stop the Heavenly Lord's plan. Outside, an army had arrived. Shouts erupted, those fools from the righteous faction, stirred up by such shallow provocations, are coming. Ryan Jin thought that until Yun stepped out of the training cave, he did not know whether they could stall without killing them. Ryan Woon corrected him, what do you mean wait until Un comes out? Where's your spirit? We should finish this before Yun comes out. He lowered his head and replied, yes, the cult leader is absolutely right. He loudly declared, this is Urumqi, territory of the divine cult, and though we cannot kill them, we must make sure they never dare come here again. Break those fools' limbs and sever their tendons. As long as they don't die, any attack is allowed. Everyone shouted in unison. The forces led by Moxiang charged forward. He declared, we will become heroes who vanquish the evil demonic cult and be remembered forever in history, so fear nothing and charge. Moxiang led the vanguard and deliberately attacked Ryan Woon. Ryan Woon immediately struck barehanded with overwhelming killing intent. The surge of inner energy blasted his opponent backward. A chaotic battle erupted. Ryan Woon demanded, you there, you're the fake Martial Alliance leader, aren't you? Where is your master? He replied, what nonsense are you spouting? I am Duanli Moxiang, leader of the Great Martial Alliance. A sword slashed through, severing the ropes. Meanwhile, Ryan Jin was also confronting an opponent. His voice turned cold. Are you the old monster Yun met in the secret treasury? His opponent replied, calling your elder you, and even an old monster, I suppose growing up in the demonic cult left you without any manners. Let's see whether your skills are worthy of that insolence. Ryan Wall was also locked in a fierce battle of her own. She looked at her opponent in confusion, bringing a zither onto a battlefield. Are you planning to sing? Her opponent calmly replied, there's no reason not to sing. Even Yeagle Siapung and Ryu Yon were struggling to hold their ground in one corner. Every one of them fought using their greatest strengths. Someone stood at a distance, drawing a bow and sniping at the enemy. Meanwhile, Carl Bayan raised his spear. He said coldly, hey, we've met before, haven't we? I never expected we'd meet again like this. His opponent was Cyan. She challenged him, let's see how long that joy of reunion lasts. A figure shot forward like lightning. The surrounding people widened their eyes in shock at the sudden attack. Ryan Jin charged forward with his sword in hand. He swung his arm, unleashing a dazzling slash ahead. The cult leader's face darkened, protecting the enemy even in battle. I never knew the demonic cult was so full of benevolence, while Ryan Jin stared at him with murderous intent. Ryan Jin realized the man was attacking without caring who died around him, and although this would put them at a disadvantage, they could not recklessly kill innocent people, leaving him wondering what to do. Ryan Woon unleashed a technique and charged forward, sending Moxiang flying backward before he could defend. Moxiang sprang back up in astonishment. He still seemed unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Seeing this, his subordinates could not hide their shock. Alliance leader Ryan Woon stood silently amid countless disbelieving gazes. So that's your true identity? How will you command the martial alliance now? Ryan Woon approached Moxiang, his towering figure blocking the view as he threatened, tell me where your master is and I'll spare your life. Moxiang struggled up and stubbornly replied, a traitor like you who seized power while the master was absent is surprisingly strong, but I've already fulfilled my role. Ryan Woon looked at him and sneered, fulfilled your role, what do you mean? Suddenly, a subordinate pointed toward the sky, what's happening up there? Hearing this, Ryan Woon also turned around in surprise. A brilliant red beam pierced through the clouds and illuminated the enormous towering palace. Moxiang smiled triumphantly. At last, the gate of heaven has opened. Yeagle Siapung stared unblinkingly at the light. Is that what Brother Van mentioned? Ryan Wall hesitated. At the divine palace. Ryan Jin frowned suspiciously. The one called the Heavenly Lord still hasn't appeared on the battlefield. Was that his target from the beginning? Within that beam of light, a figure gradually appeared. Fools, they brought their entire army out of the divine palace to stop me, yet left barely any troops guarding the altar, he said as corpses littered the palace. The Grand Plan leader stepped out and looked around. Disgusting, you built a palace atop my former altar and even dared call yourselves cult leaders, you insects. He smirked and looked toward the sky, but now everything will return to its rightful course, no matter how desperately you struggle to save those monsters. The gate in the sky shattered open into a huge hole as light poured down. Deaths are unavoidable in war, and once this ritual ends, no living creature across the western regions will remain standing on two legs. Thinking this, he slowly descended. His steady footsteps landed upon the ground. He walked forward steadily. The owner isn't even here, yet the guests dare barge in uninvited. Si-un and Wai Jai-chen slowly approached under his gaze as the Grand Plan leader stood silently on the platform looking down at them. So the traitors have arrived. He glared threateningly, withdraw now and I'll spare your lives. Si-un glared at him contemptuously as if hearing something ridiculous. You steal other people's bodies and barge into someone else's home, yet you're telling us to withdraw. Seeing his fearless expression, the Grand Plan leader drew his sword, his eyes overflowing with killing intent, then die. His figure flashed forward as he swung his sword, sending wooden fragments scattering through the air. Facing that terrifying power, Si-un frowned slightly and calculated his next move. Wai Jai-chen hurriedly raised his sword to block the deadly strike. However, his remaining strength was no match for it, and he was blasted backward into the wall. Wai Jai-chen collapsed in pain with blood flowing from his lips. How foolish. Did you come before me just to place your hopes in someone like him? The Grand Plan leader gloated at his miserable state. Since you betrayed me and fled, you should have kept hiding like a rat. Suddenly, Si-un appeared behind him and swung the blade in his hand with all his strength. He instantly reacted and raised his sword to block. The two stared into each other's eyes, unable to hide their blazing hatred. The next instant, both hurriedly retreated. The Lord of the Grand Plan could not hide his surprise. Your presence has changed. Si-un steadied himself and chuckled. Thanks for noticing, and I've grown a little taller too. Then his expression became more determined than ever. So, will you obediently return that body now? He slowly recalled that with Wai Jai-chen's help, he had absorbed most of the Supreme Polarity Divine Pill's medicinal power. Wai Jai-chen had also been surprised by his strength, as he had even reached the reforged body realm, just like Ti Mu Quang in the original story. Then Si-un leaped forward with all his strength. Gripping his sword firmly, Si-un charged forward confidently, certain he could win. Seeing this, the Lord of the Grand Plan hurriedly unleashed a technique to block him. He was gradually forced backward, clearly not expecting Si-un to be this strong, and the one beyond the prophecy had grown far stronger, so even the Heavenly Lord could not afford to be careless. Yet the Lord of the Grand Plan gradually calmed down, steadily blocking Si-un's fierce attacks, making Si-un wonder why he looked so relaxed. relaxed. Si-un could not help shouting, "Are you just going to keep retreating?" Just then, the Lord of the Grand Plan gave a sinister grin. He had found an opening, but how could that be? He raised his sword and counterattacked with lightning speed. Si-un was knocked backward. One of his blades shattered before his stunned eyes. What, is he really this strong? Si-un was knocked backward while the Lord of the Grand Plan stood silently watching him. Si-un looked up at him in disbelief. What is this? Why did this guy suddenly? Seeing his expression, the Lord of the Grand Plan mocked him. You were brimming with confidence just moments ago. Weren't you the one telling me to return this body? Si-un looked at him in confusion. Return the body. The white sword martial god's successor is already dead. A soul that has lost its body can't possibly continue existing. His smug voice rang out. But perhaps some remnant of him still remains inside me, so will you gamble your life on that faint hope? Si-un suddenly thought of something and froze. Wait, Ti Mu Quang is dead. He stared at the Lord of the Grand Plan in disbelief. So to kill him, there's no other choice but to cut down Ti Mu Quang too. Si-un quickly dismissed the thought and stood upright. No, first I need to win this battle. I'll figure out how to save Ti Mu Quang after defeating him. Si-un frowned tensely. More importantly, the Lord of the Grand Plan stared at him challengingly, while Si-un thought, I need to find his weakness. Seeing him standing silently in place, he mocked, What's wrong? Are you going to stand there forever? Si-un suddenly noticed something. That is, light from above shone directly onto the divine palace where he stood, and Si-un seemed to realize that he was absorbing the energy flowing down from the heavens. Si-un gritted his teeth bitterly. So this is what borrowing power from another world means. Si-un scanned his surroundings for a suitable place. Then first I need to lure him somewhere with as little light as possible. He lowered his gaze toward the ground. Then Si-un smiled provocatively. Let's see if you can still remain here once you lose your foothold. Hearing this, the Lord of the Grand Plan was startled. What? Without giving him time to think, Si-un let out a loud shout. Si-un charged forward and drove both blades down with all his strength, shattering the ground beneath him. Seeing this, the Lord of the Grand Plan panicked and retreated, wondering what petty trick this brat was attempting. The ground split apart, forcing both of them to leap into the air. A massive boulder flew into the air. With his downward slash, the boulder split in two and shot forward. The Lord of the Grand Plan was forced backward, skidding far away under the immense pressure. Si-un stood up and exposed him. The power you mentioned can only be absorbed through light, right? No wonder you climbed all the way to the Divine Palace, the place closest to the sky. Exposed by Si-un, the Lord of the Grand Plan glared slightly and snarled, You lowly brat. Even so, Si-un suddenly realized that huge hole in the sky would not close by itself even if he stopped the man from reaching the light. Why Jaichen shouted from behind, We must destroy the Heavenly Lord quickly. He loudly explained to Si-un, that gateway connecting to another world is itself an existence that defies the laws of heaven. And if it remains open, those with weaker martial arts will be the first to turn into demons. Si-un could hardly believe it. Demons. At the other battlefield, Ryan Jin panted heavily after winning, with Moxiang's corpse lying before him. A noise in the distance made him turn around, sensing something had happened at the Divine Palace and wondering if it was Un. Ryan Jin stared anxiously toward it, knowing he had to reach the Divine Palace quickly. Suddenly, a loud scream behind him made him turn around. A horrifying sight appeared before him as the corpses suddenly rose, their faces distorted, nails lengthening as terrifying growls escaped their mouths. They charged forward and clawed at Ryan Jin. Shocked, he raised his sword and fought back. Ryan Jin's eyes filled with astonishment as he wondered what was happening. At the Divine Palace, streams of strange energy continued pouring down. Why Jaichen and Si-un stood close together ready to fight as he explained. Originally, this was only a side effect of the Heavenly Lord absorbing power, but if this rift remains open, no one in this region will survive. The Lord of the Grand Plan sneered as though he had foreseen the outcome. This region, I won't close this rift until it devours all of Xinjiang. Even Si-un had not expected such cruelty and asked, You intend to kill all your own subordinates too? The Lord of the Grand Plan laughed mockingly. Subordinates, they're all worthless trash who could betray me anytime, so I'll turn every living creature on Earth into demons and rule this world alone. Si-un muttered helplessly, That bastard has completely lost his mind. Suddenly, the energy flowing into the Heavenly Lord began entering Si-un's body instead, making him wonder what was happening. Seeing this, the Heavenly Lord widened his eyes in disbelief. Si-un raised his arm and stared closely, wondering if this strange energy was being absorbed into his entire body. The Heavenly Lord could no longer remain still and charged madly toward him, shouting, get away from there now. With a tremendous explosion, Si-un's body was launched into the air. The Lord of the Grand Plan looked up at him. He immediately leaped up and swung his sword at Si-un. Rage and unwillingness consumed him as he attacked fiercely, shouting, "How can someone like you absorb the energy of another world?" Si-un was knocked backward, but he refused to relent. He lay painfully on the ground, watching the sword point rush toward him. The Heavenly Lord landed with his sword tightly gripped. "With the power of the Yelei clan, you can only open the boundary gate." His eyes locked onto him. "To absorb that energy, you must possess a soul from another world." Hearing this, Si-un stood up, "Just as I thought." He wiped the blood from his mouth. "You also came from another world. Where are you from?" The Grand Plan leader froze. "You're not the fourth young master of the demonic cult, so who exactly are you?" Si-un smirked. "Since you're so curious." He rested his sword on his shoulder and stood casually with one hand on his hip. "I'm Lee Si-un from the Republic of Korea." Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his reaction, Si-un quickly pressed him. "That reaction, do you know a place called the Republic of Korea?" He remained silent, so Si-un slowly approached, thinking, "Impossible, why is he so shocked?" The Heavenly Lord remained strangely silent, making Si-un speculate. "Does he know someone from there, or are you also from the Republic of Korea?" A loud shout echoed through the divine palace. "We're both from Korea, so why are you talking to me like that?" Then he seemed to understand. "Well, I suppose it makes sense after living here as the Heavenly Lord for so long." But the Grand Plan leader gave no answer and charged forward with a grim expression. Si-un hurriedly raised his blade to block the sudden attack. He gritted his teeth as though desperate to kill him immediately. "This is the world of a novel I read." Si-un couldn't believe it. This guy has completely lost his mind. He hurriedly retreated to evade the deadly strike. The Grand Plan leader's eyes overflowed with even stronger killing intent. "This is the world of a novel I read." Si-un froze upon hearing this. "What?" The Grand Plan leader glared at him. "In the end, I." Then he charged and unleashed consecutive attacks. "This is a world where the Heavenly Lord is destined to win." A voice stopped his sword hand in midair. "Wait, is the novel you're talking about called The Hero's Path?" Hearing this, the Heavenly Lord also froze. "How do you know that?" Si-un was equally shocked. "It was written so the Heavenly Lord would win. How is that possible? I haven't even finished writing the ending yet." One shock after another left him unable to stay calm. "You mean you're the one who wrote that novel?" Then he stood frozen in place. Wai Jai-chin beside him glared sharply. He stared at the Grand Plan leader before suddenly charging to attack. The man suddenly curled his lips into an inexplicable smile. Then he mocked. "Has the Demon Emperor fallen so far that he attacks someone while their guard is down?" He fell silent as veins bulged across his neck, but the wound quickly healed completely. Seeing this, Wai Jai-chin couldn't understand it, so it really is useless. Even Si-un couldn't believe his eyes. Self-regeneration? Damn it, he can even do that. The Grand Plan leader turned toward Wai Jai-chin and mocked. "With such a half-baked sword, you think you can sever my source?" Then he looked back at Si-un. "I heard you've crossed the boundary, right? That must be why the Overlord placed his hopes in you, but it's useless." He charged with his sword raised. "From the start, with the Yelei clan's art, you've only just crossed the boundary, while the U-1EA5T Chai clan's source-severing sword art has been lost, so none of you can defeat me." Both sides charged into battle, neither willing to yield. Wai Jai-chin also charged forward, while Si-un gritted his teeth and struggled to defend. The Heavenly Demon Cave's secret vault and the Phantom Star Divine Thief's secret vault were built with very similar structures. Si-un's eyes widened in surprise. The lost martial art of the Yuchi clan was. He hurriedly recalled the past as memories surfaced one after another in Si-un's mind. Thinking back, the Heavenly Demon Cave's secret vault and the Phantom Star Divine Thief's secret vault were remarkably similar. If the Heavenly Demon Divinity was a descendant of the Yuchi clan, then the Yuchi clan's lost martial art was. He remembered the scroll he had read. Si-un hurriedly charged forward. At that moment, he seemed to understand. "So the reason I could sever the Yangtze water dragon's source was." The Lord of the Grand Plan stared at him. "What are you doing? Have you gone mad?" Si-un chuckled. "Now I understand everything. Heavenly Demon Divine Art." The Lord of the Grand Plan could not believe he was capable of it. "So the reason I could sever the Yangtze water dragon's source was." His eyes gleamed with determination. "Was it because I unconsciously circulated the Heavenly Demon Divine Art, and while struggling to survive, I accidentally acquired the Yelei clan's sorcery and the Yuchi clan's martial arts, so it seems I was the chosen one after all." The Lord of the Grand Plan refused to believe it and charged forward with a slash. "Coincidence? What kind of coincidence is that?" Si-un fearlessly counterattacked, and a tremendous explosion erupted from the Divine Palace. Pieces of the roof flew everywhere. Outside, Si-un had also dealt with several demonic warriors. Hearing the noise, she turned toward the palace. young warrior. Inside the divine palace, the battle continued. Listen to what you just said. You're the author of this world, yet call it coincidence? Don't be ridiculous. You must have used your knowledge to steal the memories of people in this world. Si-un was surprised by his deduction. This guy is sharp. Hearing this, the Lord of the Grand Plan flew into a rage. You bastard. Then both sides charged forward and resumed their relentless battle. Wei Jichen stood nearby and narrowed his eyes. After dodging an attack, Si-un retreated. Seizing the chance, the Lord of the Grand Plan rushed in for the finishing blow. Die, Si-un. Si-un quickly thought, damn it, to sever the source, I need to use supreme wave energy. Si-un swiftly dodged and charged forward as their weapons clashed with piercing clangs. Spotting an opportunity, Si-un retreated. He gathered all his strength and swung his blade. Overlord, attack here. Use your strongest technique, Wei Jichen shouted. What? But then you'll also. Si-un quickly cut him off. Hurry. Hearing this, Wei Jichen firmly planted his feet. He circulated the inner energy within his body. The next second, his eyes snapped open. A tremendous power surged forth as Wei Jichen slashed with all his strength, sending a sword strike packed with immense force. That light even made the Heavenly Lord turn to look. He scoffed, you think an attack of that level can stop me? Yet Si-un smiled with satisfaction beside him. That's enough. He absorbed the energy and slowly focused his entire mind. Supreme wave energy. The Lord of the Grand Plan leaped up, thrusting his sword toward Si-un, who saw his chance and looked up, thinking, all right. A strange light radiated from the Lord of the Grand Plan's chest. Inside his chest was his heart, and Si-un realized that was it, the source of his existence. Si-un guessed that it must be Mu Kuang's life source, while the disgusting thing wrapped tightly around it was probably the Heavenly Lord's soul. Si-un stared motionlessly at him, knowing everything would end if he severed it, but he could not destroy Mu Kuang's life source too. Si-un did not dare act recklessly and knew he had to think. Mu Kuang's image became clear in his mind as he wondered how he could save Mu Kuang. His thoughts grew increasingly tangled. Since the Heavenly Lord's soul supposedly came from another world, so how could Mu Kuang's life source and the Heavenly Lord's soul exist within the same boundary? Then Si-un seemed to realize something, wondering if the Heavenly Lord's soul was actually in another world and Mu Kuang's life source had only become visible when he crossed the boundary. Thinking this, Si-un became even more certain there had to be a deeper dimension, and wondered what would happen if he pushed the formless wave energy even further. Having decided, he resolved to try it once. An immense power emerged and enveloped Si-un's entire body as he unleashed the formless wave energy and ninth moon divine art. He leaped without hesitation, the blade in his hand flashing brightly. He charged toward the Lord of the Grand Plan, his eyes filled only with determination. The two rushed toward each other as the distance between them rapidly closed. Seeing this, the Lord of the Grand Plan gritted his teeth and shouted, impossible. Si-un knew his guess was correct, that was his soul. He swung his blade without hesitation, his conviction and courage making it steadier than ever. The blade pierced through the Heavenly Lord's chest. He clutched his chest and collapsed, coughing up blood. Si-un stared in surprise and asked, what is this? You still won't leave Mu Kuang's body? While the man muttered, no, impossible, how can this be? The Lord of the Grand Plan slowly raised his hand and said, wait, you. Then his words left Si-un stunned. Don't you want to return home? That's the gateway to another world. His voice continued, go through it and you can return to Korea where you came from, and from what I've learned about you, Hyuk Ryan-un's personality and behavior only changed recently. He looked up and spoke seductively, your memories of home are still vivid, aren't they? You surely want to return to your homeland. After all, this isn't your world. The Lord of the Grand Plan hurriedly explained, I spent hundreds of years researching before I could open that gateway, so if you kill me, your path home will disappear. Hearing this, Si-un fell silent. He seemed to weigh how trustworthy those words were as the man continued persuading him, abandon that body and everything else, return to Korea, then forget everything that happened here. His steady voice continued, once you leave this place, whether this world is destroyed will have nothing to do with you anymore, right? Images of Si-un's companions struggling desperately against the demonic humans appeared in his mind. But the Lord of the Grand Plan felt no pity for those he considered strangers and said, just for people you've known only briefly, are you really going to throw away your chance to return home? Feeling he had said enough, he gave Si-un a choice, choose, outsider from another world. Hearing this, Si-un gritted his teeth and snarled, you bastard. His fury surged as he shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm that shameless? The Lord of the Grand Plan had not expected such a reaction as Si-un continued, you thought saying that would make me hesitate. You expect me to kill everyone here just to return home? He raised his sword before the man's terrified eyes and shouted, What kind of person do you think I am? Si-un then smirked and asked, no last words left, right? Seeing this, the lord of the grand plan panicked and shouted, wait, just wait. But before he could finish speaking, Si-un slashed downward. That terrifying power instantly swallowed him whole. He lay motionless, his eyes still wide open. Yet those eyes suddenly regained their vitality as his pupils moved slightly. Mu Kuang returned from the dead before Si-un. The rift in the sky closed. Faint sunlight pierced through the clouds as Si-un looked up and welcomed that pure light. Wai Jaichen let out a weary sigh of relief. Si-un smiled faintly. Now everything is finally over. He walked step by step out of the divine palace. Si-un slowly walked while carrying Mu Kuang on his back. Wai Jaichen silently followed behind when a voice called out, young hero Hayek Ryan. Yeagle Siapung and the others hurried over to welcome him. Overjoyed, Si-un forgot he was carrying Mu Kuang and dropped him to the ground. Everyone made it out safely. Si-un hurriedly ran toward him. She threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. Si-un blushed and stammered, Miss Sial. She held him with tears filling her eyes. When I saw the rift appear in the sky, young hero Hayek Ryan, no, I thought you might return to that place. Si-un sighed inwardly, Miss Sial is truly perceptive. Honestly, I'd be lying if I said I never hesitated. Buxian and Quang, who ran over from afar, shouting, Un. Ryan Jin and Ryan Woon watched them approach as Si-un held Si-in tightly and comforted her. Where else could I possibly go? Corpses lay scattered across the ground. The zither with its broken strings remained abandoned there. Moxiang was also bound and handed over. Wai Jaichen stood in the wind with his hair fluttering. Now those who followed the wrong path must pay for their foolishness. Sunset descended as flocks of birds slowly flew home. 7 years after the war between the righteous and unorthodox factions. At the Sichuan branch tea house, customers constantly came and went outside. Inside was naturally just as crowded, with calls constantly ringing out, 3 more cups of grain tea here. Ryan immediately answered warmly, coming right away. While drinking tea, a customer asked, there's a rumor that the owner here is the younger brother of the demonic cult leader. Could that really be true? What nonsense are you talking about? How could someone from the demonic cult dare run a business right on the Sichuan Tang clan's doorstep? Would you dare if it were you? The other man stammered, no, I only said it was a rumor. I heard the owner was falsely accused of that before, but didn't Mu Kuang, the current alliance leader known as the White Dragon Martial God, prove his innocence? Are you saying the current alliance leader is close to someone from the demonic cult? Hearing this, the man panicked. Why are you exaggerating it like that? Hearing their conversation, Ryan reflected. Well, that's true. Because of the battle against the Heavenly Lord inside the Divine Palace, the Martial Alliance couldn't know what really happened, and no one from the righteous faction actually saw me with members of the Divine Cult. That's why I can run a business here in Sichuan, though the rumors that I'm from the demonic cult still haven't completely disappeared. Maybe it's because of those rumors, but my tea house is unbelievably crowded. Someone suddenly shouted from nearby, 2 cups of tea. Someone suddenly shouted from nearby, 2 cups of tea. A while later, he stepped outside and bowed as he saw the customers off. Please visit us again. Seeing him so friendly, the two sighed. See, I told you the rumors about the tavern owner being an expert were nonsense. What kind of expert acts like that? Ryan sighed and thought, that's right, being an expert doesn't put food on the table, as long as business keeps going smoothly. Then becoming a young millionaire in the western frontier won't be just a dream anymore. Just then, a small hand gently tugged at his sleeve. 2 children timidly asked, Mister, is the food here really free? Ryan smiled warmly. Of course, hurry inside. He then shouted inside, bring out 2 servings of nutritious grain tea. The waiter inside immediately replied, understood. Just then, a figure suddenly darted past him. A child ran over and hugged someone. Mu Kuang smiled and rubbed the child's head. Hello, are you doing well? The child was Hayek Ryan Sion, who turned inside with a wide grin and shouted, Mom, Uncle Mu Kuang is here. Sial Cyan was taking orders inside and replied, Young warrior T, you're here. Ryan also approached and greeted him. Alliance leader Mu Kuang, with all your duties, what brings you all the way here? He smiled gently. I had too much work, so I ran away from it. Ryan was even more surprised. You can actually do that? Meanwhile, the Martial Alliance was in complete chaos. Where did the Alliance leader disappear to again? Here, Mu Kuang sat drinking tea with Ryan's family of 3. The strategists will handle everything just fine. Sion looked at him curiously. Uncle, do you like the Martial Alliance or the Sun Moon Divine Cult more? Faced with that question, Mu Kuang smiled awkwardly. What? Of course I like the Martial Alliance more. Ryan sighed. Not long ago, my father stopped by during his retirement travels and filled the boy's head with all sorts of fantasies. Back then, the former cult leader told Sion, if you come to the Central Plains, Grandpa has a magnificent palace and millions of subordinates. Remembering this, he sighed. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've seen Brother Jin and Sister Wall. While talking, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look behind him. The tea-drinking crowd also looked up in surprise. What's that? Why does the sky look so strange? The sky was now covered in dense purple energy. Ryan turned pale, his tension clearly visible. Sion tugged at his sleeve and asked, Dad, is heaven angry? Ryan did not answer and kept staring. Damn it, why is it starting again? A rift had now appeared in the sky. Mu Kuang's expression turned cold as he drew his sword. Xiao Xian did the same. Ryan also summoned his weapon. He sprang into the air and shouted, Didn't my mission end 7 years ago? What the hell is this damned world doing now? And that is where the story ends.